Away from Southeast Asia to Europe or Lexington or whatever the server is. It's all good. But I know, these different regions, it takes a while to bring the internet from point A to point B. But if you want to bring packages from point A to point B, I know just a service that can provide it. It's DHL. You know what time it is? It's time for our very last DHL drop of the entire tournament. Do you remember this? I feel like I'm a broken record at this point. How does it start? It's like, do you know Dota 2? I don't remember. Just play the video.
Do you
need to identify? Production, if you're ready, please reveal the question. Which ESL One tournament does this photo depict? Now, I don't know where the picture is going to be. Is it going to cover me up? I don't know. Let's just zoop. All right. What can you identify here? I see Predator on his sleeve. Of course, these players are very familiar to me, but are they familiar to you in chat? Hopefully. At least half of the viewers should know this region that's currently showing up. Which ESL tournament is this photograph depicting? Is the answer A, ESL Birmingham 2018? Is it B, Katowice 2019? Is it C, Mumbai 2019? Or is it D, Hamburg 2019? How well do you know your history, T?
I mean, I know it pretty well. That's some SEA pride there. Spoilers.
Okay.
And that alone could be a foreshadowing of what's happening today as well, maybe.
Maybe.
A double do, but yeah.
I see the trophy right there. I'm sure Southeast Asia wants to get their hands on yet another one. Curtis, do you know which tournament it is?
I have no clue.
Oh,
Not even a little.
Well, if you at home know, then all you need to do is type in DHL drop space ABCD. And maybe you're going to get a chance to win some sweet prizes, but you're going to have to wait. I know we did this whole preface about what the tournament is all about, how do we get here, what's coming up next. I'll tell you what's coming up next. It's a break, and then the draft after a little bit. We'll be right back.
at some point and test it. But I think Slardar would win.
Well, I want a 5v5. I want to know who won that tournament. Do you remember the DHL drop? Show me the question again. Which ESL One tournament was being depicted in this photo? That's right. Looking like TNC Predator. Who was it? A, B, C, D. Hamburg 2019.
And you know what? What is amazing about this DHL quiz? The fact that here Hamburg 2019, it was Gambit versus TNC in the grand final. TNC won 3-2. Guess who was playing on TNC? Bam! March. He is now the coach of T1. This team here. Who was playing for mid lane on Gambit? The losing team. Bam!
GPK?
GPK playing for VP. We have two players from that very question in this grand final. Once again, SEA versus Eastern Europe, round 2 for ESL. Maybe. I didn't fact check that, but...
Production, was that planned? Because that's actually quite impressive if it was
very
planned.
Impressive.
Because of all the random tournaments that you could have shown, the fact that there are this many connections,
That's so many connections,
intrigues me. This is seems suspicious.
Will GPK get his revenge, Tsunami?
That's what I want to know. Wait, it was 2019?
2019.
It's been a whole 2 years since that happened. Yeah. What do they play in Grand Finals? Because let me tell you what they're going to play in this game. It's going to be Doom. They take it away from T1 because Viper and AA is banned. DK and Leshrac are banned.
Yep, that's pretty much the important thing here. We spoke a lot about the idea of Viper being a tournament hero, but because VP is first pick, they don't feel like they have to ban it this time. They can take it away. But I feel like when you're drafting against these types of teams, if you're taking away a team's specialty hero, they should also know how to deal with the specialty hero.
And they pick up the Winter Wyvern and the Magnus, and you were saying, Curtis, that Magnus might be a hero that VP would keep their eyes on.
Yeah, I think for both teams, they've ran the Magnus pretty well. Also, like, T1, I think, did this before, where they picked the Winter Wyvern with the Magnus. A lot of teams are picking up Winter Wyvern against Magnus, so you sort of preemptively dodged a counter pick there. It's also just pretty nice. We saw that clip from, was it Limp? They got like a two-man Winter Curse versus OG, and then Limp was able to skewer the third hero, and they got 3-man RP in the top river.
I guess the nice thing about Magnus Wyvern as a counter to the Doom is the fact that if you, let's say your single core that you're enabling is Doom, you have so many ways to disconnect the engagement, be it by Magnus sacrificing himself for the skewer, or the Wyvern just hitting that curse. There's a lot of nice kind of defensive mechanisms here against the Doom once again. VP, of course, just go for a casual line.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think VP are also on that read because they think if you're trying to disengage, you can just get some hard lockdown.
Yeah.
Line does that very well. If you finger, hex, stun the Doom target, they are going to die, even if you get Curse and RP to try to disengage.
And I will say, Save is one of the best Lions that I was able to watch during the European and Eastern European DPC. The amount of patience this individual has when he's playing the line. He will wait in the tree line. He won't jump the first target or the second target. He will always know exactly who he needs to jump, and that's when he hits these 2-3-man Earth spikes. Just like, for example, Zephyr on T1, how amazing he is on the Nyx. I think this is basically the equivalent for Save in the Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I think Virtus Pro as a team, they're very good at planning out how they want to take team fights. They have very communicative players in pubs. I'm sure it translates into in their pro games. They'll sort of plan out everything about how they want to approach. I mean, the ideal at least before it gets messy.
And it's the whole idea of understanding the team fight. T1 now respect that by banning the Spectre. It simplifies the engagement for VP because when you have heroes like Doom and Lion, you need to have a good understanding of the entire fight to connect that clean Doom, to connect that instant lockdown from Lion. So many times we've seen in ESL Summer so far where we have people running away from this Doom target, kind of just fleeing, and yeah, I don't mind this ban at all. And then the Grim ban, just to respect the good old classic Grim Doom combination.
Yeah, that seems like something that T1 themselves would do. Has VP been running much Grimstroke?
Not really, no. I believe during the major it was a unpicked hero for themselves, and so far in ESL Summer it as well has been an unpicked hero.
I mean, if you've executed this Grim Doom as well as T1 did last game, I think it's very easy to just respect that.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good combo with Lion as well. I'm surprised that VP banned out the Phoenix, but maybe they just wanted T1 to avoid the double bird strat. Just thematically, very scary.
It is very scary. Ice and fire, but of course, the ice can cover the fire so that the egg does explode.
When do we get the electric bird? When is Zapdos getting added to Dota 2?
When's the patch coming?
When is the patch coming?
How about that one?
Also a good question.
You think as soon as this grand final ends, they just drop it and it's like, ha, good luck in TI qualifiers, everybody.
It's Sunday right now.
Like 4 days to TI qualifiers, right?
I think it might be less.
3 days.
Yeah, maybe earlier.
And
I think SA starts pretty early.
let's see, what time is it in Seattle right now? I'll tell you what time it is. Oh, never mind, that wasn't a pick. It is currently 8 a.m. in Seattle.
Enchantress for T1. So I saw in this tournament that Doom was getting sort of picked against Enchantresses, sort of as a counter pick. But I think, and Doom used to be a counter pick to Magnus. It got a bit changed now because you still want a lot of physical damage versus Doom. But I think T1, they're like very confident in these heroes if they're picking them against British Pro's lineup.
Yeah. I'm so happy. This, T1, they just bleed so much energy, and it is very infectious. But T1, with the Wyvern and the Enchantress, we've seen it be so potent, this combination, just because of the amount of healing that you have.
Whoa, no way. There's no way. There's
Whoa!
no way.
Okay.
There's no way. That has to be a misclick.
No, not at all. Why would that be a misclick, sir?
Because it was completely uncontested, not only throughout the Animator, but
There we
also
go.
Season 2 DPC.
All right. But this is it, Grand Finals, best of 5, game 1. This is kind of like the opening draft is a little bit kind of, not scripted, but you kind of understand like the give and take when two teams at this level, when they played so much. And now we get to see a bit of a left field silencer. Why is it good? Well, potentially, it could be like a cover to the Wyvern. It's a hero that's constantly enabling without the team fight. If you hit that big global, a position 5 or even 4 Wyvern can't really itemize quickly to deal with the global, right? You can't cold embrace. So I can see maybe why it could be good. They pair it with a TA for that explosive jump.
I mean, you're just describing why Silencer is a hero at all.
Yeah,
Curtis, why is Silencer not a good hero?
As T-Governor mentioned, though, it is specifically good versus Wyvern and Magnus.
Okay.
Yeah.
The hero also got one of its biggest buffs. Now Curse continues to do damage during the duration of silences while not losing any silence duration. So if you curse someone in global, that's like 11 seconds of debuff. If you get down to Magnus, he cannot blink for 14 seconds effectively.
And I can respect the idea behind it. It literally is the logic of they have 3 jumps now. Doom buys blink, Lion buys blink, TA will eventually go for a blink. They will all go onto the single target. If you layer that with a global and kill that hero, that should unlock the fight. If they mess up, then their draft will be very deconstructed. It'll be hard to play.
I wouldn't want to play Silencer into Enchantress still. I think the lane's going to be very hard. I think there's a high chance that VP get overrun on the map.
And that's why T1 go for the PA, right? They go for an easier hero that simply buys BKB, has Deso, will be able to execute Silencer online. They don't really itemize that well to deal with PA early on because they want to buy other items. So I like the fact that T1 just go for a mag PA. They see through kind of the quirkiness of VP and it's like, cool, you're trying to be the creative ones. We're just going to pick solid heroes that can skirmish, can fight, and can punish the cooldowns that Global is trying to unlock in VP's lineup.
I would like to see VP put the Silencer against the PA in lane. If you get cursed on her, she can't use her like low cooldown spells at all. And then hopefully they can buy a bunch of sentries on Lion to contest. I'm assuming it is Zephyr's Enchantress.
It's a good thing you bring that up because we saw in the Weatherman segments how T1 was able to dismantle Enchantress from Virtus Pro. But when VP played into it, they didn't put the same amount of effort into shutting this hero down. Was that a Kunkka?
Yeah, it was a Kunkka. Oh man, this is a fun draft out
So
of
it's
VP.
a mid-Doom offlane Kunkka, but potentially they could flex it up.
Wait, where's TA? Safe lane TA?
Oh no, of course. Oh, wait, sorry, I'm being silly. Yeah, it's going to be the safe lane Doom and the offlane Kunkka mid-TA.
Well, I mean, we've seen safe lane TA in South America.
VP has run this
Safe
kind
lane
of
Doom?
double offlane style with a TA before.
Okay.
In this tournament specifically. So I would gravitate more towards that.
Yeah, at the major, they ran it with like a Mars safe lane, right?
Yeah, no,
that one didn't
exactly.
work as well, but I think this one is more like Dota theory sound.
Yeah.
I think most likely, unless there's a matchup that you specifically want TA safe lane against, you are going to put that hero mid.
Yeah.
Usually, teams specifically put it safe lane against Centaur and Brood,
Yeah.
but since Centaur sort of fell off a bit and Brood is, I mean, he's sort of been ignored this tournament, to be honest.
Banned out pretty regularly, but
Not in like these last games.
yeah.
And you can see from the fact that we are getting to the final pick in Timbersaw, for example, for T1, this was a second phase ban. A hero that VP haven't lost with so far and it kind of carried them to this position. So, yeah, really refreshing takes now. A minute 30 left for T1 to decide what they need. Most likely will be a mid laner to at least try and mitigate this kind of big win condition that TA is. Like, if TA has no game, it's a lot of enablers, a lot of kind of run at you, but not that kind of decisive way to like unlock Roshan. So I think maybe shutting down the TA in laning phase will be a good way for T1 to bridge the gap of the time needed for Mag and PA to get into the game.
Razor, Batrider are both banned.
Viper, of course,
Viper's
is banned, yeah.
I think they might just end up putting the Magnus mid. It's not that bad a matchup for Magnus. You can get some pretty good skewer, shockwave with the skewers.
Carl played a handful of Sand King, if you think that's any good.
They could find a hero that's good versus TA mid, like Sand King as Tsunami is mentioning. That could work. I don't think Sand King's good versus TA mid though.
Virtus Pros.
ESL One Tournament was being
like
depicted in this photo. That's
Dire
right.
team
Looking
back.
like TNC Predator. Who was it?
Virtus
A, B,
Pros
C, D.
turn to back.
Hamburg 2019.
Dire team
And you know
back.
what? What is amazing about this DHL quiz? In fact, that here Hamburg 2019, it was Gambit versus TNC in the grand final.
Oh.
TNC won 3-2.
Oh.
Guess who was playing on TNC? Bam! March. He is now the coach of T1. This team here. Who was playing for mid lane on Gambit? The losing
10
team.
seconds remaining.
GPK.
GPK playing for VP. We have two players from that very
5
question
seconds
in this grand
remaining.
final. Once again,
Virtus
SEA
Pros
versus
turn to pick.
Eastern Europe round 2 for ESL. Maybe. I didn't fact check that, but
Production, was that planned? Because that's
was
actually
very
that's
smart.
quite
Yeah,
impressive.
that
That was
was
very
planned.
impressive.
Because of all the random tournaments that you could have shown, the fact that there are this many connections
so many connections.
intrigues me. This is seems suspicious.
Will GPK get his revenge, Tsunami?
That's what I want to know. Wait, it was 2019?
2019.
Ooh, it's been a whole 2 years since that happened.
Yeah.
What do they play in grand finals? Because let me tell
10
you what they're going to play
seconds remaining.
in this game. It's going to be Doom. They take it away from T1
seconds
because
remaining.
Viper and AA is banned. DK and Leshrac are banned.
Yep, that's pretty much the important thing here. We spoke a lot about the idea of Viper being a tournament hero,
Dire
but because
team
VP is first
Virtus
pick, they don't feel like they have to
Pros
ban it this time. They can take it away. But I feel like when you're drafting against these types of teams, if you're taking away a team's specialty hero, they should also know how to deal with the specialty hero.
And they pick up the Winter Wyvern and the Magnus. And you were saying, Curtis, that Magnus might be a hero that VP would keep their eyes on.
10
Yeah, I think for both teams,
remaining.
they've ran the Magnus pretty well. Also, like T1, I think did this before,
5
where they picked the
seconds
Winter Wyvern
remaining.
with the Magnus. A lot of teams are picking up Winter Wyvern against Magnus, so you sort of preemptively dodged a counter pick there. It's also just pretty nice. We saw that clip from was it Limp? They got like a two-man Winter Curse versus OG, and Limp was able to skewer the third hero, and they got 3-man RP in the top river.
I guess the nice thing about Magnus Wyvern as a counter to the Doom is the fact that if you,
Dire team
let's say
back.
your single core that you're enabling is doomed, you have so many ways to disconnect the engagement, be it by Magnus sacrificing himself with the skewer, or the Wyvern just hitting that curse. There's a lot of nice kind of defensive
Turn to
mechanisms
back.
here against the Doom once again. VP, of course, just go for a casual line.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think VP are also on that read because they think if you're trying to disengage, you can just get some hard lockdown.
Yeah.
Line does that very well. If you finger, hex, stun the Doom target, they are going to die, even if you get Curse and RP to try to disengage.
10
And I will say
seconds
Save is one of
remaining.
the best lions that I was able to watch during the European and Eastern
5
European
seconds
DPC.
remaining.
The amount of patience this individual has when he's playing the line. He'll wait in the tree line. He won't jump the first target or the second target. He'll always know exactly who he needs to jump, and that's when he hits these 2-3-man earth spikes. Just like, for example, Zephyr on T1, how amazing he is on the Nyx. I think this is basically the equivalent for Save and Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I think Virtus Pro as a team, they're very good at planning out how they want to take team fights. They have very communicative players in pubs. I'm sure it translates into in their pro games. They'll sort of plan out everything about how they want to approach it. I mean, the ideal at least before it gets messy.
And it's, the whole idea
Dire
of
team
understanding the
back.
team fight. T1 now respect that by banning the Spectre. It simplifies the engagement for VP,
Pros
because when you have
turn
heroes
to
like Doom
back.
and Lion, you need to have a good understanding of the entire fight to connect that clean Doom, to connect that instant lockdown from Lion. So many times we've seen in ESL Summer so far where we have people running away from this Doom target, kind of just like fleeing, and yeah. I don't mind this ban at all. And then the Grim ban, just to respect
10
the
seconds
good old
remaining.
classic
Seconds
Grim Doom
remaining.
combination.
Yeah,
That seems like something that T1
5
themselves
seconds
would do.
remaining.
Has VP been running much Grimstroke?
Not really, no. I believe during the major, it was a unpicked hero for themselves, and so far in ESL Summer, it as well has been an unpicked hero.
I mean, if you've executed this Grim Doom as well as T1 did last game, I think it's very easy to just respect that.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good combo with Lion as well. I'm surprised that VP banned out the Phoenix, but maybe they just wanted T1 to avoid the double bird strat. Just thematically, very scary.
It is very scary, ice and fire, but of course, the ice can cover the fire so that the egg does explode.
When do we get the electric bird? When is Zapdos getting added to Dota 2?
When's the patch coming?
When is the patch coming?
How about that one?
Also a good question.
You think as soon as this grand final ends, they just drop it and it's like, ha! Good luck in TI qualifiers, everybody.
10
It's
seconds
Sunday right now.
4 days to TI qualifiers, right?
I think it might be less.
5 seconds
3 days.
Yeah, maybe earlier.
And
Virtus
SA starts pretty
Pros
early.
Turn to pick.
let's see, what time is it in Seattle right now? I'll tell you what time it is. Oh, never mind, that wasn't a pick. It is currently 8 a.m. in Seattle.
Enchantress for T1. So I saw in this tournament that Doom was getting sort of picked against Enchantresses, sort of as a counter pick. But I think, and Doom used to be a counter pick to
5
Magnus. It got a
seconds
bit
remaining.
changed now because you still have physical damage versus Doom. But I think T1, they're like very confident in these heroes if they're picking them against Virtus Pro's lineup.
Yeah. Cuckoo's so happy. This, T1, they just bleed so much energy, and it is very infectious. But T1, with the Wyvern and the Enchantress, we've seen it being so potent, this combination, just because of the amount of healing that you have.
Whoa,
Did I
no
just
way.
hear- did I
There's
just
no
hear-
way. There's
Whoa!
no way.
Okay.
There's no way. That has to be a misclick.
No, not
Virtus
at all. Why would that be a
Pros
misclick?
turn to
Because it was
Phantom
completely
Assassin.
uncontested, not only throughout the Animajor, but
There we
also
go.
Season 2 DPC.
All right.
Rose,
But
turn
this is
to
it,
that Templar
Grand Finals,
Assassin.
best of 5, game 1. This is kind of like the opening draft is a little bit kind of not scripted, but you kind of understand like the give and take when two teams at this level when they played so much. And now we get to see a bit of a left field silencer. Why is it good? Well, potentially it could be like a cover to the Wyvern. It's a hero that's constantly enabling about the team fight. If you hit that big global, a position 5 or even 4 Wyvern can't really itemize quickly to deal with the global, right? You can't cold embrace. So I can see maybe why it could be good. They pair it
Sure.
with a TA for that explosive jump.
I mean, you're just describing why Silencer is a hero at all.
Yeah,
Curtis,
but-
why
well,
is Silencer not a good hero?
As
though?
T Governor mentioned, though, it is specifically good versus Wyvern and Magnus.
Okay.
Yep.
The hero also got one of its biggest buffs. Now
10
Curse
seconds
continues to do
remaining.
damage during the duration of silences while not losing any silence duration. So if you
5
curse someone in
seconds
global, that's like
remaining.
11 seconds of debuff. If you get down to Magnus, he cannot blink for 14
Dire
seconds
team
effectively.
back.
And I can respect the idea behind it. It literally is the logic of they have 3 jumps now. Doom buys blink, Lion buys blink, TA will eventually go for a blink. They will all go onto the single target. If you layer that with a global and kill that hero, that should unlock the fight. If they mess up, then their draft will be very deconstructed. It'll be hard to play.
I wouldn't want to play Silencer into Enchantress still. I think
Yeah.
the lane's going to be very hard. I think there's a high chance that VP get overrun on the map this
And
point.
that's why T1 go for the PA, right? They go for an easier hero that simply buys BKB, has Deso, will be able to execute Silencer online. They don't really itemize that well to deal
10
with PA early on because they
seconds
want to buy other items. So I like the fact that T1 just go for a mag PA.
5
They see
seconds
through kind of the
remaining.
quirkiness of VP and it's like, cool, you're trying to be the creative ones. We're just going to pick solid heroes that can skirmish, can fight, and can punish the cooldowns that Global is trying to unlock in VP's lineup.
I would like to see VP put the Silencer against the PA in lane. If you get Curse on her, she can't use her like low cooldown spells at all. And then hopefully they can buy a bunch of sentries on Lion to contest. I'm assuming this is Zephyr's Enchantress.
It's a good thing you bring that up because we saw in the Weatherman segments how T1 was able to dismantle Enchantress on Virtus Pro. But when VP
Admiral
played into
Kunkka.
it, they didn't put the same amount of effort into shutting this hero down. Was that a Kunkka?
It was a Conka. Oh man, this is a fun draft out of VP.
Mid Doom offlane Kunkka, but potentially they could flex it up.
Wait, where's TA? Safe lane TA?
Oh no, of course. Oh, wait, sorry, I'm
10
being silly. Yeah, it's going to be the
seconds
safe lane Doom and the offlane Kunkka mid TA.
Well, I mean, we've seen safe lane TA
5
in South
seconds
America.
remaining.
VP has run this
Safe
kind
lane
of
Doom?
double off-lane style with a TA before.
Okay.
In this tournament specifically, so I would gravitate more towards that.
Yeah, at the major, they ran it with like a Mars safe lane, right?
Yeah, no,
that one didn't work
exactly.
as well, but I think this one is more like Dota theory sound.
Yeah.
I think most likely, unless there's a matchup that you specifically want TA safe lane against, you are going to put that hero mid.
Yeah.
Usually, teams specifically put it safe lane against Centaur and Brood,
Yeah.
but since Centaur sort of fell off a bit and Brood is, I mean, he's sort of been ignored this tournament, to be honest.
Banned out pretty regularly, but
Not in like these last games. I
yeah.
think.
And you can see from the fact that we are getting to the final pick in Timbersaw, for example, for T1, this was a second phase ban. A hero that VP haven't lost with so far, and it kind of carried them to this position. So, yeah, really refreshing takes now. A minute 30 left for T1 to decide what they need. Most likely will be a mid laner to at least try and mitigate this kind of big win condition that TA is. Like, if TA has no game, it's a lot of enablers, a lot of kind of run at you, but not that kind of decisive way to like unlock Roshan. So I think maybe shutting down the TA in laning phase will be a good way for T1 to bridge the gap of the time needed for Mag and Pierre to get into the game.
Razor, Batrider are both banned.
Viper, of
Viper's
course, is
banned.
banned, yeah.
I think they might just end up putting the Magnus mid. It's not that bad a matchup for Magnus. You can get some pretty good skewer, shockwave into skewers.
Carl played a handful of Sand King, if you think that's any good.
They could find a hero that's good versus TA mid, like Sand King, as Tsunami was mentioning. That could work. I don't think Sand King's good versus TA mid, though.
Okay.
It's like a... You both sort of just farm, and it can work, but I think TA just farms too much in that matchup.
The reason I'm thinking about it is I want heroes that are kind of eager to build dispels, because that's one of the reasons why I think Silencer fell off, because Flicker exists, Stormcrafter exists, Greaves, Lotus Orb, Yules, these are all items that are very regularly built and take off the global. And so if you can get that from your mid laner, that would be great.
That's a good point. Silencer is a type of hero that, as the game goes on longer, globally becomes less and less valuable. You want to like take over the map early with that hero, because eventually their supports, like the Winter Wyvern, will have a Lotus Orb or Greaves or whatever to take off global, and then you have small value.
They just go for the Venom. All right, that's fair.
That works. Rude against the Templar Assassin.
Especially with the Enchantress. The Enchantress against 2 range support, she should be able to take over the map. Combined with the Venom, I think you should be able to snowball off the TA matchup pretty well.
These are exciting drafts, gentlemen.
Yeah, this is refreshing. Coming to a grand final, we're going to see a Silencer pick. We now got the Venom into TA that has often been banned, so we've not really been able to see the true effect that Venom has against TA, and this will be a big eye-opener to, if this game goes well for either team, it kind of puts a lot of pressure going into game 2, how they approach the draft, because this is a lot of execution and kind of thought has gone into this one, so yeah, it's an exciting game.
Which one are you favoring so far?
I think I prefer the simplicity of T1, where like the mag, the PA, and there's the Veno for laning phase, but I guess I'm a little bit scared about how impactful Veno is. Can TA just go jungle? And will they even be able to offset the timing of Kunkka, plus Doom, and TA all just running around this map? So I'm a little bit worried for T1, but I have the confidence that they always have this ability to kind of come back in these slightly harder games.
It's a hard game to get into grand finals, and you think it's just the teams that are competing? No, my friends. The casters are also competing for the privilege of taking this grand final commentary. Gentlemen, please enter the arena.
They're off.
Please enter the arena. Please enter the arena.
Please enter the arena.
Please enter the arena.
There we go. We have two
into the arena.
analysts.
We have 2 contenders. It is a Jenkins Dota and Lacoste Dota. Please now, this is not the arena. Please go into the arena. Get in the arena.
There we go.
3, 2, 1, fight!
All right. So strong lead from Jenkins. He's been a bit more enthusiastic. Lacoste really isn't trying.
Lacoste is dead.
Wait, he just died.
Wait,
what?
what? That was it?
Go cast, Jenkins. Go cast Dota 2.
Congratulations.
Jenkins and Sunsfan for game number 1.
Wow. I'm not gonna. That was a good effort, gentlemen. I think we're missing the death animation there. Not sure if that's a bug. Maybe still in beta.
That was not how that was planned.
Yeah, you didn't even realize that was the fighting arena.
No.
Well done, Jenkins.
I wasn't told. I'm never told.
All right, well, Sunsfan here with Jenkins for this game 1 of a best-of-5 between T1 and VP. Both teams have looked very good. This, of course, is a rematch, as VP did win the previous series in the Upper Bracket Finals 2-1, but all 3 games, for the most part, could have gone either way. These teams are definitely evenly matched.
You are correct, Sunman. It seems like both of these teams have excellent late-game decision-making. They can change up what they're doing as the game is going. They're really good at figuring things out. They're not just one-trick ponies that do one style. As you can see, T1, look at this draft. This looks like an alliance draft to me. Magnus, Wyvern opener.
Yeah.
It's
either with the Empower.
Yeah. It's either respect or disrespect.
The battle begins.
Maybe a bit of both.
We'll find out in the post-game interview if they do end up winning here. As it's like T1 are able to get 3 out of 4, if I'm not mistaken. That last one. So not too bad start for T1.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, let's talk about these lineups, because obviously the Doom, TA, Kunkka we saw from DM. He played a literally the best Kunkka game I've ever seen for that kind of a build. And we see a support Silencer. Talk to me about this hero, Jenkins.
It makes sense against the Magnus plus the Winter Wyvern opening. You have 2 heroes who are heavily reliant on bursting people with those 2 ultimates. And Silencer is just about the biggest buzzkill hero in the game for that. But I agree with what the panel was saying, that maybe a bit of what has made this hero fall off is the amount of good dispels for the global silence.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, even neutral items are giving dispels these days, so that is definitely... I mean, yeah, that I never thought about that, but I mean, this hero isn't picked. Do you think that that's the main reason towards it?
Maybe not the main reason. Another problem is the laning is a little bit weak, but you know, when you're playing with a Magnus on the enemy team and a Doom in the safe lane, then the lane's always going to be a little bit weird, so it does feel like a decent game for it.
And then on T1 side is we have a pause here. We talked about the Magnus. We've seen that before many a time. And Empower PA. So, I mean, PA, when she was a little bit more popular, Battle Fury was the build. And the Battle Fury has just kind of been essentially deleted, it feels like, from most heroes in the game. The Empower kind of replaces that. So, in theory, that's why I'm guessing that they picked her here.
I've been seeing a lot of people in pubs try to figure out what exactly they can do with PA to make it work. And Echo Saber was a pickup. I've seen a couple of Diffusal Blades, but with the Magnus, you can just go for the regular build minus the Battle Fury. He's rushing into a Deso and find a Carl.
Has to pop the Fairy Fire. The Side Blade didn't connect that time around. And this is another lane we have yet to talk about that's very interesting. It's GPK on the TA, of course, which isn't uncommon at all. But versus Venomancer, who can just take off that refraction super fast. We see some action here. Torrent's going to miss. Whitemon sidestepping it, but there's a Blink Strike. DM with the right clicks to follow. Save. Looks like he's going to be first-blooded, so T1 gets the better of this exchange.
He's kind of the only person that can die in this lane very consistently. And with the level 2 on Kunkka, there's no X marks the spot, so he's just trying to set up the Torrent with pure skill, and against a PA, that's not easy. Even Enchantress has decent move speed, 320 at level 1. That's quite high. Another mass disconnect from T1.
Got some lag issues. I believe they are probably still in the hotel in Kiev, is my guess.
Yeah, there were a couple of internet outages. I was getting them less than anybody else was, though.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi was, I mean, it was just, the first couple days were not great, but then after that,
they figured it out.
We're off. But talk to me about the Venomancer. I mean, again, I brought up the refraction, but what else is there to this hero that makes it?
Veno can take over TA's jungle. That's something. You've got the flag wards, and that's some of the best area control in the game, if not the best area control in the entire game. And so you can go into the TA jungle, pick up the Ancients, but you do need a supporting cast behind you. Veno can't do that alone. So these other side lanes need to go quite well to happen.
You see Kingslayer just harassing the absolute crap out of Cuckoo. And Blades of Wisdom are super annoying. The fact that you can steal some int without having to get a kill these days is temporary. There's a little bit of a quality of life change for Silencer over the years.
And Kingslayer is holding his point, so he doesn't know whether he wants to go for the Arcane Curse or the Last Word, possibly depending on if he needs to save somebody with the Last Word, get that silence out, or go for a kill with the Arcane Curse.
Am I the only one that wishes this hero was viable enough to be carry again? I like the idea of I like the idea of ranged carries that are int, so like Lina type.
Okay, I'm with you there, but don't you hate mana burn as a concept? Isn't that one of your shticks?
No, it's just mana drain from Lion specific.
I see. You just hate Lion. I mean,
look at Lion's face. He is the literal ugliest hero in the entire freaking game. He's so ugly they've had to make so many different cosmetics of different color just to hide how ugly he has become.
And to be frank, they're quite horrible.
Yes, indeed. As you can see, the skewer onto Kingslayer, slowed up with that Arctic burn as well. Cuckoo continued the chase, but in the trees, Kingslayer.
Got my ear.
Shockwave is there to finish him off, and Nightfall not there in time, although he won't be able to do much anyway.
T1 recognized Nightfall was walking away to go to creep, picks up the Toughness Aura. Lots of armor from this Doom now because of that 5 armor that he now has to work with that level 1.
Yep.
Very nice buff to the Doom.
Incredible that when that happened, he just picked all the time after not being picked for so long. But when you play position 1, as we're going to see, oh my, the Earth Spike was there just to cancel the Tornado. Save is taking heavy damage, though, as the chicken is actually going to fall before being able to kill off the Leon.
Bit of a bait. He did have the salve, so he could have survived one more hit there. Good discipline from Whitemon not going in.
I mean, I'm really curious to see if DM goes for the same build he did in the series that we cast, because that was absolutely epic. That was... He went shard like right away, right?
Yeah.
I remember what the actual build-up was. He's going for Urn this time around.
Pipe shard, I he went for.
Yeah. But
he has the Urn this time, so really valuing that extra bit of damage. And
Claire, I mean, the damage to Zephyr. Zephyr really can't do anything about it. Nice miss there, though. Definitely planned that one.
Laning against the Silencer in terms of harass is a big pain. The problem with Silencer is the fact that he's so squishy, he can feed, but in a situation like that where you're 1v1 trading with the support, it feels really good to be Silencer.
Back to the position 1 Doom, is there, I mean, do you build differently on this hero? Or is it the same kind of build, you just get it faster?
I think the concept of this Doom late game taking 2 heroes out of the fight.
Right. Oh, the X is a little bit too slow. As it's actually 23 Savage not even getting the kill, but also getting X back into range of these creeps a little bit faster.
Is this the first time we've seen DM Kunkka lose a lane? I think it is.
31-5 for 23 Savage and 26-2 for DM. I mean, he's not doing terribly.
He's not getting dumpstered, but usually VP plays off of a completely snowballing offline Kunkka.
That's true. Yeah, that's the first time in memory at least, but it is against T1, of course, so the laning is nothing to scoff at for sure.
They did get dumpstered by the Kunkka, so they have, look like they have
Phantom
decent
Strike is there with the enchant to slow. Torrent will connect, but DM is in quite a bit of trouble here. No reinforcements on the way. This is going to be yet another kill, this time to 23 Savage on the very important DM that we've been praising thus far. Save. Looks like we might get the courier. Indeed, Urspec only going to connect on a creep though. To be just trying to dance his way out of here. That disgusting face of his. Not save the lion specifically.
Whitemon has some chance up soon. Nice double stun.
He is more than fine, and this comes down to Zephyr as well as GPK able to secure himself an illusion rune. So at what point does Aveno start bothering the TA? Because so far he's doing just fine.
It does look like he's doing just fine. The traps are a problem. The Sentry Ward coming out from Carl is definitely something that is much needed. GVK is doing a really good job at keeping his distance, so Carl's not able to gale him, but you have to be careful, because this isn't one of those lanes that TA wins, or that Vena wins by just farming. You kill the TA. And so it's all about getting a gale when the TA walks up a little too far.
Nightfall gonna get Scorched Earth off. Have the Doom available as well. Can they actually chase him down, though, is the question. He's going to go into the trees. He has the TPs coming in, trying to juke around. Now we see the Gale into the Poison Nova. Nightfall is just going to TP out, and the deny is there from Carl. So, in essence, nobody really dies.
Favoring VP slightly, because they force out the mid laner rotation. Maybe favoring them heavily if they get a decent chunk of damage on this mid tower. It's very important.
Let's have that Blightstone to help him out.
We've seen a lot of TAs do that throughout the major, where the enemy mid laner leaves and then they just dumpster the tower.
Dave getting caught out here. The Gale has nowhere to go, but GPK trying to get the return kill at the very least, but he gets skewered back into the tier 2 RP as well. Still has that refraction up, but finally tries to attempt the TP out and will be successful. Actually, to the tier 1 mid. He has a full bottle to work with. Oh, and a trusty shovel. How nice.
Bad, not bad. Nice TP in from Cuckoo, of course, with that bot lane death.
Oh! Oh my!
Oh, okay.
That is definitely the rune to get.
Not so bad.
I mean, that Kobold is the end of me, personally.
That thing's the worst. Walking around with tranquil boots, it spawns, punches you. It's like, I'm only killing you out of spite.
Yeah.
You're not even worth the gold.
This is true.
Killing you. People just leave it. They don't bother.
GPK at half HP, so he doesn't have to be a big care for here. The tomato's going to be harassing him a bit as we're seeing the impact move of the shovel. Yes.
Oh, that was such
Look at this efficiency.
Play.
Oh, he bottled a little bit too quick there.
Yeah,
to be fair.
A bit.
Not fully efficient there on GPK, but that's okay.
A little bit of nerves getting to GPK here, it looks like.
Yeah, definitely the nerves. I believe the tomato was running at him, so it is quite a scary sight.
Yeah,
for sure.
You don't expect to see that.
All right, but T1, I mean, this is against a Doombringer, so the fact that they're only up, I mean, they're up technically is a good sign for them to start this game out.
Goes both ways, though. We have Magnus plus PA on one side, and then on the other side we have a Doom. So both lineups are kind of supposed to out-farm the other, and it cancels out.
Fair enough, fair enough. 23 Savage is just going for straight Desolator after he picked up those treads. That's pretty cool to see, and as we see a Hex in the bot lane, the 3-man gank from VP will be successful onto Zephyr. So, in this instance where you're given essentially this farm from the Empower onto the PA, Deso, BKB, and then do you fight? Because typically in the old, old days, as in 2 months ago, it would be Battle Fury, Deso, BKB, then you fight.
I think with just the Deso, you can probably fight.
Okay.
Because you have these other heroes to set up for you and protect you.
Dire's
It's
top
very
tower
difficult
is
to
under
fight
attack.
into a Winter Wyvern Curse and a Magnus RP. At the very least, you can use these to protect your carry. Just literal AoE stuns. Worst case, you use them and the carry jumps away.
Well, Nightfall picked up his Midas. He is top net worth and doing very well.
Double damage.
He's already used his
Radiant's
Doom,
middle
which,
tower
it's
is
one of those
under
things
attack.
where sometimes you're sitting on this spell for a really long time, but he's gotten pretty good use out of it thus far. Night Slayer still only level 4, so no global signs to come, although I'm not sure who took the tome on their team. Might have been Whitemon, or maybe they're still delivering it, not sure. Either way, what kind of impact is the global silence going to have this game? Because do you have to itemize to try to get like a Lotus Orb or a Greaves or something like that to be able to work around it?
Not necessarily. I think one problem with picking Silencer into Magnus is that, yes, Magnus is based pretty hugely on winning team fights with RP. That is a factor. But also, you hit creeps, you farm stacks. Venom's the same thing. You can the map with the wards and get farm that other heroes couldn't get. So T1 is perfectly fine with farming and just ignoring the global by virtue of not fighting. You just if the global never gets used, it's not a problem.
Yeah, and you can
Dire's
see
top
Carl
tower is under
going for the
attack.
Invoker build. Brown Boots, Spirit Vessel, and now Midas is next. So we are seeing like a huge resurgence, I feel like, in Hand of Midas in the last 3 weeks, I want to say, that it was just not built on basically any hero. Maybe Doom and Invoker are the only two, but now we're just seeing it almost every game from these teams.
I really wanted to ask in the interview T1 about their Midas, like when they think Midas is good, because like you said, you don't see it. It's only like late into the major that we started seeing it. But unfortunately, or fortunately, Whitemon was the interviewee, so he's a support player. I'm sure he's just like, God damn my cores, why are they buying Midases every game? I didn't want to, spark any.
I forget, was it
trauma.
T1 or VP that had 2 Midases, and we were talking about how they had to just kind of delay because they were against kind of a push lineup, and then they ended up just winning with the Midases shortly after.
Yeah, that was
Radiant's
VP.
middle tower is under
I
attack.
literally don't even understand the concept here. You're going to see the spike into the boat and the death again for Mr. Zephyr himself. So 1K net worth lead here for VP, as obviously Doom is carrying the load here.
Here's
Dire's
my
top
theory on the
tower
Midas,
is
and keep in
under
mind,
attack.
I'm an idiot.
Dire's
Okay,
structures
yeah, we knew
are
that.
So
fortified.
it's hard to push
Radiant's
towers
bottom
because of
tower is under
TPs.
attack.
They're huge now, right? You can TP in a long distance in any of these trees. You cannot just Quelling Blade trees down and prevent TP
Radiant
locations
are
now. So
scanning.
that's one thing. Pushing is hard.
Dire's
And then
middle tower
number 2,
is under
there's
attack.
all of these little tree paths to hide in now. So juking around the map and delaying the game is much easier than it was before. Before, if you split push, you would die. And these days,
Dire
if you
are
think that your
scanning.
team is good at hiding and being annoying, and T1, these are the guys building Midas, this is exactly what we see their supports doing every game, just sitting in trees, feeding or TPing out at low HP. And so I think that lends itself to playing this kind of delayed, there's a timer on you because we have Midas' style, because you think you can delay the game for long enough that the Midas is coming to play. That's at least my theory on
So
it.
what you're saying is Hand of Midas recipe will be increased by another 100 gold.
Possibly. I don't think this sort of thing would work in pubs, though. I think you need a full lineup that is committed to...
By the way, after all this talk, he's changed his mind. I think he might be listening in. He's like, you know what? I'm sick and tired of them talking about Hand of Midas. Let's just go for a heal set.
It's more like if Suns fan and Jenkins are saying that this is good, it's gotta be complete garbage.
I never said it was good. I'm just interested that people are buying.
You're pretending to be interested in that.
No, Hand of Midas is an interesting item. I'm not making that up. As Nightfall has his Blink Dagger now, and you can see that VP is smoking on a couple member here. Carl will
Radiant's
be a
bottom tower
very big
is under
kill
attack.
if they want to go for him. They can see the courier's on its way. Nightfall jumps in. Carl, there's the Doom coming on, but it's going to cost him the Poison Nova. The Finger's there to finish him off as well, as Nightfall's going to get RP'd in turn. Cuckoo finds that kill himself, so it's a 1-for-1 with Save being the second now in favor of T1.
Radiant's
It's a really
bottom
good
tower
turnaround
is
with
under
these
attack.
TPs.
I'm realizing that this was a really great Venom pick for more reasons than just
Dire's
the fact
middle
that
tower
it
is
counters
under
TA.
attack.
Of course, you also have the Kunkka, which the Venom counters because the boat wears off eventually, and then all of the Venom dots will kill the target. But also, if you Doom Venom and he gets all of his abilities off, the Doom is wasted. So it seems It's really good to just put the Veno in front and have him be the Doom target.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Global
attack.
Silence was using that fight, which to go back and see if that was actually a little bit too early or not. But I mean, T1 ends up on top in terms of the trade there overall. But still, very even game as expected between these two juggernaut teams. I mean, if I was picking, I know this is a little biased because we just watched the animator and whatnot, but top 4 teams in the world, these two would be in them. And VP is the only one that's the question mark just because of the LAN performance.
Yeah, I agree.
But when you see them play online, it's just night and day from what we saw at the major itself.
There seems to be a correlation between teams that have a lot of fun, that are high rank, and winning. People that have fun are good.
That's not always true. I mean, EG at TI5, that was a miserable group.
That's true. I can confirm that.
I think everybody can confirm that's pretty obvious from afar. As Zephyr still in the trees here, save, trying to wrap around. Yep, there we go. The Hex. Earth Spike to follow with the Urn. And the Shark is coming. This will be an eventual kill onto Zephyr again, which again, he's been kind of doing this thing on the Winter Wyvern, just trying to create space. You talked about the idea of just hanging around in the trees, delaying the push, and
Classic Zephyr.
that's what he's doing.
He expects this sort of thing at that point, and I think T1 does as well. But it's something you have to do if you're VP. You can't let a support sit there and counter push and delay. They're basically putting the onus on you to dive them to get that tower. VP, they do it.
As DM looks to be, I thought he was finishing the Spirit Vessel, maybe on the way right now, but either way, he's going for the pipe next. Maybe the Spirit Vessel's...
Yeah, there it is.
Okay, yeah, figured that much.
Casual Hood against the Veno, this does make sense.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that just the healing over time, as well as the match resistance, is enough often to survive through all of the Veno spells.
Yeah, I just hope to God that he goes again for that shard, because that's going to be very, very entertaining. GPK, there's so much damage right here. You see the X marks into the torrent. That's going to be a freebie onto Whitemon, as we have mass disconnections in the middle of the fight.
Oh, that's not good timing.
Not good timing at all.
Then again, I suppose they're global, so it's not like they could have pressed spells.
This is true.
Veno does have a Yules.
Yeah, we can see that the Doom is applied right now to Cuckoo on the Magnus. So he's probably going to die here as well. And the Global Silence, it's almost done though, so we'll see if the Venomancer can do anything. I mean, they do have the Yules, so that takes off the Global. Although at this point, it's no point in using it probably. Yeah, this is going to be a freebie with the Finger of Death charge. Double kill for DM, and we'll see if they can turn this into a Roche potentially. Dessa now onto GPK. And with this 5v3 situation, I mean, this is the beauty of having a Venomancer. You can always put these wards to at least get some vision in the pit. X marks onto Carl, though. Of course, VP know they have the numbers advantage right here. Nice Yule dodging a little bit there, but the boat is coming. Will connect. The follow-up. Yep. Nightfall jumps in, takes the Poison Nova. Basically just to him. He's going to try to TP out, but there's the curse to cancel it. And another pause. Okay.
That's just a BM pause on Nightfall. He fed the pause the other night.
It seems to be a very common trend this game to have a double pause. The Discord is always the second one, right?
GPK was side-blading off of Plague Wards to get that kill. That was one of those very strange long-range poke kills on the Venomancer, where if they commit to that, maybe they just die to the Wyvern curse. So they had to do that from long range with like 3 different random abilities. X, of course, probably the easiest from long range.
I think they're ready to go, and Nightfall's in a lot of trouble here. He's getting beat on by his friend. Where are you going? Of course, that Poison Nova is still applied. Oh, he's going to tick out. I guess that was the Poison Sting on top of it. And Zephyr now getting chased. Look at the damage. Trying to get the side blades, but not going to be in range here. And T1 still delaying pretty successfully. And now with Nightfall down,
come on, Sprites.
see if VP actually want to continue on here. X marks onto Whitemon, but yeah, no follow-up here. So T1 successfully defend Roche. Did cost them a couple lives, but they'll take it.
The Spirit Vessel on DM is a real problem for T1 right now. They can't just run a hero in and save them with the Winter Wyvern, which is what most people have been doing to start their fights. They can't even run Whitemon in on Enchantress. You can see how little the healing did there. And if any other damage sources come out, I think Whitemon just dies. He's so squishy at this point, other than the heal.
Save has a blink, by the way. 18-minute blink on Lion. That seems pretty fast.
Yeah, that's very fast.
Going for the Ghost up to next. So they're going to have that blink Hex. I mean, they have pretty good initiation overall, and obviously really good catch. And That's on top of the global silence potential, which we've seen a couple times, but maybe hasn't had the biggest impact yet. But still pretty early on.
The global?
Yeah.
It's hard to see the impact of it.
That's what I'm saying. It's difficult to see.
Because nothing happens, literally.
There's no sound either, you know?
That's true. You can't hear the impact
everybody.
of it.
Yeah, as we can see, the
Radiant's
typical
middle tower
build
is
here
under attack.
from Zephyr.
Dire's top tower
Has
is
that
under
Holy
attack.
Locket. We'll be getting the Cold Embrace heal at level 10 in all likelihood. A nice extra goal from this Philosopher's Stone as well.
23
Here,
out
that
of DK.
continues not to get banned. Tower just going to be given up here. It looks like Tor's going to connect, but no follow-up. T1. Oh, the RP going to catch DM, skewers into the other side here. Going to get Gale on top of that, and it looks like VP just want to let him go. Boat comes out, but not a whole lot of the damage done here. T1, get the free pickoff. Well, free. Nothing's free in life, Jenkins. I don't know if anybody ever told you that, but
I've never heard that before.
it costs a Magnus ult.
Yeah.
There's always a cost.
It's always Lacoste.
That's right.
He is at every event. That's
Yeah.
maybe it was
Warranted,
Lacoste.
though.
Somebody was mentioning on the panel that Magnus is a counter to these disengage spell, or these kind of big team fight ultis and these disengage spells, because you skewer people so far away that nothing can be pressed on the person that gets gone on. And it's cool. We see it there. The RP into skewer out. It's like even if VP was in position, they can't save the skewer target. It's too far away. Their formation is broken immediately by that. These repositioning abilities have been so strong
Dire's
for this
top
reason
tower
in the
is
past.
under
This is
attack.
exactly why Pudge is really strong right now.
Wow, I was wondering where you were going for that, so I appreciate that very much.
I'm just kidding. Please, Ice Frog, buff my boy.
He's never going to get buffed again. But no, that's very true. I mean, the one thing is if there was global silence, you can't do that, right? Once the RP is off, you're just going to get global silence and you can't skewer anymore. But of course, they are itemizing to a degree. He's building a Yule's right now, which obviously not the most common item to find on the Magnus. But the Dispel is going to be ultra important here.
Carl's going for Greaves as well, so we're going to have two types of Dispel on him.
Okay.
And the Greaves feels a lot better because you don't have to sit for 2.5 seconds doing nothing, which effectively is a disable whenever he globals, and that's exactly what you want. You use that to disable people. But going for the Yules first just because it's cheaper and guaranteeing that there's going to be something to take that off, and then doubling back for the Greaves.
That's definitely a good choice. But still kind of a farm game right now. Not a ton of action. The first Roche was semi-attempted at first, and then it kind of got broken up with a couple kills on each respective side. I mean, who does this current pace of the game benefit the most, you think? Because there's Doom on one side, and then there's PA with the Empower on the other.
T1, I think that he's probably going to, on 23 Savage, eventually get a Rapier, and with that timing, there is going to be very little that VP can do other
Got a
than...
4-man smoke, a 3-man smoke here from VP. They want to defend this Roche, and DM's getting caught for now. Spirit Vessel's applied to him. As the X. Oh, the instant Hex on a Cuckoo. Very nicely done as Whitemon's taking a ton of damage from afar. GPK doing work. Nightfall jumps in. You can see the global silence into the Doom, onto the Magnus. And that is going to be the first kill in this fight for VP. A big, big one. He does have buyback, though, so if they overextend, he'll definitely get back into this fight.
That trap is just out of range of this Sentry Ward. So... T1 doesn't realize, but VP, they know the exact status of Roshan as that's happening. There's no way they can get away with that, which is exactly why VP is smoking.
Yeah, they have smoke. Of course, Global Silence and Doom are down, but they know that Magnus is dead for another 15 seconds, so perhaps they can get a pick off before he spawns. 23 Savage. Oh, Zephyr, yep. The instant Hex into the disable. It's a double stun. He actually jumps into it with the PA. 23 Savage pops the BKB, though, and blows up Save with the coup de grace. Now he's just getting pounded in by TA. Jumped on the other side. We see a Winter's Curse delaying the fight, so 23 Savage can actually get some damage here. Poison note from Carl onto DM, who's now in the trees here. Completely surrounded by the PA. Getting pounded. A nice cold embrace, but there's the skewer. Into the double RP from Cuckoo. Shockwave to follow. Double kill on 23 Savage as T1 are masterful in these fights. 23 Savage might finally tick down, but it cost him the entirety of VP. And Roche is still at half HP, and despite not having the PA, See if they can finish it off themselves or have to wait for him
Radiant's top
in the
tower
end.
is under attack.
Bit of a false security there from VP, having that information in the pit, knowing that they can do a smoke wraparound there, picking off Zephyr, but he has buyback, and then they're fighting right into that T1 ward, which lets 23
Radiant's middle
juke
tower
around this
is under
spot.
attack.
Even at low HP, they could never get him.
That was a nice impale.
It was a really great start, but the insta-burst, as well as the BKB, there's nothing that goes through this, and TA does not have any evasion piercing right now, so...
Yeah, 23 Savage did such a good job of kind of going in and out and just
He
being
did.
an annoying presence.
I like that he jumped
Radiant's
to Carl
top
as well,
tower is
using
under
Carl as
attack.
kind of a backbone for this fight, where it's like, you know what? Oh, you're going to kill me, you're going to take all of Venomancer's spells as well. And then all of this just sets up, because they're so desperate to kill 23 for the beautiful two-man RP from Cuckoo.
Radiant's top
CT1.
tower is under
Oh, for once
attack.
they're not
They look-
jovial.
they look
They're very serious, yeah.
That makes me a little worried for them.
They're taking this very seriously. It was the grand finals after all. All right, so they didn't wait, or they did wait for the
Radiant
PA.
are
I guess they
scattered.
just have no damage, really, from Roche's perspective, despite it being at half HP. So now they're going to be in there.
Bro, this
EM.
trap is still a real problem. It's right outside of 2 sentry wards.
Yeah. All right, well, the Torrent's going to connect on the Centaur as this is a very
Radiant's
slow
middle
Roche
tower
without
is under
23
attack.
Savage there. Which, again, like you said, the information's already there for VP. The
VP
status.
They don't need to rush anything because of the trap. This is so inconvenient. I don't think I've... It's really cool positioning from the trap. I mean, usually the sentry ward's a little bit closer to the pit, but because supports obviously don't want to get caught out of position, they just kind of put it as close as they can get.
Oh,
safe.
my goodness. All right, we have an Aghanim Scepter on 23 Savage, by the way.
Yeah, the usual build
That's
for...
awesome.
The
You can
usual build
take
for
off
this?
silence.
Oh, that take off silence.
Yeah. Skewer back in, but the global silence to follow. 23 Savage jumps in. GPK is BKB though, so not a lot of damage done in the end. We see the tidal wave coming out as well. Our Spike's going to connect only onto one, and now the 4-staff keeping GPK healthy. Shockwave is there as well. Nightfall actually pops his BKB here. No death somehow. This might break the fight up here. The Torrent will connect. I mean, it's a basic dispel, but I guess you can't cast if you're global silence.
Because it is a spell.
You have to get satanic for that, I guess, yeah. But that is such a cool act. We'll talk about that in just a moment, but I feel like this is a very important Roche that both teams have spent so many resources trying to defend. Of course, T1 going back and forth. They still have not gotten this trap.
If only they knew that trap was there, VP would be so much more worried about Roshan because they wouldn't know the status of it. They
Right.
have to go fight. But they know that if Roche is
Dire's
standing on that
bottom
trap,
tower
the
is
T1's
under
not taking it.
And a tidal wave. Oh, 23 Savage with a double damage now. That is pretty big.
Pretty dank with the Aghanim Scepter.
Absolutely.
Insta-burst.
There's no global silence for a bit here. So T1 should feel relatively safe. Another 45 seconds for that to come up. The wave again coming. This is just such an annoying spell. Of course, Boat has such a low cooldown. I can spend that basically any point. We're going to see the Centaur stun start things out. And there's the BKB jumping from 23 Savage. The death of Kingslayer buys back into the game, though. And now the Boat coming in. Look at these side blades from GPK off of the Plague Wards. Like you said earlier, they might be able to steal this. GPK now in the pit. Whitemon trying to get in there as well. Cuckoo misses the skew, though. Roshan is snatched. GPK takes it for himself. 23 Savage now trying to get out. Gets Doom, but it's a Lotus Orb Doom. So that's 2 targets that can't do anything now. All right, Cold Embrace applied to 23 Savages now. The Curse applied as well as TH is beating the crap. That's going to be a dieback onto Kingslayer. Now the chase is onto 23 Savage, but the Doom has finally run out. And now he's going to jump in and absolutely blow up everybody. GPK does get up to the refraction. Finally, the Aegis is popped. Nightfall in the triangle. Looks like it's going to be 5, but GPK is completely surrounded. Double kill for 23 Savage. So VP... They get the Aegis. T1 gets the Roche, technically, and it was only Roche number 1.
I love watching these two teams team fight.
It's crazy.
There's so much going on between the tidal waves, GPK hitting the Plague Wards, getting the pure damage, the Lotus Orb, the backline protection coming from T1. 23 Savage constantly playing on low HP. Can he actually get a... He's constantly playing on low HP. He's doomed, but he's playing around his team. The Greaves are keeping him alive.
You're a trusty, mate.
T1's playing so together and
Look
around
at
the
these
high
side blades, dude. Oh my god. That must have been like
Look how
max
low
range.
23 is, and he still did so much in this fight.
Radiant's middle
Well,
tower
you get fully
is under
healed.
attack.
That does help a lot. Yes, that does help. Look at the tidal wave onto the high.
Yeah, actually
Two
pushed
heroes.
23 Savage out of the pit.
It separates him, but then the Lotus Orb Doom.
Yeah.
Cuckoo's in position, and then everybody's playing on the high ground on T1. They know if they just frontline with these two tanky heroes.
This golden base is so stupid. He's literally unkillable.
Radiant's bottom
Finger of Death, they've put
tower is
two
under
different
attack.
ults on him here. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Radiant
This
structures
spell's
are
pretty busted
fortified.
right now. But either way, like, the execution from both sides is so crisp. Really a joy to watch both of these teams
It's
play.
gonna be so frustrating for either side to lose a team fight. It's like, good lord, what else could we have
Radiant's
pressed?
bottom
And
tower
I look at this
is
as a Dota player and I think, I don't know. I really don't know.
Okay, well, 23 Savage, yeah, he's finding Kingslayer outside the Roach Pit. You can see Saves in there as well. Blinks out the safety after the Earth Spike comes down, but Kingslayer looks to be mega dead here.
bottom tower
Okay, so let's
is
talk
under
about this
attack.
Aghanim Scepter. Well, first, Doom got an Ags himself. This is a really early one, so this will apply to the break, which is huge against
Radiant's
PvA,
middle
obviously,
tower is under
and
attack.
also lasts for 6 seconds long for the Doom. So if you get that, you win the fight pretty much every time, I feel like. And the fact that it disables the coup de grace as well, actually. So you're even right-clicking. Like, typically, if you're one of these heroes that gets Doom, you can still right-click to some degree, but PA is literally useless now. That's a really good pickup.
The interesting thing about this Aghanim Scepter that 23 got is if he gets jumped by Doom, he's got that little bit of fade time where he can disjoint as Doom casting it, and then he can blink away. So instead of going for something along the lines of a Lincoln Sphere, he's trusting that, oh, speaking of the Doom,
Dire's bottom tower is under
No vision.
attack.
Oh,
Dire's
did they even see
structures
Nightfall?
are
they
fortified.
briefly saw him.
Okay.
It's a cool concept to...
Yeah, so basically, Blur has a much lower cooldown. You can instantly cast it. It'll give you a basic Dispel, but of course you can't use it when silenced.
0.5 seconds of Vanish, which is enough to cast the Phantom Strike away, and enough for Cuckoo to also put the Lotus Orb on.
And then kind of the, well, I was going to say coup de grace, but that doesn't really make sense as well. We're going to have to hold that for that thought here. Gale will connect on the Nightfall, has to pop his BKB pretty early. Ooh, Lotus Orb, pump the Doom, but there's the Winter's Curse. GPK is beating the absolute crap again out of him. There's the Global Science to follow. Nightfall can't get off his Doom in time. Ends up dropping, but there's the RP. It's only going to connect on to one, though. It's Kingslayer getting chased by 23 Savage. He now wants to focus on GPK with a Spirit Vessel applied right now. Arctic Burn. GPS duels. He has entered beast mode. I mean, they played that against the Doom perfectly well. GG is called. Wow. Awesome game.
T1 is looking mega scary,
Radiant's
dude.
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. It's crazy to see on one side the team fight execution. I've just never seen two teams team fight like this before.
Yeah. It feels like
life's good. And now we talked about how VP might not find success with their Enchantress. Now maybe you need to consider banning out the enemy Enchantress. Maybe your Kunkka's not going to find it as much success. Maybe Silencer still is not a very good hero. At least that's what it seemed like in game number 1. Will they go back for it in game number 2? Probably not, but we're going to have to go to a break before we can find that out. tell you that I am very good at checking my emails, and there is no such accusation that would have a basis. Oh my gosh! Woo, would you look at that? Winter Wyvern and Lina first phased for Virtus Pro. T1 pick up the Viper and the Abaddon. Bans out Ancient Apparition, Timbersaw, Terrorblade, and Phantom Lancer. VP ban out the DK, Doom, Luna, and Puck.
Yep, as is expected, the fact that we have Viper go through this time VP, they give it up because they are not first pick, they are banning the Doom themselves, entering the second phase, they're taking away the Enchantress. If we look a little bit more towards the openings, I think Abaddon Viper, I think VP have already run this once before in the tournament, but it is very potent to deal with, because I think Viper going between mid and off lane, the Skadi, the Dragonlance, I like that style of build. Don't do this Atos stuff anymore, don't try and become a hero that you're not, don't try and lock down heroes, just be a turret that just chips and chips and chips.
Yeah, VP, they sort of baited out this first pick Viper though. They had a plan ready for it.
Exactly, yeah.
At least with the Lina. I don't know if Wyvern's supposed to be good with Viper. Maybe he is, because Wyvern just seems to heal versus everything. But yeah, they seem to have swapped support duos. VP just saw that Wyvern Enchantress winning T1 the game last time.
Wait, so
take it.
expand on why is Lina a good response to Viper?
Lina's very good in lane versus Viper, so you'll win that lane. And I think in the game, Viper's the type of hero where it's hard for you to deal with mixed types of damages. You can't itemize for all of that, plus get BKB. And Lina's just a really high damage hero, so you can just kill that Viper. The Cross's skin doesn't do much to Lina's fiery soul.
Okay, but with the support duo of already being Enchantress and Winter Wyvern, what's stopping T1 from turning this into an offlane Cuckoo Viper?
I think sorry, I was going to say that should kind of be the avenue that might look to go down, but also because you have the Enchantress maybe laning into that as well, we just saw the effectiveness of the creep bodying these offlaners. It's the same principle. You now have a Lina to deal with Viper mid, and Enchantress to deal with Viper offlane.
Yeah, one of the best ways to deal with these flexible picks is you just make one lane where they can't go in.
Yeah,
if they go into this lane, then you're at a draft advantage. If they flex it to the other lane, then it's a lot easier to draft against.
Yeah. VP, they need to have this big offlane presence now. Realistically, they might not want to go Tide because of the Viper, but they need some like Tide-esque hero who will kind of just happily stand in front and allow these three ranged heroes to play behind.
It sounds to me like a Centaur has been picked up by VP to be their offlaner, and they've banned out a few of the heroes that would be tough to deal with. They banned out the Monkey King. Ursa is still available in the pool, although 23 Savage has not been playing it too much.
Yeah, we now... It's pretty good Centaur, and the idea of there's one stun right now for T1, right? It's like the Earthspike. Sure, a Hex as well, but if you get that Stampede, you're going to be able to run away even if you're Hex. And I think that alone is going to be pretty helpful, and why VP picked it with such confidence. Unlike these other heroes, like we haven't really seen Centaur at the major, but this is kind of one of those times where no lockdown, you can somewhat be enabled.
I still find it wild how far Mars fell off the face of the earth from the Animajor to this tournament, and how Centaur has just overtaken him in popularity. These offlaners, they go through fads, it seems.
Yeah, it's basically how all pro teams work, right? Like if you ever listen to the captains, it's like, why'd you pick this hero? Sometimes it is just a single player coming to the boot camp or coming to the pre-scrim chat or whatever, going, I just want to play this hero today. It's like, why? It's like, I just think it's good.
Yeah. And their response for 23 Savage in this Centaur lane is going to be Wraith King.
I think the key read for this is when you have double heals, it's about prolonging fights and kind of just the chip damage that you have, or kind of at least enabling cores to continuously do chip damage. And Wraith King is one of those heroes that thrive in these engagements because, you know, Ench and Wyvern aren't going to be the ones killing off the Wraith King, nor is a Centaur. There's a lot of enabling heroes on VP, but no one who decisively can kill a hero 100-0, and especially twice in a row. And that's why I think T1 did go in the end.
Yeah, I think Wraith King's a strong hero, and you can identify that the enemy team doesn't have the ability to kill you without using a lot of resources.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
If they can trade out the Stampede, all of a sudden their Viper and Lion can have a lot more impact into their disables once Stampede is done. You trade Stampede for a Wraith King ulti, I think T1 are very happy with that.
What is the mid-Lina build you like these days, Curtis?
I like the ones where they go into right click. So
Like the AC style of build?
Well, they usually go like, what do they usually go? Like Travels, Yos, BKB, Daedalus. Yeah.
Okay, yep.
And so the reason I asked that is because you'd think that typically Lina, okay, I blow Laguna Blade on Wraith King's first life, then how am I going to kill him a second time? I've seen core Lina deal a ton of right-click damage in a short period of time.
That is true for sure. If she can get to the point where she gets to get one big damage in them, this hero does insane amounts of damage. I think she has really high in-gain, and Fiery Souls, I mean, it's plus like 300 attack speed.
This could be for VP. Like, they do have last pick in the draft, so talking about their carries somewhat, you know, underwhelming, but I still think they could be gravitating towards like a maybe a Jug, or even a rare one like a Weaver. Just because you have the lack of stuns and the laning phase, you're going to be able to quickly run over your opponent and maybe invade that jungle quite cleanly. But anyway, T1 have the final pick in the first pick, sorry, in the draft. So let's maybe look towards that.
I would like to see VP go for a more early game focused lineup than they have in the past.
Exactly.
I think when they beat T1, they were outplaying them in the early game, and T1 was winning games by sort of outplaying VP in the mid to late game. You sort of had that dynamic. If you go into the mid game sort of a little bit ahead on VP, I think the game becomes even, because T1s are a bit better at that. And then, I mean, VP, it's not like they're slouches in the mid-late game. They can definitely hold their own, but I don't know. T1s look phenomenal in this tournament.
Yeah, this ban from T1, the lifesteal, it does indicate that the Viper will just most likely be off lane, because I feel like you want to take away these heroes that have their own sustainability in lane. Same thing with kind of like the Morphling. And I think right now T1 are kind of not offering VP this Juggernaut as like the obvious pick, but like it's gonna sound a bit left field, but even like a cheeky little Lycan, let's bring that bad boy. You know, VP just picked Silencer, why not go for Lycan? Owie's eyes just popped, was like, no, what is he saying? Stop talking.
They might go Lycan.
I think it looks pretty good right now, right?
Yeah, I think that hero is really bad.
Yeah, I agree, but
I'm not sure. I saw in the C DPC that
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Virtus Pro's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds. Virtus Pro's turn to ban. Dire team pick. Virtus Pro's turn to pick. Dire team pick.
Lena. Winter Wyvern.
Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Virtus Pro's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Virtus Pro's turn to ban.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 2 of VP versus T1. And I may already have some hot takes for you, some assumptions on things that may be happening. What would you say if Lena were to be first phase picked?
I think it would be what these two teams might be doing. You know, they're already surprising us.
How would you feel if Viper were to be first phase picked?
How would we feel if we outed you for cheating, Mr. Host?
I would tell you that I'm very good at checking my emails, and there is no such accusation that would have a basis. Oh my gosh! Would you look at that? Winter Wyvern and Lina first phased for Virtus Pro. T1 pick up the Viper and the Abaddon. Bans out Ancient Apparition, Timbersaw, Terrorblade, and Phantom Lancer. VP ban out the DK, Doom, Luna, and Puck.
Yep, as expected, the fact that we have Viper go through this time VP, they give it up because they are not first pick, they are banning the Doom themselves. Entering the second phase, they take away the Enchantress. If we look a little bit more towards the openings, I think Abaddon Viper, I think VP have already run this once before in the tournament. But it is very potent to deal with because I think Viper going between mid and off lane, the Scardy, the Dragonlance, I like that style of build. Don't do this Atos stuff anymore. Don't try and become a hero that you're not. Don't try and lock down heroes. Just be a turret that just chips and chips and chips.
And VP, they sort of baited out this first pick Viper, though. They had a plan ready for it.
Exactly. Yeah.
At least with the Lina. I don't know if Wyvern's supposed to be good with Viper. Maybe he is, because Wyvern just seems to heal versus everything. But yeah, they seem to have swapped support duos. VP just saw that Wyvern and Enchantress winning T1 the game last time.
Wait, so take it. Expand on why is Lina a good response to Viper?
Lina's very good in lane versus Viper, so you'll win that lane. And I think in the game, Viper's the type of hero where it's hard for you to deal with mixed types of damages. You can't itemize for all of that plus get BKB, and Lina's just a really high hero, so you can just kill that Viper. The Cross's skin doesn't do much to Lina's fiery soul.
Okay, but with the support duo of already being Enchantress and Winter Wyvern, what's stopping T1 from turning this into an offlane Cuckoo Viper?
I think I was going to say that should kind of be the avenue that might look to go down, but also because you have the Enchantress maybe laning into that as well, we just saw the effectiveness of the creep bodying these offlaners. It's the same principle. You now have a Lina to deal with Viper mid, and Enchantress to deal with Viper offlane.
Yeah, one of the best ways to deal with these flexible picks is you just make one lane where they can't go in.
Yeah.
If they go into this lane, then you're at a draft advantage. If they flex into the other lane, then it's a lot easier to draft against.
Yeah, VP, they need to have this big off-lane presence now. Realistically, they might not want to go Tide because of the Viper, but they need some like Tide-esque hero who will kind of just happily stand in front and allow these three-range support or three-ranged heroes to play behind.
It sounds to me like a Centaur has been picked up by VP to be their offlaner, and they've banned out a few of the heroes that would be tough to deal with. They banned out the Monkey King. Ursa is still available in the pool, although 23 Savage has not been playing it too much.
10 seconds remaining.
It's pretty good Centaur, and the idea of there's one stun right now for T1, right? It's like the Earthspike. Sure, a Hex as well, but if you get that Stampede, you're going to be able to run away even if you're Hex, and I think that alone is going to be pretty helpful, and why VP picked it with such confidence. Unlike these other heroes, like we haven't really seen Centaur at the major, but this is kind of one of those times where no lockdown, you can somewhat be enabled.
I still find it wild how far Mars fell off the face of the earth from the Animajor to this tournament, and how Centaur has just overtaken him in popularity. These offlaners, they go through fads, it seems.
Yeah, it's basically how all pro teams work, right? Like, if you ever listen to the captains, and it's like, why'd you pick this hero? Sometimes it is just a single player coming to the boot camp or coming to the pre-scrim chat or whatever, going, I just want to play this hero today. It's like, why? It's like, I just think it's good.
Yeah. And their response for 23 Savage in the Centaur lane is going to be raking.
I think the key for this is when you have little heals, it's about prolonging fights and kind of just the chip damage that you have, or kind of at least enabling cores to continuously do chip damage. And Wraith King is one of those heroes that thrive in these engagements because, you know, Ench and Wyvern aren't going to be the ones killing off the Wraith King, nor is a Centaur. There's a lot of enabling heroes on VP, but no one who decisively can kill a hero 100-0, and especially twice in a row. And that's why I think T1 did go for this Wraith King in the end.
Yeah, I think Wraith King's a strong hero when you hadn't identified that the enemy team doesn't have the ability to kill you without using a lot of resources.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
If they can trade out the Stampede, all of a sudden their Viper and Lion can have a lot more impact into the disables once Stampede is done. You trade Stampede for a Wraith King ulti, I think T1 are very happy with that.
What is the Lina build you like these days, Curtis?
I like the ones where they go into right click. So
like the AC style of build?
Well, they usually go like, what do they usually go? Like Travels, Yields, BQB, Daedalus.
Yeah.
Okay, yep.
And so the reason I asked that is because you'd think that typically Lina, okay, I blow Laguna Blade on Wraith King's first life, then how am I going to kill him a second time? I've seen core Lina deal a ton of right-click damage in a short period of time.
That is true for sure. If she can get to the point where she gets to get one big damage in them, this hero does insane amounts of damage. I think she has really high int gain, and Fiery Soul's, I mean, it's plus like 300 attack speed.
This could be for VP. They do have last pick in the draft, so talking about their carries somewhat, you know, underwhelming, but I still think they could be gravitating towards like a maybe a Jug or even a rare one like a Weaver. Just because you have the lack of stuns and the laning phase, you're going to be able to quickly run over your opponent and maybe invade that jungle quite cleanly. But anyway, T1 have the final pick in the first pick, sorry, in the draft. So let's maybe look towards that.
I would like to see VP go for a more early game focused lineup than they have in the past.
Exactly.
I think when they beat T1, they were outplaying them in the early game, and T1 was winning games by sort of outplaying VP in the mid to late game. You sort of had that dynamic. If you go into the mid game sort of a little bit ahead on VP, I think the game becomes even because T1s are a bit better at that. And then, I mean, VP, it's not like they're slouches in the mid-late game. They can definitely hold their own, but I don't know. T1s look phenomenal in this tournament.
Yeah, this ban from T1, the lifesteal, it does indicate that the Viper will just most likely be off lane, because I feel like you want to take away these heroes that have their own sustainability in lane. Same thing with kind of like the Morphling. And I think right now T1 are kind of offering VP this Juggernaut as like the obvious pick, but like, it's going to sound a bit left field, but even like a, you know, like a cheeky little Lycan. Let's bring that bad boy. You know, VP just picked Silencer. Why not go for Lycan? Ow, his eyes just popped. He was like, no, what is he saying? Stop talking.
They might go Lycan.
I think it looks pretty good right now, right?
Yeah, I think that hero is really bad.
Yeah, I agree, but
I'm not sure. I saw in the C DPC that, who is it? Logan beat TNC with Lycan safe lane and Pudge line off lane. So it's Dota. Anything can work.
There we go. That's what I like.
Apparently, Pudge line can beat Troll Enchantress safe lane.
Virtus Pro's turn
And
to
T1 need to pick up probably their mid laner, or it could be off laner. Something was picked. What is it going to be? It's
Magnus. Okay, sure. It worked wonders in the first game. It's going to be able to do it again, but this time the way in which Magnus is played is through Abaddon is kind of running in, Wraith King's running in, they're happily soaking up all the damage, and then suddenly Magnus will connect with that big RP because of how easy the vision is obtained in these fights.
It also makes it a little bit harder for VP to do their last pick. You can still lane Viper into Lina. It's not like some super unplayable matchup, it's just Lina does better than most, so now they can sort of flex it between offlane and mid with Magnus and Viper.
And these semi-carries that we've been mentioning, be it like the meme Lycan or the Weaver or whatever, you don't really want to pick them into a Mag plus Wraith King style lineup, because it will accelerate his farm too quickly that your timing to win the game with a skirmishing style carry is completely, it's like so hard to play in that window.
Yeah, originally I was thinking Juggernaut for sure for VP, but I think Magnus fares pretty well versus that hero. It's skewer. The Luna's already banned, which was the other hero I thought would go pretty well for them. There's a lot of carries banned. I'm not too sure what Nightfall is looking at right now.
Oh, they just go for the Juggernaut, sure.
Oh, they go for it anyways.
Yeah,
okay.
fair.
So why'd you say that Jug is good against? I mean, Mag is good against Jug.
Well, I mean, you can skewer out of the spin in lane, so you don't have much kill threat, and you can RP through his BKB. Yeah. On the other hand, though, you can do pretty well in lane on Jug. You just have low BAT and a crit, so you can just hit him a lot.
The main thing here,
okay, so
VP,
it's Viper offlane.
Yeah, it's Viper offlane. That's the main thing, right? They picked the Jug because they needed a carry to play into this offlane Viper. They needed a way to sustain through that damage. Healing Ward is very strong, of course, to spin. And Virtus Pro this time, they're not going to try and play a game where they happily farm for 15-20 minutes and then spend like 8 minutes at Roshan. This is a completely different style where they're going to try to play their laning phase, connect with an early active Lina, a strong laning phase of Jug, and then try and take the fight to T1.
I'd like to see them bring Winter Wyvern to their safe lane pretty early. Their laning Enchantress, or whoever the second support is. Because I think Viper should be free kills. Any Enchantress creep that gives you anything to cancel TPs, Viper will die to a spin and Arctic Burn.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, I mean, like, this is less off the wall than game number one, just because there's no silencer, and so I'm already more encouraged by VP. But I will say that first phase Lina, it seems very, very specific to this whole Viper thing.
Yeah.
I don't really.
The main thing is T1 didn't change their style coming into the second game. They're keeping the same kind of philosophy. It's Virtus Pro there. Lost game one, they've adapted. They got a little bit more, you know, punch, a little bit more fight. There we go. And then they're going to try and take it to their opponent.
Let's see if it works out. Let's pass it over to our casters, Suns fan and hostage situation.
What is this? What are you guys doing? Oh, the squirt action is in. And finally, I have a professional next to me. Not some disgusting filth that some people call Jenkins without pronouncing the J. Lacoste!
Yeah, I just want to secure my DI spot.
Oh, okay.
You know, I do not want him to cast all the games.
That's a good plan. But you're sitting next to me, which I feel like counteracts that plan to some degree. But, well, good effort. Good effort overall. As you get situated, we're going to talk about this game. VP versus T1, game 2 of this best of 5 grand finals. T1, of course, with that game 1 victory. Both teams looking really sharp, as this smoke is going to be broken up to a degree by Carl here, who's getting pinged now. What are your thoughts on this lineup from both respective sides, Mr. Lacoste?
I feel like the story of these two teams throughout this whole tournament has been how to either counter Enchantress or how to get the most out of the Enchantress in the laning stage. So I want to see how many sentries Enchantress is going to buy to be able to get the big creep and do something in the lane. This is a position 4 Enchantress this time around. Wyvern will be played as Kingslayer, so that means 5. But talking about the drafts in general, whenever I see Lion, it always just feels good to have him. They also pick Juggernaut into BKB piercing ability, which is mag. And also you have Viper on top of it. It doesn't stop him from TPing, but still goes through magic immunity.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of these. I mean, talked about this last game, but Wyvern is basically picked every single game, as we've seen, and teams are starting to adjust a bit. You have Viper Strike for it, along with Nether Toxin. You have the burst damage from Lion as well. So, and of course, you can skewer the very stationary targets. So teams are really ready for this Wyvern. Do you think it's still strong enough to pick? Because last game, I mean, a couple scenarios where the Cold Embrace is just ridiculous.
This is just a hero that if you don't have the tools to deal damage through the heal, it's like you pretty much win the game off of that.
Yeah. So do you think they have enough tools this time around?
Lion with the finger, possibly. Viper is okay-ish, nothing spectacular. I guess my top 3 would be Invoker, Spirit Vessel.
Okay.
A lot of damage coming out from him. Either that, maybe Timbersaw.
Okay.
Timbersaw is the top 1 for me. And then I think Sanking is a pretty damn good one.
Oh, all right. Can we get all 3 of those in the same lineup one of these days? That'd be great. Terrific. But yeah, still some burst at least on their side as T1 getting things kicked off here in the top lane. DM be pressured a bit on this Centaur Warrunner, as Whitemod's going to take the brunt of the damage from this Arctic Burn from Kingslayer. But let's talk about this mid lane. This is always the most interesting lane in general. It's going to be GPK on the Lina versus Carl's Magnus, as the LSA is actually going to miss here.
Carl doing a much better job than I expected. Like, first couple of waves might be a bit rough with the Magnus. You're playing into Lina, so there's always going to be that harassment coming out from the either right clicks or LSA. Close top lane.
That is first blood. Down goes DM. So T1 off to a good start in this lane. Of course, they have the double stun potential here with the Wraith King and the Lion. Overall, pretty strong lane in general. And we actually saw, I forget who it was that maxed out Fire Blast. I forget.
Yeah, there was a one game. I don't also remember which one was it, but this was like a fighting Raid King. I believe there was reason why, because they had Agility Hero on a mid lane that also scales, so you just wanted to be able to buy a bit more time, fight early on with the team. This time around, no shenanigans, Vampiric Spirit, 2 points in it, going into Armlet, which I really like, because it's a guaranteed crit off your Armlet with Mortal Strike.
Yeah, that's true. And, I mean, we've been seeing basically the same build, Armlet into Radiance most of the time. Radiance, or Armlet allows you to just fight right away, and then Radiance kind of secures the game in a lot of these times where you just snowball as the Wraith King.
Okay. Because they need back on.
Get to see that more. But Hero more often.
There's so many BKB piercing abilities, and since Wyvern gained a lot of popularity, it's just, I'm not gonna say unplayable, but it's really tough. There's always gonna be a threat to killing your own teammates. Heal, you can't use Omni Slash on top of it, and feels like Juggernaut just needs a steroid at the moment. Needs to be paired up with the Magnus, which is something that Alliance did very effectively in one of their games. Lina, 19 against 17 on a mid lane. GPK putting a ton of pressure on Mag.
Yeah, Carl has to skewer out, and basically the CS is close to being even, not a huge advantage either side, but
Juggernaut just using a spin casually to show Which
dominance.
abilities he has. Very
Yep.
nice.
You got to make sure it works for sure. He actually has a Battle Fury queued up. So this is an item that feels like you can't buy these days, or at least players are not buying them.
For
What do you
a
think
reason,
about this
it's
game?
just too slow. Especially if Wraith King gets armlet, you show up in a fight with possibly like a broadsword, maybe a claymore, or just a ring. You actually don't do much compared to the Wraith King, who could potentially just have 2 lives. You can't burst him. There's just not enough damage. early on.
Ooh, that is a big courier. That's a Ring of Health for DM. So obviously the Vanguard is what he's going for. Is they're going to get the Earth Spike in the top lane, but don't think they're going to be able to find a kill as Kingslayer or 23 Savage, I should say, is just focusing on the creeps here. But yeah, I mean, the typical build that we've been seeing when Juggernaut is picked is kind of the Maelstrom into either SNY or Manta, depending on which is better, into Shard. Do a lot of damage with Blade Fury, gives you the extra move speed, gives you more options later in the game, and into attack speed into like an Aghanim Scepter or something like that. But Battle Fury, we'll see. We'll see what he does with that if he actually continues to build into it.
Might change his mind. If he buys a full ring, then he's committed. Like,
Yeah.
you can't turn that ring into anything, so we'll have to see. Cuckoo, it's just gonna TP out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, all right, cancel
Get a
it.
kill here.
Yeah, Blade Fury with the impetus damage. He pops the Fairy Fire. This is going to be pretty close. Nightfall taking a lot of damage from the tower, puts down the healing ward in turn, and both players are actually going to live. I think Cuckoo was TPing to base, right? So I think it might have been one of those fake outs where he was hoping that they would just back off and let him go. So
Might
probably
actually
still the right move.
backfire. If you need to walk back from the base while they killed you and you use 100 gold,
Yeah.
it's pretty. I love Cuckoo. Why? Not. We're good at on replay. One long deep already.
They have to skewer to safety. He's on. Not sure if they can actually pressure this any further, but there is a siege there. So the tower, at the very least, will be taking heavy damage. And Kingslayer's even come to help out as well. Zephyr playing the Abaddon this time around.
This is a
Feel
bad
like
tower.
Zephyr hero.
They definitely didn't need a Kingslayer there, but he's there just to be able to secure it. GPK gets the last hit with your Arcane Rune. He can just keep spamming the spell. Low cooldown, low mana cost.
Yeah, and that is a 6.5 minute tier 1 mid as a Lina. Not too shabby. Obviously, the Enchantress helping out quite a bit. As you can see, the average time is just over 10 minutes. And the 541. Have we not really had a level 1 tower taken out of the car?
We had that during NA, DPC Season 2, and then a Chinese team tried to copy it. They killed it super fast, lost the game in 12 minutes. I believe it was Sparking Arrow Gaming.
Yeah, something like that. As Cuckoo getting spotted out, the Blade Fury with the impetus damage on the side. So Nightfall finally getting the kill that he feels like he deserved not too long ago. And he is doing okay. I mean, 2,700 net worth versus the 3,600. Basically, 1,000 net worth difference here between him and 23 Savage. So.
23 Savage kind of reminds me of Hector when he was playing TI9. Like, he was super efficient with the farming. That's how efficient 23 Savage is this particular tournament, Season 2 and Animajor.
Yeah, we hear the Stampede, so it looks like it's just for the retreat here for DM. As Cuckoo's still not level 6 yet, so you can see that there is a 1k net worth lead for VP, which is kind of crazy considering the lead that 23 Savage has. And there's no, like, gold amplifiers. I mean, he's farming pretty fast, obviously, but there's no Doom. Obviously no Alchemist because he's not picked anymore. Great hero, by the way. Hope that we get to see that in this finals.
Yeah, can't wait until summer. Like, if there's going to be Game 5, one team is just, you know what? We're bringing that Alchemist. We've even seen in the first game, Silencer.
That's
hero
right.
That was not picked at all during the main.
And I think we saw why. As the Centaur Stomp will be there. Hoof Stomp's going to be canceled, but Laguna Blade finishes off Cuckoo. Is now Whitemon trying to juke his way around the trees. They did get some vision. LSA's not going to connect, though. Nightfall in the vicinity. Nice Earth Spike there. He actually pops a Fairy Fire as well, because the impetus wasn't quite enough damage, but...
Can he juke this?
No.
I don't think so. have to take it easy. At the moment, just sitting with the Vanguard, the Magic Stick. We even see Kingslayer using a heal to bring him back to full HP. They need to have a finger, which is not going to be online for quite some time. Lion only level 4 at the moment.
Yeah, and he's gonna have to walk. Whitemon level 4. He has that smoke available to use whenever he wants. 2-1-1 build right now. Is Zephyr playing the Abaddon? I know he's played this before, but it doesn't feel like a Zephyr hero.
There was one game during the major when he played Abba position 4. I believe he managed to get a mech, even a Solar Crest, just tank it up, but this time around, Lion will need to be like the playmaking 4. Yeah. Cuckoo will drop one more time.
And he gets the Viper strike out, but knowing he was dead anyway, GPK is just going to get healed, so most of that damage will be mitigated in the end.
Big timing for them is going to be a Blink Dagger on Magnus, because right now they don't have any way to start a fight. And also, Armlet on Raid King, which just got finished, farming up the Ancient Camp, which usually you can't do with Raid King unless you have Empower, which just ran off, so he will need some assistance from Carl.
He gets slowed from the enchant, gets the Earth Spike off as the rotation from Cuckoo's here, but yeah, they just don't have anything to be able to kill Nightfall, at least not yet. You talked about the RP potential that will go through the Blade Fury, and I mean, other than that, they don't really have anything to stop that spin TP, worst case scenario for them. But yeah, Blink Daggers will be huge. We can talk about the other Blink Dagger, of course, from DM. He is about 800 away from finishing that. So, and the fact that Carl's actually going for Blink before Echo Saber, what are your thoughts on that? Do you like that this game around? Because a lot of times we do see the Echo Saber first to allow you to just amplify your farm a little bit more. And
in this game, I think he understands that his job is like not to carry the game. Raid King will be in charge of that, and also Cuckoo's itemization. He goes for a different one. It's not Rod of Aethos anymore. It's Dragon Scale into BKB, into Scotty, something that he's done. So having an initiator, they understand that they need to fight right now. So when they get a Blink Dagger on Mag, they will smoke and try to go for a kill. Whitemon, he's also level 6, so a lot of burst potential. Where is the smoke? There is one online right now, so...
Yep, now that he has his level 6, they can definitely burst somebody down. His save is actually in the area, but the Centaur creep is going to be spotting out T1. And it looks like they should be able to take him out the night. There. The board's there. Oh. Better there, but... Yeah.
So good, like there's a reason why these two teams are.
Oh, Carl! Now, instant Yule Scepter. LSA's not going to be but the curse is instead. A lot of damage being applied to Whitemon. Trying to get healed, but there's the Blue Fury coming through. And that's going to be 2 easy kills, even with the RP after the fact. Completely wasted. Carl still ends up dying. Now the impetus damage from Zephyr, he should be able to shake it off with the borrowed time, which he has not skilled yet. Still has that point available.
Nicely done there by GPK. He uses Yule Scepter straight away when he blinks in, set things up for LSA. Centaur also jumps in. That's Blink Dagger on a Centaur, I believe. And he can disassemble. I don't think there's a reason to like have a Vanguard. You can disassemble it and get the hood instead, because there's much more magic damage rather than the right clicks.
You're not scared of those skeletons?
Oh, yeah. Especially if he gets the shard.
Oh,
the extra
true,
3 skellies.
This Yule's was instantaneous. That's like a bot. That is... I don't know how people do this, man. It's crazy.
Mouse. I believe that was
their mouse is just that good. DM gets the double hook stop there. Oh! And with the Finger of Death is enough damage to take him out in the end, so... T1 able to get a return kill here.
Even with losing tier 1 tower on the mid lane and losing the top tower, T1, they're still keeping up with the farm. Like, they didn't manage to kill a single tier 1 tower. Next big timing for them, Radiance on a Raid King. They might try to go and like get a pick off and just keep them busy while Wraith King is farming.
Yeah.
They know the ancient camp is blocked, so White One will take care of the business.
All right, so let's look at the farm here. So 1,200 net worth discrepancy between the Jug and the Wraith King. And like you said, Wraith King about 1,000 away from finishing the Sacred Relic portion of the Radiance. But on the other side, Nightfall did get his Battle Fury, so his farm should amplify, and we'll see if he's able to catch up Wait, when you get to like mid to late game, how do you look at this matchup between these two carries? Do you
If you're
favor
able
one or the
to
other?
take out Wyvern, still holding Magnet. This too much flash, not one.
A bounty which my matriarch will prize.
But I don't think that's happening this game.
Not this game, because there needs to be a lot of warding happening, sitting at the only 1,700 net worth at the moment. Issue is Baron, he doesn't farm. Like, he doesn't have ways of pushing the waves, doesn't have any ability, so you just have to use a Photic Shield, get a couple of right clicks going. Good thing is they have a good scaling lineup, and the itemization that we talked about, Cuckoo going for that Dragon Lance into BKB, just tanking up, and I believe his next item is just going to be Scotty, because neither Magnus nor Breaking loves to buy it.
Yeah, that's kind of the reason I brought up the fact that Zephyr is playing the Abaddon. It just doesn't feel like his hero, because you're not getting farm on this hero ever. Like, you're basically, your entire job is just to sit behind somebody and get the Aphotic Shield off if they get gone on. But we'll see how it works out for them. Right now, they are behind in terms of net worth, despite having the top net hero in the game right now. I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that the supports are just not the farming type supports overall.
Yeah, because Wraith King done a lot of stacks so far with that Empower, getting very close to Radiance. And this is where they're going to be trying to make stuff happen. And you also want to have level 2 ulti, that's the big timing, so a ton of damage coming out just from him.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, and from Nightfall side, we talked about the typical build with the Battle Fury, as we're going to see Cuckoo able to do a lot of damage to Stampede's not going to be enough to save, as we're going to have the initiation now onto the Wraith King. Has enough space been created, though? 23 Savage is more than fine. And now the heals come out again.
Not the best execution on the top, because you want to, like, Amber was the second TP, instead it should have been the one who gets Smite.
Finger of Death. Kingler is done, so Hookstomp's going to be there. A little mana drain action going on, but DM will just walk this off. And the fact that you brought up the fact that DM could take this apart, but he's actually going to keep the Vanguard, it looks like. So we'll just both Hood, Vanguard, and of course the Blink Dagger.
Usually it's the other way around. You get the Vanguard plus Hood into Blink Dagger, because this Blink Dagger didn't set up any kills pretty much.
Yeah, true.
Radiant's middle tower.
Now that the Radiance is online for 23 Savage, we'll see them get much more aggressive as a result. And from Carl's side, we've seen a couple initiations here with his Blink Dagger. Of course, the one RP that we saw was sadly from their perspective, wasted. But we'll be going for the Echo Saber, still not there yet, as we see the impact move, Finger of Death play here. Is the big crit into the White Mon crit, if you want to call it that.
He also used the Hex immediately. My man is really quick with the fingers.
Yeah.
Probably using Quick Cap.
Yeah, you almost hope so, because it's almost inhuman. Makes me feel terrible about my gameplay, personally. But then again, I am an old, decrepit man, Lacoste, which you don't know yet about, but soon...
I don't know the full story yet, but I'm
you've seen it
slowly getting into it. Yeah, over the last couple of days, I'm understanding Sunspan.
As VP on this tier 2 tower, look to be taking it for free, actually.
Ton of damage. Retaliate plus a Dragon Lance, so you hit it once, and then you get like return damage 60 plus percentage of your strength. We're not gonna do any math during the stream because it's a bit too much.
Yeah, and we don't have our calculator out here. The TI 83 Plus not available this time around, sadly. Pipe will be next for DM on the Centaur Warrunner.
Double damage.
And then after that, what do you buy this game? There's some armor items, but looks like they're gonna go for Roche. Yeah, they give up their tier 2 bot And that is enough damage to take out Carl. Stampede used as well, but not a whole lot of damage done to 23 Savage. But Zephyr with a little bit of a borrowed time cast there keeps him alive.
Blink that
Wipe on
already.
Hook stop only onto one, but the right click's not going to be more than enough. The curse onto the Viper as Racing starts the beautiful LSA. My goodness, triple kill for Nightfall. That's the first life for Mr. Racing, but something tells me that he will die very shortly. Huge fight from VP. Holy jeez, that was great synergy.
That was beautiful. I think what they needed was someone to cancel the Blink Dagger on a Centaur, someone who was willing to die for the team, just say, well, I'm done, you know, I'm gonna be the victim here, and you kill me. Rest of the team try to fall back. Great curse to set things up. We're gonna see that one again.
Oh, this was so sexy, actually. So the curse, it looked kind of weird because the Lion wasn't quite dead. He's getting healed up here, but then they group up.
These two teams have shown like the top tier execution throughout the whole tournament.
Yeah, that was quite something. And with that, that is a 6K net worth lead now on VP. And we're talking about really good time radiance on the rating.
I've been thinking, you know, I saw GPK playing in the kitchen. What does that stand for? Gonna play in kitchen? Is that it?
Sure. Does that give him an inherent benefit that he's just
maybe,
never
like,
hungry?
He's close to food. He's close to cold beverages, so maybe that's why.
I guess you, of all people, could appreciate that because you need your good food.
I really do.
And you enjoy burgers quite a bit, which doesn't have anything to do with this game. Just thought I'd throw that out.
It also doesn't have to do anything with the good food. But,
that is true. That's another story entirely. Is Nightfall able to take the haste here? But this game is not over. I'm not going to say that. I have a good feeling that this will go 5 games, though.
I have the same feeling. Like Virtus Pro, I think they're in a really good spot right now. Now Boots of Travel done on Lina, getting closer to level 18. I also love the way that they're like not using certain abilities. They have great understanding of what needs to be done to kill a certain hero. GPK holding Laguna Blade there on Magnus on a mid lane. Doesn't even flinch, does not want to pop it. It's been very impressive. Not just this game, but I'd say like Season 1, Season 2, even before that, they have some problems on the land, but I'm pretty sure the boys can handle it during the TI. So far, 0 deaths in this game.
I feel like the more lands you play, the better that's going to get, just naturally, right? And if not, you really need a life coach.
Yeah, I mean, if you play more lands and you get worse at it, then maybe you should start thinking about a different career.
Oh boy,
maybe analyst.
Yeah, you could always do that.
Much talent for that.
Yeah, especially with that Jenkins character. I mean, that's the NA analyst too. Goodness gracious, we've fallen on hard times if that's one of our top guys.
Middle tower
We're being too hard on Mr. Jenkins, but Juggernaut, Nightfall, he's not being too hard because T1 is getting crushed under his fury right now. He's going for the Scotty, and we'll be going for the shard that we kind of mentioned here, which typically you see coupled with a Maelstrom, but obviously with the Battle Fury, it's not really going to make too much sense. But either way, will allow you to attack through the Blade Fury as well, which will proc the Scotty. So that just essentially gives Blade Fury a slow, if you think about it that way, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, the main coming out from SNY, just kidding, it's not a thing anymore.
I miss those days, actually. But status resistance is pretty freaking, I won't lie.
We have main component on tier 4 item, Penta Edge Sword.
That's true. We need main back in the regular game, though. It doesn't count if it's just a neutral. But sadly, the main wasn't really the good part about that item for a lot of the history of Dota. It was just the stats were just so efficient for a certain time.
I think for Dota 1 players and early Dota 2, a reason why SNY was being built is because you did not have to click it.
That's true. The hotkeys were not a good situation.
Yeah, you needed to have like a program to use the hots that were not in the game.
And sometimes those programs may or may not have had viruses. Like, you just never knew back then, right? So perfectly understandable. But we can see 23 Savage now has that casual Sage, which we've been seeing not quite as often as a couple patches ago, but we'll be going for the Blink Dagger. So wants to get ultra aggressive here as the BKB.
Why are they going for a casual Sange Suns fan?
Status resistance.
There we go.
Good, clean stuff.
Damage, self-region amplification, region lifesteal amplification. The item just gives a bit too much, even after the 4% nerf. It's still a top
I mean, if you
item.
have built-in lifesteal, then it just makes the item even better on you, right? So,
but if that was MAME, like you would definitely like rush damage.
MAME, I think nobody would buy it. Even with all the benefits, if you replace the statuses with MAME, nobody buys that garbage, sadly. As we have a smoke here from T1, 4-man smoke save. Oh, he might be the one to sacrifice himself here, which he would be very happy with. My fault. Oh, he's going to be spot up against the Blade Fury off beforehand. Might have to back up, though. Gets the healing ward down just in case, as Carl's not able to hit the skewer. Good effort, though.
Sometimes it's hard, not perfectly timed.
Yeah.
We see Enchantress with the 4-staff full pike. One also done on Centaur. They want to push people out of the trouble. Great against Wraith King when he decides to go in. Great against Viper. In general, great item. It got nerfed. Like, I believe mana cost on the item before was 25 mana. Also huge cast range. Unfortunately, Skewer did not connect, as you mentioned.
That's right. We just, I mean,
a bit of a slow game. You know, only 15 kills, 27 minutes in.
Yeah, which is
Eddie.
I mean, the games between these two teams kind of start out slow a lot of time, and then the Roche area is where it gets amplified, which I know that's kind of the case for a lot of teams, but these two in particular feels like they really have the focus for that. But this time around, VP were able to sneak it, essentially, with the double damage on the Lina, and this, I guess, is the biggest reason why they've had this big advantage now. But T1, not out of it yet, obviously. They have the big Wombo combo with...
Lina has a Deso with cosmetics, which he actually does not.
Okay, I was going to say.
Looks like a Deso, right?
I guess so.
If it looks like a Deso,
it's a Deso.
Probably is then.
True.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
GPK, like you said, no Deso. You debated me, but does have Shiva's coming very soon. Only a couple hundred gold from finishing that. So... that's going to be pretty good against the lifesteal of Wraith King as well. That's providing a slow for all the melee heroes.
Money to burn.
And Juggernaut is the one with the quote-unquote Deso, if you want to call that, with the Orb of Destruction.
Yeah, bunch of Deso, Orb of Destruction.
Ooh, Paladin Sword. Okay, we talked about the regen amplification on Wraith King. Now, with the Sange on top of this item, very nice. That's one of those top tier.
Exactly. I thought this item was going to get nerfed in the previous patch. It actually got a buff.
Yeah, I got the spell lifesteal, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's really weird. I wonder if they looked at like stats for like the win percentage. Maybe it wasn't as good as we think it is.
Maybe they were looking at the different bracket instead of mortal bracket. They checked the Arcade or whatever.
That's fine. You got to cater some things to casual players. I think that's perfectly fine. We have 4-man smoke on T1.
They got a flicker.
Double damage.
Arcane bracket, they have flicker.
That's true. We have a big skewer into the instant hex with the finger effect with the stampede into the Blade Fury. Nightfall will live. So much expended on him. And with the healing ward bringing it back, as we see the curse come in as well. Zephyr's gonna pop his ult, but the Lion's gonna be the first to fall. There's the RP finally onto 2, but not a ton of damage to follow with into the skewer. And there's the Omni Slash doing so much work. That's the first life for Wraith King. But Carl takes a tumble. Another Blade Fury. And this is looking very good for VP. Only one death in that engagement. They used so much on Nightfall.
Yeah, those 4 staffs actually keeping the Juggernaut alive. Status resistance also kicking in. He's super tanky. He has almost 3,000 HP. Good skewer back into Hex. Like, they try to focus him down, but the Stampede, 4 staff, he's out of the trouble. Gonna be pretty much a full HP, because there is a healing ward. They have a couple of ways to reset the fight. Another good turn just to be able to kill the Lion. Goes out of mana, needed to use the mana to get back any. And like 23 Savage right here is already half HP. Skewer comes in like 1 second late. Maybe with End Power they would be able to kill a hero. A fight is already over. Juggernaut gets a big Omni. And this actually might be the game. I would not be surprised if they just try to close it out.
Yep, for sure. I mean, they got mid racks. They're going to get bot racks for free as well. And tier 3 top is actually available. They have all the outer towers, but they're going to push in the wave the old-fashioned way.
But Mr. Roshan, he respawned, so...
Yes, he did.
We need to do something about second Roche. Roche number 2 gives a bit too much. I would prefer if it's just Aegis plus a shard, because Aegis Cheese shard...
Ice Frog, if you're watching, we've talked about this before, so hopefully you're not annoyed with us, but please do not remove Shard.
No, Shard is very fun. It's a great addition.
Nobody actually cares about cheese. I don't want to, you know, whoever came up with that's fine. It's lasted for quite a while. You can retire the cheese.
Yeah, especially lactose intolerant people.
That's
like,
right.
They don't care about the cheese. It's all about that ages.
I do carry around lactate pills in my pocket, so I don't really care
So you
personally.
don't get annoyed by me.
That's right. That's correct. Thank you, lactose. I remember when you were one of your first events, somebody called you lactose or something like that. That's good stuff.
Gets confusing.
Yeah. 16K net worth lead for VP as they are absolutely dominating this one. And what do you think the biggest thing here was from VP's side? Like, was it just the timing worked out really well for them? Was it really just that first Roche?
It's not the greatest Roche taking lineup. Maybe you can take Alpha Wolf with the Enchantress. You have survivability with the Juggernaut's healing ward plus a heal, but that double damage made a hell of a lot of a difference. It would have not been taken down so quickly, and T1 might have enough chance to respond to it. And it gave like 5 minutes to Virtus Pro to be able to play aggressive around the map. GPK still sitting on 0 deaths because of it.
As we see 23 Savage now in the bot lane. Has the Hyperstone, so almost finished with the Assault Cuirass. Actually just purchases it now, so it's being delivered as we speak.
Radiant's bottom
so
tower
has the extra
is
minus
under
armor
attack.
now and tankiness to go along with it. But
Roshan
from
has
T1's
fallen
perspective,
to the
as we do see the second Roche fall, so 5-minute Aegis on GPK, and Shard went to Mr. Winter Wyvern. Very cool. So that is
Lower
the
cooldown of the
middle
Cold
tower
Embrace,
is under
and Splinter
attack.
Blast goes off once the heal is
If you take the heat, get out of GPK's kitchen, because he is on fire right now. ESL One Summer 2021. Yeah, do you feel the heat? T1 is, because they have now split the series, but it's a best of 5. No need to worry about elimination quite yet. No need to worry about that $400,000 prize pool quite yet. Because you got to make it through at least 2 more games before that's a reality. But what a game it was in this game number 2 from VP, boys.
Yeah, VP just stepping it up. I think the adjustment from game 1 to game 2, it shows that they've been making improvements since the major. You know, they've been speaking about it many times, the confidence that they need, the development about looking at other teams and not just themselves. And I think the way in which they drafted going into game 2, they took what T1 dominated with, allowed them to kind of have those elements again, but then drafted different mechanisms to deal with it. Be it the Juggernaut, be it this Lina, like they were popping off.
And I would love to let you get a word in edgewise, Curtis, but the problem is there were so many good things that VP did in this game that we couldn't contain Purge to just 1 point. He's going to tell you all the perfection that VP brought in game number 2.
I'll do my best. We'll see about how much we can cover. GPK, fantastic Lina player, consistently wins his lane. In most of the games he's playing, he did the typical Lina thing. You abuse your opponent, you force him out of the lane. This isn't awful for Magnus because you can just AFK jungle using right-click items, but what the VP did really well is they played pretty close to like a pitch-perfect textbook Dota game. Lina slow playing the wave when the catapult came, which bought a little time, gets some extra creeps. Then the supports double rotate over, which helps him secure rune, which is really cool. Ends up being bought, and it looks like Magnus is going to get it, but because save is there and they get the slow off, he's forced to skewer away defensively, and because of that he can't really approach his creep wave. And because he's been forced out of lane by Lina, he has a lot of points in cleave so that he can keep his farm speed up. He can't clear this creep wave, and as a result, the slightly delayed timing here with the catapult wave means that they take this tower really early, and this buys him a lot of time to farm. GPK hits Ancients for a while, and then about 2 minutes later they rotate to the top lane. They end up diving, they get a kill on Cuckoo, they run down line, get him, kill the tier 1 tower, so they continue to set tempo, and then basically wards won them most of the rest of the game. Here's this really deep ward by probably placed by Kingslayer, somebody, who knows. They see that smoke, they smoke themselves, and now we get to see that Yule's play. Here's the player perspective of GPK. So they know their opponents are going to be here. He puts a light strike array in the trees to make sure that it's not spotted by enemies, and here he gets spotted, and then he knows when Magnus turns back towards him, he's going to go in. He pre-clicks the Yules, and ends up casting as soon as as soon as Magnus blinks within range, and that is how you get that really easy setup. This is the first big rotation from T1, and they absolutely shut it down. And then what was really cool was there was a glyph used by T1 about 2 minutes earlier than this. So what VP does is they rotate everybody to the top lane. They know everybody on T1 was bottom and is playing in that area. And they basically just throw everybody on the tower at the same time. They kill the tier 2 really fast. They take the shrine. This unlocks Roshan because T1 is still on the bottom side of the map. They were pressuring the tier 2 themselves, but VP had a glyph, so they got to delay T1 getting here. They get Aegis, and even still, the net worth is still even. It looks a little bit hairy still considering this, but another ward with the sentry spots the Magnus on the mid lane. So GPK gets to do the same trick twice in a game. Here's his player perspective, gets the Yule's precast, they get the follow-up, they get the disable, they get this massive team fight here. They do a little bit of chasing, of course, to get that monster's winner's curse over here, which catches all 4 heroes. And this is the moment where VP gets to run away with it, gets a big net worth advantage, really gets control of the map, and finally, really executes so much better than T1 in a match.
Executed to perfection, and a lot of that came throughout the early game, Curtis.
Yeah, I think Purge talked about a lot, but I just want to highlight again how VP, they really identified the strength of some of their early game lineup. We saw the Enchantress and Wyvern rotating mid to take that really early tower, but they also identified that Cuckoo was on this very vulnerable Viper in the offlane. We saw Wyvern rotate down there right after they got that mid tower, and then I didn't feel like every other Cuckoo Viper game, I felt terrified of this Viper, but I think VP did a really good job of shutting him down this game.
Yeah, and it had to come in the laning phase. We talked about it in the draft, and it seemed like VP recognized that these two teams know each other so well, and that's what makes it such a fun series to watch. Hopefully a full 5-game series, but we got to go to game number 3 before we can make that happen, and we got to go to a break before we can make that happen. We'll be right back. 3 games to win this entire championship, win this entire tournament, ESL One Summer 2021.
Whew, exciting stuff. You know, this game too, VP bounce back, they adapt, they improve, they overcome what T1 was bringing to this grand finals, and I think that is what is so exciting right now, because so far we've had how impactful Ench-Wyvern combo. Game 1, T1 with it. Game 2, VP win with it. Also, we have to think about Viper. It's either being banned or picked. Doom, banned or picked as well.
Wyvern, not banned, will be picked.
But right now, do you think Virtus Pro will first... Okay, they can't first pick their Doom. Viper's obviously banned out. So yes, Wyvern, Enchantress.
Where's DK at? Not important this series?
I wouldn't
Was
be...
DK banned last game? I didn't actually see.
It was... Yes, it was banned by Virtus Pro themselves.
Because they did that last series after Cuckoo. They lost the game, but Cuckoo just dumpstered Nightfall, Faceless Voids versus DK.
And basically what we've been discussing, this is now what VP is kind of talking about, is like, do we want to go for the Wyvern? Do we want to go for the Ench? Do we value, for example, like, is AA's not available now? So yeah, it's like Wyvern, it's Ench.
Lion.
Maybe a Lion.
I'm really digging some Wyvern into Lina. That Lina
Timbersaw,
looked really good. It was first 2'd, and it ends up, I don't know when it ends up, but it was 6-0 to like 16 at some point, I think.
Yeah,
This looked phenomenal.
And this is when you know, like, okay, they spent so much reserve time. They go for the Timbersaw. Okay.
I can take this too, because this is like metagaming the meta right now, right?
Yeah, exactly.
People want to pick Wyvern. I think a lot of analysts have talked about how Timbersaw is usually the traditional Wyvern counter.
And that's mainly because you always get on top of the cold embrace target, you throw the chakram out.
And getting cursed or being into a curse is also basically useless for a Timbersaw. He doesn't care one way or the other. But they respond with magic damage in spades, and Nyx Assassin gets picked up, and Leshrac as well. Shocking. Wyvern somehow left in the pool.
Yeah, Leshrac is shocking as a hero. It's one of his spells to some degree.
Well, I mean, some people skip it, though.
That's true. You probably should nowadays.
They did beat this Nyx Lesh last time with Wyvern into Invoker. So I think you should pick a support here for VP. I think if you pick another core, you're giving up a lot of your... Yeah, here we go.
There we go, yeah.
Shocker.
Honestly, I like the fact that you just go for the Wyvern. Like, even into, like, Nyx and Leshrac, you just go for the Glimmer Cape, you get the Holy Locket, you don't really care about this type of damage. And it also gives you a nice little bit of wave clear. I think something we haven't really mentioned so far with Wyvern, because of the playstyle of Ench plus Wyvern combo in the grand finals, is Wyvern happily will sit in these lanes and will defend it independently. Also, something that we haven't really talked about, which I think could be a cool concept, is Leshrac nowadays, you're always trying to find different tree spots to push the towers. Timbersaw, if you're playing inside that lane, you can just quickly clear out those trees, removing the simplicity of some of these Leshrac tower sieges, specifically the tier 1 towers.
Yeah, we did see T1 go to their Treant Protector earlier on against Alliance, so that could be another approach that they want to bring their tower sieging, or rather tower defending capabilities up. And there's my boy GPK. Staying hydrated.
So last time they played against this Nyx Leshrac, they also had the DM Kunkka. That was his amazing game. Everyone should watch that if they haven't had the pleasure.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to be able to do that this game just because they already have the Timbersaw. But the concept of Kunkka versus Leshrac is similar to, I think, do you remember who picked the Pangolier versus Leshrac in one of the games? I can't remember. Anyways, the concept is Leshrac wants to walk up to a tower and edict it. You want overwhelming team fight where when he walks up to edict it, you can like bolt him, you can Pango roll on him.
Yeah.
I want VP to pick something like this. Make it hard for this Leshrac hero to play the game. You could also pick something like a Lina, but they already have Nyx, so I'm not too sure how that matchup goes. But just some high burst, punish this Leshrac. It's picked very early.
Yeah, I guess for T1, right now, the bans that they're going for, when Virtus Pro gets this Timbersaw, they often will have a harder carry. Unlike what we've been seeing so far, outside of Timbersaw games, it's been a little bit more fight presence. And that, so far, they've run like Luna, Terrorblade, Wraith King as well. Heroes that like to absorb all the farm behind the space that Timbersaw makes. And the confidence, straight Spectre going into the second phase. This has been a product of both the Major and ESL Summer, the idea that Spectre in lane, you can spam up the wave with your dagger, but then going into, like, it shouldn't be so Spectre favored that people have been mentioning it. It is still very much a Timber favored lane. It's just one of the carries that can still at least get something. Like 30-40 CS, then you're out of the lane.
Yeah, actually, earlier in this tournament, Spectre was like going even with Timbersaw, sometimes even hitting 6 for him, but in the last time we saw it, Timbersaw like solo killed the Spectre and pressured him really hard, right?
Yeah, I think the key identifier there is teams, when they pick Timbersaw, would leave him on an island and then rotate the supports to the safe lane or to mid and continuously try and apply, outwards pressure. They soon realize against Spectres, they need to keep the 4 in the lane, otherwise Spectre will have this advantageous situation where he just farms the lane. So I think Virtus.pro should be aware of that, and they might try and lock in the line into that lane for an extra 2-3 minutes to offset Spectre's ability to, at least farm up.
Also, as part of the skill build, we're seeing so many of these Timbersaws outright skip Whirling Death, put more points into reactive armor so they can dive the Spectres once they hit 6.
Yeah, exactly. Like 0-2-3 build, picking up your ultimate at 6, and then just trying to, kill as much as you can.
And now Hoodwink. This is a 5 Hoodwink, right? Most likely?
Yeah, no, exactly.
Maybe they're thinking of as a little bit of a soft counter to both Timbersaw and Winter Wyvern. It's a lot of magic damage.
But this is what Alliance ran against Virtus.pro. And these were the games of Alliance. Didn't even get, I think, was it more than like 5 kills?
You got 3 kills in both games.
Yeah, and that was across 2 games, like 6 kills total, right? So Hoodwink is a good hero in the game against Timbersaw, that break, that ability just to surprise the Timbersaw when he's by himself. But the laning phase, that is where Timbersaw will thrive. And T1 right now, they are trying to emulate their adaptation from Game 2 is they ran us over, so we want to have better forms of comeback team fights. They aren't subscribing to the idea of matching the aggression, they are just finding new ways to delay the game. Like Nyx Assassin with his burrow, keeping the game going. Leshrac aggressively hitting towers, suspect they can farm behind. It is an interesting style, to approach Game 3.
For sure. I am a bit worried for T1's team fight, though, right now.
Yeah.
Most likely this is going to be a Cuckoo Leshrac. Carl does play as well, but I do think they need... I guess you can get team fight for an offlane as well. They need something to anchor their fight. Right now, it's just a bunch of squishy heroes sort of running around. Spectre's tanky, but you don't want a full frontline with your carry.
I guess the main concern is when Virtus.pro, they have this Timbersaw timing that will come, as they don't have that innate counter. DP with levels will go to tower. How does T1 stop this early tower aggression? The game so far have been a product of both teams expertly defending most of their towers. So at 20 minutes, it's that kind of crucial Roshan team fight. Right now, Virtus.pro, they're going to be able to knock down 2-3 towers, 4 by the 20-minute mark. It's going to be a completely different story. So yeah, like you were saying, T1, they kind of need to have that, at least some type of tower defender. Otherwise, they're going to be giving up a lot of map control.
That's why I'm a fan of this Death Prophet pick from VP.
Yeah,
it discourages these Tide Hunters or these axes that may just want to sit in front of a creep wave. Percentage based from Spirit Siphon's going to discourage that.
So they're banning offlaners on VP, so they think it's Carl Leshrac, which is probably correct, honestly. I forgot, when you were talking about that, T, I forgot, most teams like to have that magical damage mid that can rotate, take care of this Timbersaw. That would make a lot of sense to me. I'm curious to see what they'll do, though. They get to see everything. T1 have the overall last pick.
Lifestealer is available. That could be an option, just to play out laning phase. You don't really care too much. You can eat the catapult when Leshrac tries to press your tower at 5. And then in terms of the game, you don't really care too much about what T1's bringing.
Yeah, other than that, Luna... Oh, never mind. First phase banned out. Faceless Void is still in the pool.
I'd be down. Is Juggernaut banned? Oh, they banned out the
Juggernaut.
Juggernaut.
Okay. Yeah. I guess the issue with a Lifestealer is it just presents a very easy Razor pick, where it's offlane Razor with Nyx. Okay, they go for a Void. Alright.
They have a fair amount of damage into the Chronos here. Chakram, Exorcism, Finger.
Yeah, they do for sure. I'm a bit concerned about their lane. If they put either Lion or Winter Wyvern with Faceless Void, I feel like that's a free lane for Leshrac, or whatever they choose to pick. I used to play a lot of offlane Leshrac in EU pubs, and Faceless Void was one of my favorite matchups. Even if he gets Chronosphere, some your ulti and Edict off, and he can't hit you because you do too much damage.
And Virtus.pro, when they last played this Void, he was completely removed from laning phase. He had to go Mask of Madness, a 18-minute Midas after that. VP was full mode recovery, but then they just turned up the aggression and was able to turn it around.
And lo and behold, it is indeed off-lane Leshrac, mid-lane Carl Puck.
Yeah, they respond with the Puck simply because it can equally push out lanes to the style of Death Prophet, and the Void, it can instantly lock you down early on. Void doesn't really like this matchup until he has 3-4 items plus. Before then, every kill will be a kill.
It's such a weird, how to say, a circular meta. I think in the Singapore major, we would see Puck really early picked, and people would always pick Lion versus it, right? Now, T1 are feeling confident in their Puck because just the state of the game or state of how the game is played, that they're fine picking it against Lion. And yeah, I mean, it looks sort of hard to frontline for them right now.
Well, I don't know. There's a lot of mishmash of sports going on here, but that's the summer spirit. It's like Calvin Ball. You make up the rules as you go. Biggest rule right now, though, is that it only takes 3 games to win this entire championship, win this entire tournament, ESL One Summer 2021.
Exciting. Game 2, VP bounce back, they adapt, they improve, they overcome what T1 was bringing to this grand finals, and I think that is what is so exciting right now, because so far we've had how impactful Wyvern combo. Game 1, T1 with it, Game 2, VP win with it. Also, we have to think about Viper. It's either being banned or picked. Doom, banned or picked as well.
Wyvern, not banned, will be picked.
But right now, do you think Virtus.pro will first... Okay, they can't first pick their Doom.
10 seconds
Viper's obviously
remaining.
banned out, so yes, Wyvern, Enchantress.
Where's DK at?
5
Not
seconds
important
remaining.
this series?
I wouldn't
Was
be...
DK banned last game? I didn't actually see.
It was... Yes, it was banned by Virtus.pro themselves.
Because they did that last series after Cuckoo. They lost a game, but Cuckoo just dumpstered Nightfall, Faces Voids versus DK.
And basically what we've been discussing, this is now what VP is kind of talking about, is like, do we want to go for the Wyvern? Do we want to go for the Ench? Do we value, for example, like, is AA's not available now? So yeah, it's like Wyvern, it's Ench.
Lion.
Maybe a Lion.
I'm really digging some Wyvern into Lina. That Lina looked really good. It was first 2'd, and it ends up, I don't know when it ends up, but it was 6-0 to like 16 at some point, I think.
Yeah,
Just looked phenomenal.
And this is when you know that, okay, they spent so much reserve time. They go for the Timbersaw. Okay.
I can dig this too, because this is like metagaming the meta right now, right?
Yeah, exactly.
People want to pick Wyvern. I think a lot of analysts have talked about how Timbersaw is usually the traditional Wyvern counter.
And that's mainly because you always get on top of the cold impact target, you throw the chakram out.
And getting cursed or being into a curse is also basically useless for a Timbersaw. He doesn't care one way or the other. But they respond with magic damage in spades, and Nyx Assassin gets picked up, and Leshrac as well. Shocking. Wyvern somehow left in the pool.
Yeah, Leshrac is shocking as a hero. It's one of his spells to some degree.
Well, I mean, some people skip it, though.
That's true. You probably should nowadays.
They did beat this Nyx Lash last time with Wyvern into Invoker. So I think you should pick a support here for VP. I think if you pick another core, you're giving up a lot of your... Here we go.
There we go. Yeah.
Shocker.
Shocker.
Honestly, I like the fact that you just go for the Wyvern. Like, even into like Nyx and Leshrac, you just go for the Glimmer Cape, you get the Holy Locket, you don't really care about this type of damage. And it also gives you a nice little bit of wave clear. I think something we haven't really mentioned so far with Wyvern, because of the playstyle of Ench plus Wyvern combo in the grand finals, is Wyvern happily will sit in these lanes and will defend it independently. Also, something that we haven't really talked about, which I think could be a cool concept, is Leshrac nowadays, you're always trying to find different tree spots to push the towers. Timbersaw, if you're playing inside that lane, you can just quickly clear out those trees, removing the simplicity of some of these Leshrac tower sieges, specifically the tier 1 towers.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we did see T1 go to their Treant Protector earlier on against the Lions, so that could be another approach that they want to bring their tower sieging, or rather tower defending capabilities up. And there's my boy GPK. He's staying hydrated.
So last time they played against this Nyx Leshrac, they also had the DM Kunkka. That was his amazing game. Everyone should watch that if they haven't had the pleasure.
Yeah.
5 seconds
I don't think they're going to be to do that this game, just because they already have the Timbersaw. But the concept of Kunkka versus Leshrac is similar to, I think, do you remember who picked the Pangolier versus Leshrac in one of the games? I can't remember. Anyways, the concept is Leshrac wants to walk up to a tower and edict it. You want overwhelming team fight where when he walks up to edict it, you can like bolt him, you can Pango roll on him.
Yeah.
I want VP to pick something like this. Make it hard for this Leshrac hero to play the game. You could also pick something like a Lina, but they already have Nyx, so I'm not too sure how that matchup goes. But just some high burst, punish this Leshrac. It's picked very early.
Yeah, I guess for T1, right now, the bans that they're going for, when Virtus.pro gets this Timbersaw, they often will have a harder carry. Unlike what we've been seeing so far, outside of Timbersaw games, it's been a little more fight presence. And that, so far, they've run like Luna, Terrorblade, Wraith King as well. Heroes that like to absorb all the farm behind the space that Timbersaw makes. And it's the confidence, straight Spectre going into the second phase. This has been a product of both the Major and ESL Summer, the idea that Spectre in lane, you can spam out the wave with your dagger, but then going into, like, it shouldn't be so Spectre favored that people have been mentioning it. It is still very much a Timber favored lane. It's just one of the carries that can still at least get something. Like 30-40 CS, then you're out of the lane.
Yeah, actually, earlier in this tournament, Spectre was like going even with Timbersaw, sometimes even hitting 6 for him. But in the last time we saw it, Timbersaw like solo killed the Spectre and pressured him really hard, right?
Yeah, I think the key identifier there is teams, when they pick Timbersaw, would leave him on an island and then rotate the supports to the safe lane or to mid and continuously trying to play, outwards pressure. They soon realize against Spectres, they need to keep the fort in the lane. Otherwise, Spectre will have this advantageous situation where he just farms the lane. So I think Virtus.pro should be aware of that, and they might try and lock in the line into that lane for an extra 2-3 minutes to offset Spectre's ability to, at least farm up.
Also, as part of the skill build, we're seeing so many of these Timbersaws outright skip Whirling Death, put more points into reactive armor so they can dive the Spectres once they hit 6.
Yeah, exactly. Like 0-2-3 build, picking up your ultimate at 6, and then just trying to, kill as much as you can.
And now Hoodwink. This is a 5 Hoodwink, right? Most likely?
Yeah. No,
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe they're thinking of as a little bit of a soft counter to both Timbersaw and Winter Wyvern. It's a lot of magic damage.
But this is what Alliance ran against Virtus.pro. And these were the games of Alliance didn't even get, I think, was it more than like 5 kills?
You got 3 kills in both games.
Yeah. And that was across 2 games. It was like 6 kills total, right? So Hoodwink is a good hero in the game against Timbersaw. That break, that ability just to surprise the Timbersaw when he's by himself. But the laning phase, that is where Timbersaw will thrive. And T1 right now, they are trying to emulate their adaptation. They are over, so we will have better forms of combat team fights. They are subscribing to the idea of matching the aggression. They are just finding new ways to delay the game, like Nyx Assassin with his burrow, keeping the game going. Leshrac aggressively hitting towers, Spectre can farm behind.
Turn to ban.
It is an interesting style, to approach game 3.
For sure. I am a bit worried for T1's team fight though right now.
Yeah.
I think most likely this is going to be a Cuckoo Leshrac. Carl does play as well, but I do think they need. I guess you can get team fight for the offlane as well. They need something to anchor their fight. Right now, it's just a bunch of squishy heroes sort of running around. Spectre's tanky, but you don't want a full front line with your carry.
I guess the main concern is when Virtus.pro, they have this Timbersaw timing that will come, as they don't have that innate counter. DP with levels will go to tower. How does T1 stop this early tower aggression? The game so far have been a product of both teams expertly defending most of their towers. So at 20 minutes, it's that kind of crucial Roshan team fight. Right now, Virtus.pro, they're going to be able to knock down 2-3 towers 4 by the 20-minute mark. It's going to be a completely different story. So yeah, like you were saying, T1, they kind of need to have that, at least some type of tower defender. Otherwise, they're going to be giving up a lot of map control.
That's why I'm a fan of this Death Prophet pick from VP.
Yeah,
it discourages these Tide Hunters or these axes that may just want to sit in front of a creep wave. Percentage based from Spirit Siphon's going to discourage that.
So they're banning offlaners on VP, so they think it's Carl Leshrac, which is probably correct, honestly. I forgot, when you were talking about that, TI, most teams like to have that magical damage mid that can rotate, take care of this Timbersaw. That would make a lot of sense to me. I'm curious to see what they'll do, though. They get to see everything. T1 have the overall last pick.
Lifestealer is available? That could be an option, just to play out laning phase. You don't really care too much. You can eat the catapult when Leshrac tries to pressure a tower at 5. And in terms of the game, you don't really care too much about what T1's bringing.
Yeah, and that Luna. Oh, never mind. First phase banned out. Faceless Void is still on the pool.
I'd be down. Is Juggernaut banned? Oh, they banned out the Juggernaut. Okay.
Yeah. I guess the issue with a Lifestealer is it just presents a very easy Razor pick, where it's offlane Razor with Nyx. Okay, they go for a Void. Alright.
They have a fair amount of damage into the Chronos here. Chakram, Exorcism, Finger.
Yeah,
they do for sure. I'm a bit concerned about their lane. If they put either Lion or Winter Wyvern with Faceless Void, I feel like that's a free lane for Leshrac, or whatever they choose to pick. I used to play a lot of offlane Leshrac in EU pubs, and Faceless Void was one of my favorite matchups. Even if he gets Chronosphere, sometimes you can get your ulti and Edict off, and he can't hit you because you do too much damage.
And Virtus.pro, when they last played this Void, he was completely removed from laning phase. He had to go Mask of Madness, a 80-minute Midas after that. It was, VP was full mode recovery, but then they just turned up the aggression and was able to turn it around.
And lo and behold, it is indeed off-lane Leshrac, mid-lane Carl Puck.
Yeah, they respond with the Puck simply because it can equally push out lanes to the style of Death Prophet, and the Void, it can instantly lock you down early on. Void doesn't really like this matchup until he has 3-4 items plus. Before then, every kill will be a kill.
It's such a weird, how to say, a circular meta. I think in the Singapore Major, we would see Puck really early picked, and people would always pick Lion versus it, right? Now, T1 are feeling confident in their Puck, because that's a state of the game or state of how the game is played that they're fine picking it against Lion. And yeah, I mean, it looks sort of hard to frontline for them right now.
This is the type of game where I feel like T1, they're going to be down by 6 or 7k, and then they're going to have that big turnaround team fight where they layer everything beautifully. And
is it going to be around Roshan like they always are?
It's going to be in the open air, in the jungle or something. But no, this is... I just like how the teams are developing each game with a whole new take on how they want to approach that. T1, they're doubling down on just kind of playing patiently, waiting for the game to be theirs, and then take the fight. Whilst VP, they're trying to keep applying new forms of aggression to get in T1's face.
All right, well, we have approached a détente with our casters. They have agreed to amicably alternate back and forth, so let's send it gracefully to our casters, Sunsfan and Jing.
Thank you, Tsunami. Sunsfan here with Jenkins. You put it very eloquently, but of course the truth is Twitch chat thought that you guys were major cringe, so we just cut the bit, and we're just going back to normal.
We're fighting to not cast this, and now I have to do it. And I'm
so you're saying you lost the original duel. I see.
I did. He knocked it out of my hands. Everybody's like, oh, Jenkins won.
I see. Well, that's great to hear that a lot of people want to cast with me. I wish Cinderin was here. Jenkins, what are your thoughts on these drafts?
Timing's on both. This VP lineup, I think, when they get to the mid-game, they have a lot of damage to pump into the Chronosphere. Between the Finger, Wyvern spells, Death Prophet, of course, that's a classic combo. T1, they have the strong high ground defense of the Shrek, plus the Nyx Assassin. Spectre eventually will be really great at killing these three backliners on the side of VP, so there's timings for both. Once again, this is not one of those drafts where one seems significantly better than the other.
Yeah, finally get to see Winter Wyvern get played. Really lacking on that hero for sure this tournament.
I think a Holy Lock would be a great pickup for Wyvern in this game.
Wow, that's kind of a crazy concept, and I mean, maybe if he had like this talent that would amplify all that, but that probably doesn't have that.
That'd be quite a bit too OP, I think.
Yeah, I think so. But the cool thing about it is because of the way that the draft ended up working out, we get to see a Nyx and a Lesh who have kind of been these, I want to say, basically on the same level as Wyvern for both the major and this tournament.
I agree. This Nyx Lesh might be a stronger... It might be stronger. It's hard to say because they get left out of certain drafts for whatever reason. The pick order matters, and that's likely why sometimes it gets left out. When you pick two heroes sequentially, then Nyx Lesh seems a lot better.
Yeah.
And so that's probably... But if you have that situation, then I do really believe that they're just as good as the Wyvern.
But then again, you do give up Timbersaw as well, who's also feeling like this hero in the right game, pretty unstoppable. Do you think this is a good game for DM on the Timber?
There's answers. Leshrac running at Timber and lane. This is a hero that as soon as you hit level 6 on Lesh, you can run at a Timber, and so long as he's not like 2 or 3 levels ahead, it's fairly easy to lane up against him. So even if the Spectre's lane goes kind of poorly, there will be an answer eventually. That's why a lot of the time when Timber gets picked, Batrider and Lesh both get banned out in that second phase.
I'm just really happy from at least T1's perspective that we get to see Zephyr on more of the comfort hero, which is the Nyx, and I don't think anybody has played this hero better than this guy in the past couple tournaments.
Once again, he makes it look like Impale is a targeted stun like Burrow Strike. He's just hitting every single double Impale.
I mean, I know people that don't hit Burrow Strike still, so...
That's true. I also play with Pop-Tart.
Save, man, the inside jokes that nobody else gets just really get to me sometimes.
200 people in chat, Mac.
Yeah, very true. Nightfall will be playing the Void Spirit, the Faceless Void this game. What are your thoughts on the Chrono potential? You got Chrono with the Chakra. It's not like the most typical Wombo combo style that we're seeing with Faceless Voids these days. I think it's good enough as...
Yeah, it's good enough.
Yep, save. All right, he's going to set up the Earth Spike with the Timber Chain to follow from DM. Whitemon on the Hoodwink, which is another hero we have yet to talk about. But yeah, let's talk about the Chrono potential from this young man right here who's going to get pressured a bit, but of course Time Walk will mitigate all of it.
Pretty solid against the Nyx Lesh lane, just given exactly what we just saw. You have these stuns that you can layer on top of each other, and Void will quite easily dodge that damage. But in the Chronosphere, there's good damage. Even just the Death Prophet alone is often enough. If you can stand remotely close to somebody on Death Prophet, the ulti damage is significantly more. I think it legitimately more than doubles.
I think the cool thing about playing with Death Prophet is you don't have to leave her out of Chrono. It's not the worst case scenario.
Yeah, you can Chrono her.
If Exorcism is up, you just Chrono her if people are surrounding her.
Same concept as this Cold Embrace on the Death Prophet, plus Leshrac as well as another combo that we saw.
Yeah.
You encase them and they continue doing damage, which is so annoying.
Yeah, very true. Okay. Well, it's going to be the Spectre versus Void into the late game if we get to that point, which again, last game I thought it would go a little bit more even, but VP were able to kind of take off once that first Roche was taken. And not sure what we're going to see from T1 this side in terms of like the Roche potential, but like who do you think has that advantage around the pit area?
Definitely VP. They've got Death Prophet to take Roche and Faceless Void to make taking Roche really difficult for T1. But T1 has the advantage of having extremely strong pick-off potential and plenty of damage too with the Leshrac. You can coil somebody next to the Lesh and he's going to get a kill. You can mix Assassin Stun somebody next to the Lesh and he's going to get a kill. And then you have the Haunt coming in afterwards and a Sharpshooter from far away. So lots of damage, and they don't really need to be that close to each other.
Yeah, that's true. In terms of the mid matchup, GPK on the Death Prophet is at 18-9 versus Carl's 17-4. So pretty much a wash right now. Is that what you would expect at this stage of the game between these two heroes?
There's a little bit of an advantage from Death Prophet because you just don't have to buy regen.
Oh, time dilation. Yeah, that's a really annoying one to deal with. Zephyr does use his Fairy Fire, but the bash is there for Nightfall.
Ah, very nice.
Yeah, Cuckoo looking for a high five from Nightfall. No, other way around, actually. I really hate it when the high fives are not reciprocated. It's 23 Savage getting pressured by DM. Very close to death here, but Whitemon with the health salve, keeping his carry healthy. But in the meantime, yeah, that is... DM is getting really tanky. Only 2 levels of reactive armor, so not even level 5 yet. They just can't do much about him yet, at this point at least. See the...
so close.
Yeah, that is 6 HP, the classic. Calculated from 23 Savage, of course, as we can see the Earth Spike missed here from Save.
I heard the panel talking about how DM, the only hero that he might be more impressive on than Kunkka is Timbersaw. Okay. And I can see why. This looks like an ISO.
Yeah, this is going to be a kill. Yeah. Easy peasy. Timber chain.
The best Timbers are these ones that pressure before they're level 6. They understand they can tank the creeps, and so they basically build up this creep army behind the tower, where the carry has to either tank that. They have to decide basically, do I want to take that amount of damage? And of course, as a carry, you kind of have to, because you know, lost it.
Indeed, and I mean DM 26-5 right now, so he is having himself a very good time.
Juicy boy, this.
Yeah, Cuckoo on the other side. I mean, 25-7, so he's not too far behind. It's really the carries that are kind of falling. I mean, they're not that far behind, but I guess you could call it a wash between the two in terms of Faceless Void and Spectre, but they're not having a free farm game for sure this time around.
Spectre's supposed to have a tougher lane than Void is in this scenario, and it's kind of reflected. It's a very small difference.
Okay, looking for that 6-minute rune, and it will be the invisibility. And at what point are you looking for Death Prophet to kind of get out of this lane and gank? It's not, I don't know, it feels like this hero that's just slow sieges with the exorcism early. Or does he just stay mid and try to pressure that tower, knowing that puck has to go gank at some point? 23 Savage.
Oh.
Yeah, he takes some damage from DM with the Earth Spike to follow, but it looks like he'll be fine.
There's a couple of ways that you can think about Death Prophet's gameplay right now. Possibly you think that if Death Prophet runs at the Timbers lane, which looks like that is going to happen, the tower will just instantly fall because Timber can tank the tower and Death Prophet does enough damage to take the tower. Or maybe that's such an easy play that you just focus on mid because you know eventually you can just rotate to the Timber and get a free tower. So why not take the tower that's harder to take later but easy to take now, which is the mid tower. And it looks like that is what he's trying to do. He's pressuring mid.
I think not.
So from Carl's perspective, we'll see what his reaction is going to be to this, because it's going to be a very long cooldown on Exorcism once it is actually popped. But he is a GPK that is transitioning towards the bot as we see Save get the Earth Spike onto Whitemon. Again, Hoodwink, we've talked about it before. Does this feel like a Hoodwink game to you?
I don't know what is a Hoodwink game.
You should. We covered NA DPC. We know.
My thoughts on this hero is just that it's a generic stunning position 5, position 4. Maybe as a 4, the game needs to be better for it, but I see it similar to like a Crystal Maiden or a Lich when those heroes were strong, where you just never really felt bad having them on your team.
Yeah. I mean, GPK made quite the walk over the bot lane as 23 Savage getting pressured. DM not enough to actually burst him down to the end, but GPK's kind of going back and forth between bot and mid, and has given up a little bit of farm and XP as a result, but still a little bit ahead of Carl right now in that mid lane. And you can see Spectre again, 23 Savage. Yeah, they've spent a lot on consumables this game for sure, which is the main reason that VP is sitting on a 2K net worth lead at 8 minutes. That's actually a little more significant than I thought it would be.
Yeah, they're taking a huge lead here, so I suppose there's nothing that GPK really needs to do. As he does head back on bot, I think this is a fairly free power.
Chakram with the Whirling Death. We see the Exorcism from GPK. If they can get 23 Savage. Oh, the Timber Chain's not going to connect on a tree despite being an entire forest. But the right click and Whirling Death are more than enough. Whitemon, I mean, GPK wasn't even needed here, it feels like. But regardless, he's going to get XP for two of these kills. And perhaps into a tier 1 as well.
Maybe the idea behind him rotating bot and dodging out of the way when it looked like he wasn't going to get any kills is that this is such a guaranteed rotation because DM is doing so well that if he's going to expend the Death Prophet ulti, he wants to get at least a kill first, which is pretty interesting. And we've seen numerous teams, including T1, kind of play the game greedy like that, going like double Midas and just trying to work out whatever advantage they can from every single spell that they have on the map. So it does make sense in terms of just optimizing for gold. As you know, you get kills, it's more gold.
And Nightfall working on a Maelstrom as his first main item on the Faceless Void. And then the counterpart for 23 Savage. Looks like it will be the Blade Mail to help him farm in the jungle, so no big surprise there. And he already picked up the Possessed Mask, actually, which is not too shabby. Although I think he would prefer the action here. Whitemon still only level 3, by the way. Just hits 4 there with that ward, but save, getting the mana drain off DM. Not quite in range for the Whirling Death, but the Chakram is going to be there with the Crypt Swarm as well. So feels like VP are getting pretty much whatever they want with this 5-0 advantage right now.
Yeah, there's not anything that can kill DM, and the problem with Cuckoo, if he rotates towards DM, if he dies doing that once, then all of a sudden he's not tanky enough to do that a second time. And so he goes straight for the Hood of Defiance just to ensure that he is tanky, and I think probably that's why he's not rotating towards DM, is because he needs the boots first before he can realistically run at the lane.
See the replay here. The ward kill. Oh, level 4. Feels so good, but then he dies. So maybe not so much. Zephyr still level 5 on the Nyx Assassin. We're at 10.5 minutes now. So let's see if these tomes come out. If they haven't already. It's 23 Savage playing a very, very close.
Greedy boy.
Yes, indeed. Still does not. Oh, he did get up the chip vest. Okay, that's the dream item for sure. On top of the Blade Mail to come for him. But still kind of playing the catch-up game. Does have Haunt, so if he finds an opportunity to find a quick kill and then back to farming, he'll do so. Otherwise, just full-on farming for him.
It's a great Blade Mail game against Death Prophet and Timber. Damage that it's extremely hard for these heroes to control who it goes on, and so you can just Haunt in, reflect all of that damage. I like that also 23 Savage went for a Sage's Mask casually, eventually building into the Echo. Spectre really needs that mana.
Yeah, we talked about it before, the fact that Blade Mail doesn't have that int, the Robe of the Magi anymore. That's part of that build. Pretty big deal for that hero, as DM. Retank this up, gets the Vendetta off from Zephyr side. Splitter's not going to do that because of the curse. Beautiful timing from Kingslayer again, as that is going to be the death of Zephyr as a result. The coil basically just on the Faceless Void. The Nightfall looks pretty fine overall. It takes the Bushwhack, but just time walks into the tier 1. Just like that, VP with a tier 1 tower again and 2 kills. 7-0. This is starting to look a little yikes from T1.
And the matchup between Timber and Leshrac is whoever starts getting kills on the other one, it feels like the other just feeds. And so that was about to be Cuckoo killing DM and stopping this reign of terror from the Timbersaw. But just a beautiful Winter's Curse, as we've seen so many times throughout this tournament and the Animajor. It is the biggest buzzkill ability in the entirety of Dota.
We've also seen it in our nightmares.
This is true.
As this hero has picked literally every game. Oh, Hex. Earth Spike to follow. GPK. Off the Spirit into the silence. Very good layering. Into the finger. VP have come to play in this game 3.
This is turning out to be a shellacking. I hate to say it.
It's still, I mean, it is still kind of early, but yeah, it has the potential to expand for sure.
8-0 map advantage from taking the bot tower and the mid tower. If you're T1, you have to make a play soon. I think probably with the Puck plus Leshrac, you need the damage from Lesh, and the best longest range lockdown you have is the Puck. Nyx is not going to be enough at this point. He is very behind.
Yeah. That is definitely true. So Nightfall, literally like 2 gold away from finishing the Maelstrom here, so that's going to help amplify his farm overall. I would assume a BKB afterwards,
middle tower
but he's not worried about this game. He can go at his own pace.
He doesn't have to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, he's been involved, but we haven't really seen any... has he cast Chrono this game?
Chrono once. He hasn't had to.
Yeah.
They got the tower...
He baited the coil earlier on, and other than that, he's been farming. Which is exactly what you're supposed to do if you don't need it. I mean, the time dilation gives you some presence in lane, which definitely helps, but...
If you're Faceless Void versus a Puck, though, you're so happy about farming because, as the panel was talking about, it is a difficult matchup. Instant stun with this Puck and more than enough damage and disable to kill the Void.
Yeah. Right. 3K net worth lead for VP is... Looks like they want to take over the jungle again here, even though they already have this tier 1 tower. And they see Carl in the vicinity, but they also see a Wyvern. So, oh, that was T1 actually picking off. Okay, that's the first kill for T1. That's exactly what you need. And Zephyr, again, like we talked about this guy in the Nyx Assassin, he is building towards Ags. If you... And I think it was Tiga that was saying that he's expecting T1 to get off to a slow start, and then the high ground defense is where they really shine. And this is the big reason why. The Ags on Nyx.
I'm pretty sure you never want to play to defend high ground like that, but it's more so that you have the capability. Obviously, they tried to win the lanes. They've tried to make moves, but that is always a concern if you're playing against Nyx plus Leshrac is how do we take high ground? And I do think VP has an answer. Death Prophet is a very long-range siege hero, but whenever you're standing closer to the tower, it does significantly more damage, so it is quite slow if you stand far away with DP and siege the tower like that.
Yeah, that's true. And I think from T1's perspective, it also helps that Nyx, this is the item you build anyway, so it's not like he's changing his build because they're behind.
True. Yeah, that's true.
Doesn't have to actually adapt, because we've seen literally the same build every game.
Yeah.
On every Nyx Assassin that actually gets through.
Every team fight seems to be control an area. You play near some high ground with a ward, and your cores are kind of in and out, but the supports will sit in the back and just use spells from afar. And Nyx Assassin Ags is just about the best thing at doing this. And if the Nyx gets gone on, Lord, he is not easy to kill with that 50% damage reduction. Raw damage reduction is OP.
Is under attack.
Centaur spam.
That's right.
Always right.
I mean, there's not that many damage reductions, like percentage-wise, right?
Nope.
Only a few in the game, so anytime you can get your... I was actually surprised when they buffed the Nyx Ags, because I thought it was already really good. Yeah. As Carl's going to have to use his coil to try to get away here. Doesn't really have anybody nearby, other than the Hoodwink. And yeah, that's... I mean, it's not the longest cooldown. It has been nerfed in the past couple patches, so it like has 20 seconds extra, I feel like, than it used to, but not that big of a deal.
The coil, yeah, it's usually at 65 seconds. And that was always too little.
Yeah.
For such a good ability.
Whitemon, Bushwhack not going to connect, save, keeping his distance wisely, but the Diabolic Edict continue to work. We'll see the first chronosphere of the game. GPK gets the silence and the exorcism on top. You can see the Blade Mail does a lot of work, but obviously in a 3v1 situation, you're not going to be able to do anything about that. Meanwhile, we have the TPs again from VP to try to defend this. Oh, Cuckoo destroyed by DM, and now Zephyr on the run with that Vendetta. Looks like he should get out, although the dust does connect, but he's just too far away at this point.
Middle tower
and of course, VP tips Cuckoo. He's doing his classic, I'm kind of behind on the Leshrac, so I'm going to go stand in trees. And
that's true. He's been doing that a lot, as there might be a reciprocal kill here. But no, save, staying alive for now. The Sharpshooter just off range, and this might cost the Puck his life instead. Carl, the Winter's Curse does connect, and that'll provide Kingslayer with the easy kill. They did end up losing save, but the fact that he stayed alive a little bit longer meant that Carl had to kind of commit.
Yeah, Carl going down here is a really big deal. I think 23 and Carl dying is very bad for T1, because these are usually the players that whenever they're behind, they'll do some like epic thing and everybody will come back off the back of them, off the back of one of them being incredibly farmed and having a good game. And it's not often you see both of them having a tough time.
Yeah, especially not in, I mean, both tournaments really, the Animajor and this ESL One Summer event.
Yeah. question is, what do they do when everybody's having a
Bushwhack into the Impale with the Haunt and Sharpshooter. 23 Savage gets credit for that one. He has the Echo Saber Blade Mail combo. We'll be going for Manta next, and also a double damage to boot. So this provides potentially an opportunity for T1 to continue to farm on Spectre, which is exactly what they need.
These are really crucial picks. Just getting them back into the game.
Oh yeah, we do see, thank you to the observers here, we'll talk about that in just a moment, as we see the impact move here, the Sharpshooter, which was being wound up from the beginning off the original Bushwhack. But speaking of Hoodwink as a hero, we did see this the other day, but having this Ironwood tree allows you to cast Bushwhack first and then place the tree. Pretty cool combo. It's essentially like an instant, it feels like an instant disable in some cases.
It's nice too because the Acorn Shot provides vision, so whenever you use the Bushwhack, they're going to run away from you because they're dying, and if they run into trees, you can use the Acorn Shot to vision of people that you're chasing, so it does feel like a really nice combo. I think the most important thing about that last pickoff that we saw is that 23 got the kill.
Middle tower
Spectre, not a hero that farms particularly fast. As you can see, they're smoking directly towards him, but...
Yeah, they're going to find Whitemon, but he just scurries away. There's the Blink Hex from Save, and that's going to give another kill from the Leshrac. So Cuckoo kind of doing his thing like we've talked about, creating as much space as he can. Actually, does expend the Finger of Death, but he'll take it.
Live to see that.
As long as, I mean, from T1's perspective, as long as Spectre doesn't die, here it is. We're going to see GPK with the Exorcism. This will be the first Roche of the game. Don't think T1 can really do anything about this.
No, Haunt. The most that they get out for is a steal, but it's so difficult for a puck to get in there against Lion plus Death Prophet Silence. Not going to happen, so T1, they just decided to lane instead.
So Faceless Void, Mr. Nightfall himself will get it. They, like their mid laner in terms of DP, not a good Aegis carrier. I mean, I feel like that's kind of significant. If there was a Lesh mid or a Storm, like we've seen these heroes just absolutely take over the game because of the Aegis, and DP's just not one of them. It's like it almost feels like a transformation hero to some degree. Just super long cooldown. If you die with that up, it's just a complete waste.
Hey, even Void's a tad not so good, just because you respawn and maybe you don't have the Chronosphere up because you saw some good opportunity prior to dying. Question of like, when does the Chronosphere opportunity present itself?
4K network lead here for VP. Zephyr, he is only 1,000 away from Ags.
Radiant's top tower
That's
is
a good
under
item.
attack.
Yeah, that is true. We didn't really mention that, but that will, especially in a losing game like this, help you get some very important items.
Reliable goal too.
So. He's getting chased though, so I might have to save that money in the bank. It's going to get silenced as we see the Bushwhack not connect here, but the Spirit Siphon is there into the Crypt Swarm as well, into the bashes. In addition, Zephyr does get off his Spike Carapace for now, though. It's DM on the other side, chasing out Cuckoo, but looks like Carl and Zephyr both die on opposite sides here. So VP just in firm control of this game right now. Oh, Blink Hex again from Save. Here comes the Timber Chain. This will be a huge kill. Bushwhack again misses. You can see VP kind of doing this in and out game right now. Really well executed. Splitter's going to be connecting with that Yule Scepter combo.
Radiant's
top Savage does not want this stack take. It's not that big of a stack, but he needs his farm, Jenkins.
That was pretty cool.
Tower
VP kind of baited the
Radiant's top
fortification
tower
by making it look like they were going to dive into the tier 2.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
See the Haunt in? That's not so good.
Oh yeah, the Winter's Curse.
There goes his friend.
I mean, it's like Winter Wyvern is just a really good hero. I don't know, it's weird.
I believe that's a very strange opinion that you hold.
I mean, we need to ask. Okay, whoever wins this tournament, winning interview, which you will not be on panel because you're casting.
Yep.
Maybe you can relay this to our panel.
You could do that.
Please ask. Well, I will forget because I'm an old man, but please remember to ask them to ask whoever wins about Winter Wyvern and what they think and why it gets through literally every game, because I actually don't know. I don't understand.
It is interesting. It does seem like the ubiquitously best Dota hero currently. Everything else is just an argument against Winter Wyvern, where it's like, okay guys, hear me out. And then everybody's like, oh god, I'm just
GPK is gonna pop. The Exorcism here and Nightfall just pounding on the tier 2. This is probably going to be given up, but pressure is applied to the tier 2 top as well. I mean, there's other heroes like AA, right? It's a cool hero because it provides you with this option of, hey, we pick this, which means you can't pick XXX, but at the same time...
But this is always the discussion, though. It's always Winter Wyvern first and like, oh, hear me out.
Yeah, no, but at the same time, Winter Wyvern, he pushes waves, he has great team fight, he has ridiculously OP heals right now. I feel like he just provides everything.
5 different builds that you can go that are all viable. Yeah. You counter it, she just goes a different build.
All right, tier 3 tower is taking really heavy damage. And it looks like VP might actually just get this uncontested. 0 defense here. As 23 Savage is going to be happy with the trade for the tier 2 for tier 3. And you can see the Cold Embrace coming into play onto Nightfall. Just the time lock off, a little baby one there. Of course, still has his Aegis intact. Zephyr showing off that Aghanim Scepter. Gets off the Impale. The VP might just back up now.
Top tower is under attack.
There's no haunt yet for 23 Savage, so... I mean, he has it, but just doesn't have mana, so he'll have to TP back to base.
VP just trying to force Carl back there. Obviously, you see 23 Savage in the lane, and the immediate thought is, this guy's just going to haunt in. No big deal. But when you see Carl pushing up that top lane, standing on your ward, you know, he should be in base. There's no boots of travel. There's nothing to show that Carl can be out positioned like that. So they actually get a tower, because Carl doesn't want to come back until the tower goes down.
Yeah, that tower being down is... I mean, it's not like they're going up against a Lesh or something that can just quickly take it with a low cooldown thing. You have to commit an Exorcism, because that's pretty much their only tower push right now. But VP on the high ground here, going to break the smoke from Cuckoo. Oh, the Bushwhack is going to miss because of the Yules, but the Splitter does come in turn, so they find the kill regardless. And now the coil is going to be pretty big. Chronosphere on tip 2. You see the Winter Wyvern buy back into the game. The Impale is going to connect on 2 on top of this. Nightfall still with the Aegis, so he's not scared of anything. Cuckoo wounding up the Split Earth, does hit onto 2 in turn, and Nightfall has to time walk back to the tier 2 tower. But DM is going absolute ham. 2 dead for T1. Did cost a buyback from BP, but you can see that T1 is now completely on the run. Time dilation, able to be connected onto Whitemon. He's going to get chased here by the Faceless Void. And you can see here, Mr. Zephyr himself. Does get off the spike carapace, but they have vision. The Crypt Swarm is enough. So 4 for 1. It looked like a pretty good fight from T1 to start out, but they're just maybe just too far behind at this point.
That was very nice from Nightfall. He hits the chrono there because he knows if he breaks the coil, he's probably fine. You know, his team can save him. He had Aegis, but he breaks both of the Eon discs of Cuckoo and Carl in that fight. And then afterwards, DM comes through, and he pops both of them. The 2 heroes that Nightfall popped the Eon disc of, they killed first. So that was intentional. It wasn't, the chrono was not to kill both of those heroes. It was just to pop their Eon discs because they were so confident that without the chrono, they could kill them so long as they didn't have those up.
Right. Okay. That's cool. Now we have a Scotty online for Nightfall. So very difficult to kill, to say the least, as he's getting close to that level 20 as well, which we've seen both the Time Walk talent and 40 attack speed one taken. The fact that he doesn't have... I mean, there's going to be a second Roche, so perhaps you want to play that Time Walk talent, but we'll see.
Interesting that Nightfall's not going for a BKB in this scenario. He's just confident that so long as he turns around with a Chronosphere when he gets coiled, he's going to be fine. He has the effective HP and the status resistance to survive.
Spirit Siphon finds Cuckoo. You can see the Eon Disc prop. Time dilation to follow, though, and completely surrounded. Earth Spike from save. Down goes Cuckoo. Now 5v4 situation as T1 have to back up.
Cuckoo is an absolute maniac on this track. He just walks up so many high grounds. Somebody's got to do it, though.
Yeah. Nightfall gonna take a bounty now. Farm the enemy triangle. This is the one downside with VP's lineup, is just the cooldown on Exorcism. They don't have like this secondary push hero, it feels like. Yeah. Maybe the Timbersaw getting Shard would help. Is he actually queuing that up at any point? Oh, he literally just did. Okay.
He's thinking the same thing. He's like, oh god, I'm so sick of waiting for this cooldown.
I mean, it makes sense. It is good damage to the tower with that flamethrower.
And they don't need the Exorcism for damage in team fights, because Nightfall has enough net worth at this point that just the Faceless Void is going to do a ton of damage. It's literally just about taking the barrows. It's about ending out the game. And Timber Shard. That'll help you do that a little.
And Nightfall did go for the 40 attack speed talent. Basically the same win rate between the two. 40 attack speed taken a little bit more often though. That's kind of cool. You don't see that very often where it's similar pick rate, similar win rate as well.
Depend on the build too. If you're going for Aghanim Scepter, then the time walk cooldown just equals more damage. And the 20 talent attack speed is obviously more damage.
Alright, we're gonna have a 5-man smoke from Delphis Pro. Ooh, we have an Ether Lens here on Whitemon. He's actually going for Aghanim Scepter next, which of course we have seen from time to time on these more farm hoodwinks. As oh, this will be a huge kill for VP. And yeah, this is going to be a super easy one as well. 23 Savage, just wrong place, wrong time. And Roshan, we can see not up for another minute 45.
Checking the kill score quickly.
Yep, it is 420. Chat's very happy about that.
That's good stuff right there. Anyway,
go ahead.
Back to you.
Back to you, Jenkins. Yeah, Dakota, shout out to you. Yeah, Nightfall is just super farm right now. It looks like they are kind of waiting for this Roche. Thought they might try to force a buyback potentially here, but just playing it close to the vest. Again, 10k net worth lead, so they're not really in a super rush here.
Yeah, they're confident they can play the map and choke T1 out. Boots of travel on GPK, so that's fairly easy to do. And here's a little bit of that choking out happening.
Yeah, impact move. You can look at the top score line. Oh, we're not going to get that because there is a kill upcoming. Sharpshooter's dead. DM pops the BKB, but it's getting very low. Actually drops down, so nicely done from T1, but a big, juicy impale coming up on the line into Chronosphere on the 2. And again, just too much farm for T1 to deal with. Oh, okay, the big hot comes in. 23 Savage pops the blade mail. He's jumping left, right, and center. Finally, he focuses on Nightfall as he has no more illusions to work with.
He got out?
He got back to base? What?
He didn't bash.
Wow.
The chances.
I didn't even see him TPing, for God's sake. Yeah, that was a lot of right clicks with no bash. What's the percentage on this? 24%?
Why is he a Dota player? He should be at the casino right now. Why?
Maybe it's because he got the double kill. As we see, he actually TP'd right away.
2.
Wow.
3. 4.
Yeah.
5.
Okay.
5 hits in a row. Let me do the math.
But the Maelstrom did proc, so something at least proc for him. You can see the smiles coming out here. Always cool to see the webcams on these players. As Jenkins is opening up Google to calculate something apparently. Alright, 23 Savage, he sees Roche, he's going for it. This is the Aegis, Cheese, and Shard. They know Chronosphere is down, they know Exorcism is down. This is a really good play from T1, especially if it works out. I mean, it's a good thought regardless.
I did the math. There's a 25% chance that would happen.
That's it? I can't. No, that's not right.
That's right.
Is it 5 hits or 2 or 4?
5 hits.
Okay, so not that big of a deal then, is what you're saying.
No, that's a big deal.
Cuckoo gets the split arc, the loser arc to follow, trying to create as much space as possible. The Aegis is not going to be taken. The stun comes out. It's snatched by Save himself. He's going to pop. That's not even a BKB. That is the Shard. As 23 Savage has the Spectral Dagger away. Barely gets out with his life. Zephyr stuck inside this freaking ult from Timbersaw. Just too much damage to deal with. Double kill for Nightfall. And yeah, Save ends up taking the Aegis. So that means T1 got Roche. I'm not sure who got the Shard. I see Save has a Shard. I'm not sure if that was from the pit.
Save took the Shard and he must have given it to somebody else.
We'll have to watch the replay here.
Nightfall has the Shard.
This is a big...
Nothing to say.
Look at this Earth Spike. Oh my god.
Here I am.
The cheese on Cuckoo, for sure.
Now the cheese is on 23 Savage now.
Well, now... Okay, yeah, but he picked it up, I mean.
Now I see it.
Alright, I'm going to click on it. Cheese is there. Okay. So who did get the Shard? Because Save does have it, so...
You know, the ridiculous
I assume it's him.
about that...
Oh, no, it is on the time mark. Okay.
The timing of that is like, if you're playing as a hot, how do you blink in? And steal the Aegis from 2 heroes?
Yeah, that's pretty dirty play right there. One for inside the trees, but they see him, and yeah, he's going to be brought down. I mean, Timbersaw's such a good hero against Nyx Assassin, especially when you have the silence from DP on top of it. And it's going to be a full set of racks in the bot. Probably go to the mid lane now while this Exorcism is still up. All right, Chronosphere onto 2. He's going to focus on the Hoodwink. While Mr. GPK focuses on the Lash. That's 2 quick kills. No buybacks, though, as we see the Gets the blade mail. Firefly's much pressure. Finally gets that Winter Wyvern, but now 23 Savage on the run. No bashes needed this time as Nightfall jumps right in, dodges the Whitemon sharpshooter. Impale's going to connect from Zephyr on the sideline, but Whitemon will fall regardless. And they have a sentry in the vicinity. Zephyr now on the run. Bash, first hit this time. Karma, full team wipe, VP, GG's call. This was a bit of a shellacking.
What tier? What tier?
This probably just a normal shellac. Maybe one higher. It would be what's the next tier from just regular shellacking?
Next tier is the 1-3.
Yeah, it's probably Monument.
Dire team ban. Virtus Pro's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Virtus Pro's turn to ban. Dire team pick.
Are you guys gonna play the game? Are you guys
Virtus
gonna play the
Pro's
game?
turn to pick. Dire team pick.
Lena. Enchantress.
You better start sweating, T1, and not because it's summertime and it's really, really warm, because I'm already sweating because of that reason. No, it's because you need to figure out what to do against VP in a game number 4 situation. What's worth banning? Timbersaw, Wyvern, DK, Viper. Give me another hero. Doombringer. Magnus.
AA.
This is a long list.
This is why it's hard to ban Winterwarven though, right? So many first pick.
And this is why we need 6 bans at the start of every game, of which 4 are predetermined before we even start the... Okay.
Predetermined? Okay, well, apparently half of this draft has already been predetermined. First phase bans, Ancient Apparition, Timbersaw, and Doom and Winter Wyvern. Oh my god, they banned it out.
It's
T1. They will first pick the Viper, and the second and third picks will be Lena and Enchantress on VP. Fourth pick, Nyx Assassin.
Remaining.
I think the setup right now is looking a lot better for T1. They're not, first of all, they're not against Winterwarven twice, but mostly they picked this Viper, and they know that VP are going to pick Lena. So they already have a counter pick in mind. They picked the Nyx Assassin, Lena, of course, high int, easy to get Carapace off on, and quite squishy.
Just trying to think about the idea of the Enchantress. It works so well, and I'm thinking like right now, if VP just put the Ench into this Nyx Viper lane, they're going to be able to pick any kind of greedy carry on the side of Virtus Pro, because Ench, it does so much work, and I think that's maybe where T1 need to truly consider how they want to approach the latter portion of this draft.
I think if it's an Ench 5 and you commit to buying a few sentries on Nyx, he is one of the better supports at dealing with this Enchantress. Just because he has 4 armor, high regen, and he can sort of like walk around the camps. I do feel the same concern though. One of the things about having a Viper in the offlane is that VP might rotate an additional hero and just sort of trialing this range slow hero. However, T1 have showed, like at the major especially, that they're really good at catching this Viper up.
I think the main thing as well is like we're referring to this Viper off the concerns when Cuckoo played it. He went 1-7. That was in, I think it was game 2. And they weren't really able to do much because they're just farming up, and then that's where VP reset the pace. I'd love to see T1 oversubscribe to this idea of aggression and make sure they have a carry and a mid that can also join these engagements. A little bit uncharacteristic to 23 Savage's hero pool, but I just want to see them get a bit more up in VP's phase. Like develop throughout the series, try and play into your opponent.
So what do you think was the justification for, out of all the heroes that we mentioned, the Magnus, the DKs, the Enchantresses, why did they go for Viper as their very, very first pick?
I think it, especially against VP, you want to try and start winning lanes, because that's been the story. That's the analysis, right? That was the weatherman after the previous. And Viper is one of those heroes where if it's got the correct setup, it can dominate the lane. It forces in the lane, it makes the carry think about moving to the jungle if you ban correctly. Like right now, VP, they're probably thinking about the Juggernaut again. It demolished Viper in that previous game. Maybe a life, but it's the idea of T1 wanting to have a stronger entry to the game.
Yeah, but then that's kind of where I'm getting at, because in game 2, we were saying the same thing. Viper's a lane winner. They ended up solving the issue pretty well. It was the Enchantress who was kind of zoning him out, and the Jug.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what T1 needs to solve right now.
And maybe the Nyx Assassin can help it out, though they're not fearing the Juggernaut, at least not quite yet. They leave it in the pool instead, ban out 2 carries, Terrorblade and Phantom Lancer, and then an offlaner, Centaur.
Lion is still available for VP. I think right now, like Lion and Clockwork are the 2 ones that look pretty good. Clockwork's a vessel buyer to deal with the Viper if they want to go for that form. And of course, we've seen the prominence of how Lion against Nyx Assassin, and just general control, is very, very strong.
I think pretty much anything that helps your Lena live in the fights, as we saw in that last GPK Lena game, he will carry the game if you give him the conditions to set it up. Typically what that means is some sort of front line, some vision, or just some beefy hero that does both frontline and vision.
How does DK go against Lina if that's a mid lane matchup? Because haven't seen it get through the ban phase this long before.
Like a DK from T1 here?
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's not bad in lane versus Lina. I've seen it go even, but I think usually Lina tends to outfarm DK by a bit, but DK is good overall in the game versus Lina.
Okay. See if they want to prioritize that.
Pros turn to pick.
Last ban going to be the Morphling, so still targeting 23 Savage's pool. He's still got his Spectre available. He's still got... they could actually like take the Lifestealer away from VP if they thought that was one of the issues. Or sorry, the Jug away from VP if they thought that was one of the issues that made Viper look not that great in lane.
Yeah, this is what VP needs to decide. Okay, they go for Disruptor.
Ooh. Well, now I like Jug even more.
You mean for T1 now?
For T1 now, yeah. Because I think that was part of that made Viper look kind of useless in game 2 in the offlane was that Jug just kept spinning him down, purging off all the poison stacks.
5 seconds.
It would be a little bit risky to pick the carry here just because you'd be giving VP an additional counter pick.
Yeah, exactly.
I can see what you're saying with like stealing away the Jug. I agree. It could look very scary on VP. I think most likely we're going to see them pick their 5 position here.
Okay. Yeah, that makes the most sense just because the Viper is currently your mid to offlane flex, and you see the support duo, so you know exactly what type of support you're going to be laning into, and that's why you're a nice 5 here. Again, a bit more fight. So far, if you look at the supports that have been coming out from Zephyr, or Whitemon, sorry, they're a little bit more kind of... let's go for what? Wow, okay. I would say they haven't really gone for these bigger team fights. Yeah. Like T1, their supports, as I looked at it, it's like they don't have overwhelming teamfight presence. Like they do in regards to like Phoenix, but it's not like the instant stun. It's more like they're relying on teammates to be the stun for their team fight. But now they go for a Warlock.
10 seconds.
And then the instant follow. Bro, I like Juggernaut even. Oh, they go for the lifesteal. Okay, well, still spell.
Same concept there.
Yeah.
So this Kunkka pick, why it's so instant, is because Warlock as a hero does not provide any laning presence. You can Fatal Bonds the wave to try and do some damage. It does around about 200 to 300 to if it's double hero plus the entire creep wave, but it's not as if it's going to independently push the Kunkka out. And then this Kunkka, you want to have a way to mitigate the effect of Fatal Bonds. You get that run buff, you're going to be pretty sturdy.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I like how you say, well, the reason that the Kunkka was instant was because they picked Warlock. Bro, they didn't...
I mean, the main point is, like, because they picked it so quickly, it's like, they probably, the team was like, if they pick this or this, we don't pick it. But they, just go for it, you know? Like, they're confident in it.
Yeah, they team fight superiority seems to be the way that T1 may be able to get back into the game, but VP are saying, no. We're going to one-up you on that. We got Static Storm, we got Ghost Ship, and probably going to get a tidal wave soon, because that seems to be DM's go-to build, is getting the shard.
So good.
They do have a lot of spells to just move heroes around with the Glimpse and the tidal wave. And that in and of itself is a way to protect Alina. I think it's a pretty good pick because VP, they needed something to sort of start the fights casually, which Kunkka does, and they needed something to frontline, which Kunkka also does.
He also buys Pipe on the hero quite a lot, which helps with the early damage of the Warlock and the Viper. And yeah, overall, I like it when VP pick with confidence because you know they already have their game plan.
Yeah, and their game plan has been bringing them success in these last 2 games of this series. Now T1 need to figure out what we're going to do with the Viper. Last time they ended up giving it to Cuckoo in the offlane. I don't necessarily think it was like a mid lane matchup kind of thing that forced the Viper into one lane or another.
Because VP have the last pick in the draft, I'd love to see them, if T1 don't pick a good like wave clearing style hero, go for like a Fury and carry. Just try and get yourself quickly into the game, play off the strength of Lina and Kunkka, because their lanes will be good, and just get into the towers. Okay, they go for an axe.
Yeah, they banned out the Ursa, worried about a lane counter, so they pick up a melee offlaner. And unlike all the other axes that we've seen, this one's pretty much confirmed to be offlane.
Yeah, no, it is very much. This is going to be mid Viper, and then the next axe offlane duo.
And I like this idea from T1. I think last game they had they've had a couple games where they picked range heroes in their 2 position and 3 position. And I like this more. The challenge of the Viper is by Lina in the lane.
I'd like to just opt to go more jungle. Just the lane out, go jungle, play with your because side, you do have the camps of plays and making stuff there. My concern for T1, they don't really have a lot of damage outside of Golem plus Viper. The rest are all kind of waiting for some items to come into play. And that's where VP, if they take a little bit longer to think about this carry pick and they go for a more active style of carry, they can rip through T1's 15 to 25 minute mark where they're trying to quickly farm out their items to have a very confident late game.
Luna is still available for Nightfall if they're interested in that. Whoa!
Is this the Abaddon carry? All right.
I would guess so, but there's only one way to find out. Let's see what the lane situation is.
Hold up.
Hold up.
Hold up. Look at it.
Hey, Nightfall Abaddon. Carry Abaddon.
It's pretty cool. It removes the Fatal Bonds.
So VP, they pick Abaddon when they see their opponents have greed in their draft and they want to get out of the game. You know, Lina plus Abaddon. If both these heroes lock onto a target, there's going to be an immense amount of right clicks coming through. I like the creativity here from VP.
Yeah, and I think they're really making GPK into the hyper carry that we've seen his Lina can be. Yep. The last game he had like a Desolator, he was just hitting everyone. Abaddon he's pretty immortal this game, I gotta say. There is the break, but there's no silence to pair with it. So he'll always be able to get that ultimate off, and that's one goes for Orchid. Doesn't look really good on these heroes.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what type of game the Axe can have, because of now you don't really want to jump the carry, right? The Axe is going to be, what's he going to be looking for? He's going to be going for maybe the Kunkka or the Lina. Realistically, he has to kill Lina at the start of every fight if T1 want to play with confidence. But once again, VP, they are playing for the strong lanes into 20-minute overwhelm T1. T1 haven't really adjusted their playstyle throughout the series. They've hard committed to survival and then turning the game back around. So they're going to have to really make sure they pick the correct fights, otherwise this game can get out of hand quite quickly.
And I'm glad we've picked the correct casters for this game number 4. It's Sunsfan and Lacoste.
That's right. Now that Jenks is fired from his broadcast, yeah, he keeps coming back somehow. I don't know how he keeps getting back to City, but Sunsfan with Lacoste. I was really happy to see Winter Wyvern banned. I was happy to see Lifestealer and Axe picked, as always. But Abaddon carry. Tell me about this.
Something that South America loves to do. It's very uncommon. I want to see what the build is going to be. Maybe Midas into Radiance, maybe like Phase Boots casual gloves into Radiance. On the other side, you have Nyx Assassins, so Radiance is never going to feel that great, but I don't think you can afford to go for different kind of item build on a carry Abba, because this is your strength. And you also, as a Radiance carry, you don't care too much about the carapace, because you have ulti to get the stun off, and you can be bursted down. So maybe that's like one of the strengths, especially against the Nyx Assassin. We'll see. This time around, they have Lina, Enchantress plus a Disruptor. Very burstable heroes if you get on top of them, so they need to focus on the laning stage. On the other side, a lot of overtime damage coming out from either Battle Hunger, Annoyance from Nyx Assassin in the mid-game fights, Fatal Bonds, Viper, a lot of different stuff, and they don't have any abilities that goes through magic immunity, so I'm a bit worried what 23 Savage can do in this game to VP's lineup. I've seen him play with Lifestealer so many times. He's extremely good at saving people. You know that there's going to be, like, Kunkka uses a combo or Lina stun. He will jump in to get him that extra HP that it's necessary to survive.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if I was just going based off of lineup alone, T1's lineup looks very strong, and it's part of it is just the unknown factor of this Abaddon for Nightfall. And I'm not saying he's going to build this Lacoste. Okay, I know this is stupid, because Jenkins makes fun of me all the time.
I'm listening. Like, give me a new build.
But we have been seeing a lot of Echo Sabers on these position 1s, and Echo Saber on this hero with Mantha is actually pretty dirty, because he gets silenced like instantly.
And then you hit him one more time, that's 3 out of 4. Then comes the 4th.
With Mantha. You Mantha, then do it, it's instant. Alright?
It's not bad.
I'm telling you. But Radiance does feel a lot better. But like you said, it is against a Nyx Assassin, which makes this a bit awkward. So we'll see, because he can get that Spike Carapace off any time you're in the vicinity of him. But then again, he can just pop his ult at any point as well. Yeah, really looking, as you can tell, I'm extremely excited about this game.
Yeah, I need you to calm down, sir.
Okay. Let me just reset. GPK is going to be mid lane versus Carl.
There
we got the Lina Viper lane, which we've seen a few times before. Who you like in this lane, young man?
It's always Viper. No matter who I see, it's always going to be Viper.
Really?
Pretty much, because Viper, he's still saving a point. Carl deciding whether he needs to put another in the poison attack, or if he wants to go for corrosive skin. Those right clicks from Lina are very annoying, so just 1 point in corrosive skin is enough. That a bit of a attack slow and also overtime damage feels really nice, but so far 2 in poison attack. But on the bottom lane, they decided to switch things up a bit. It's gonna be Warlock playing position 5, white one on the hero with Axe. They just want to secure Axe's farm, I would say, where you give him that regeneration, and you know that the Lifestealer is playing into melee matchup, but I don't think Lifestealer is going to be able to sustain throughout this whole harassment coming up from the Enchantress. Big camp is still not blocked.
Yeah, you might have some trouble on the Lifestealer, but the fact that Wyvern is finally gone, their backup apparently is the Warlock, which used to be the meta hero, then kind of dropped off a cliff. The Shard got some tweaks, used to be very powerful. So interesting to see what they do here. Is Cuckoo getting gone on inside the kinetic field. One more proc for that silence. There you go. Imagine what it would have been like with an Echo Saber, Mr. Lacoste, but he will live.
Yeah, it would be pretty OP if one hero had Echo Saber
2.5
minutes in. Yeah, it would be really hard
Ice Frog,
lane into
think
him.
about it.
Echo Saber from Quelling Blade, Gauntlets of Ogre Strength, and the rest of 150 gold.
I like it. Very nice. Also works on range heroes as well. We can add that in at some point.
Do you think it would be too OP if it works on the range heroes?
Probably. I mean, think of Weaver. You get triple attack, basically, whenever you want, which he basically can get, but only at level 25. So another hero that we just don't see right now. But yeah, always excited to see these heroes that are, like, I would consider them not super meta, at least not in this position, right?
Yes.
And the funny thing is, you could have, I mean, obviously they want to wait till later in the draft. As you can see an LSA connect here. You could have picked Abaddon first, and you could have just faked them out. But it was the last pick Abby, right? If I'm not mistaken.
It was. It was something that's not usually seen. They got surprised. Last pick Abba. What you're gonna do? I don't think they... Like, they could potentially kill Abba with level 20 Axe. He's burstable. 150 Calling Blade Threshold, so you can dunk him. But it needs to be like perfect scenario.
You say Abaddon, right?
Abba,
but you say
Abaddon.
Because Abaddon, right?
In Dota 1 days, I believe he was called Abaddon.
No, it's the opposite.
It was the opposite?
Yeah.
Okay, I got confused.
The correct pronunciation is Abaddon. I've had this conversation with so many people before, but I just hate it. Zephyr getting pressured by the Centaur. Oh, save. Okay. Gonna get the Impale off. We can see that Springer doing pretty decent damage for DM. Very excited to see him play that as well. Something we have yet to mention, but Cuckoo getting chased. Curse of Avernus. Attack speed now.
Couple of magic sticks.
Looks like he will dive. Nope, he will not. Yeah, the Aphotic Shield was actually on Kingslayer, so didn't end up getting that proc off, sadly, for VP fans out there. And we have a lot of cool storylines, though. I mean, the fact that DM is playing Kunkka, which that first game that we saw is, I mean, that's a game for the ages, honestly. One of the coolest. If you guys haven't seen that game, go check out the VOD. As we can see, Cuckoo, again, getting pressured here. Aphotic Shield this time off the Nightfall, so this should surely be first blood for VP.
Third time's the charm. They try to go 3 times on him, and finally they manage to bring him down. Nightfall will get the last hit. They need some kind of regeneration at the bottom. Couriers were being used, so they have none left. So someone needs to go back. Couriers at this point, level 3, level 4, are extremely slow.
Yeah.
I think this scenario here should be like either one you TP back with one of the heroes, or Kingslayer just dies and comes back with a free TP healing cell back to the lane. Because right now he's sitting at 300 HP, no mana. We managed to miss a kill, or I missed a kill. I was looking at my own PC.
Okay, Zephyr died on his patented Nyx Assassin.
There we go.
Yep, gets X marks back and ends up being a pretty easy one. So 2-0 advantage for VP, but they are behind in net worth. I know it's very early on, but you can look at the net worth of the 2 cores and the Viper and the Lifestealer. They're not doing too shabby overall, but not the hugest lead.
I think the reason why Nightfall decided to TP back is because he got that first blood and also has the full phase boots. So coming back to the lane is a bit more speedy than what we usually see 4 or 5 minutes in.
Yeah, again, pressuring the Axe, and this is a lot of damage. Like you said, the phase boost makes such a big difference, and now the Aphotic Shield applied, so gonna get Glimpse back, in fact, and we'll see if the Aphotic Shield actually wasn't enough to pick him out, but the right clicks are. So Nightfall again.
It's fine. Okay, he's actually gonna save him. Removed both Battle Hunger and Fatal Bonds. I think it's fine to let him die there.
Yeah, but the fact that this mid lane, I mean, GPK netting himself a kill, that is a pretty big story.
That's actually huge. Now he's level 7, has that regeneration rune running. Something that was very popular during the major is blocking the small camp, so you cannot farm it. It was not done in this game. So Lina, she's very good at it. Same goes for Viper, either stacking the small camp after pushing the wave. And now GPK is in the triangle, already farming the big stack.
And you can see Lifestealer trying to farm with that siege creep. It's going to be a little difficult for him, but he's getting tipped right now. Yeah, not a whole lot of damage deal, but he's still doing pretty well in terms of the CS, but he might have to be careful here. They know that Infest is down. Torrent will connect to start things out here with the Hadouken from the Satyr. Will have to rage into the runaway, but they are chasing after him, actually.
He's getting the X-Power. He's dead. Level 1 build deals a ton of damage. Though you also have save, regeneration, pretty much coming out from the aura. Nexus has not the strongest laner, doesn't provide you with much early on, so no surprise that they are not doing too hot on the top lane. DM, whenever he plays Conka and there's no Invoker in his team, he tends to get an Urn. It's Urn stick into Hood, upgrade it into Pipe, because there is so much magical damage early.
Viper, considering how much they're pressuring 23 Savage, he is farming pretty well, though.
He's farming okay underneath the tower, pretty much the same amount of farm as Kunkka, but he is killable. He uses the rage, which is 18-second cooldown, only 3-second duration. Another time they go for this mid tower. 7 minutes in, Save will get the tower. This is pretty big. It opens up the map, and it also allows Lina to potentially rotate to the top lane. One Torrent into LSA should guarantee a kill on a Lifestealer.
Yeah, I think it was basically, it was the last game or the game before where it was a minute and a half earlier than this, but still very early for this tier 1 tower. We're going to see Viper Strike, so Carl will get
really show the Bambi who the boss is.
Yeah. I mean, Viper is a really good hero against Enchantress early on because of the Viper Strike, not needing to really auto-attack to get a kill in most scenarios. So 4-1 advantage here for VP. And DM still in this top lane has the Urn. We've seen him go pipe so many times before. We'll see if he switches up at all.
Definitely a good pipe game against Warlock. Next, Viper, kind of early magic damage. Well, TP mid, refill the bottle for GPK. And they can outpush the wave and possibly smoke because they didn't show the supports. Let's see what happens, or they just run to the top lane.
Dire are
still no boots on Kingslayer. Well, it's 9 minutes in the game. Connect here for a little vision, but Zephyr's going to run right into the LSA. Spike Carapace, Laguna Blade. Save takes it for himself. And Nightfall, it will be the Radiant's first item. There's still hope for the Echo Saber. One day.
What about the Echo Saber after Radiance?
Yeah,
I think it's Radiance into Manta style feels really good.
Yeah,
a lot of spells to dispel. Even though you have a built-in dispel, Warlock. Yeah, there we go. Kingslayer.
It's like
one more time.
Once these phase moves came online for Nightfall, it's just no getting away from him anymore, especially with just the +1 there. Why do you think it is that we don't see Abby as a position 1 as often? Like, obviously, you talked about South America being relatively common, but basically nowhere else. Is LSA? Okay. No Laguna Blade this time. Zephyr's going to set it up with the Spike Carapace into the Impale. DM not quite in range for the X. He's going to take the Viper Strike instead, but now the LSA onto the Viper, into the boat as well. Carl getting pressured big time. Save is there as well. Man, Zephyr baited his teammate there, it looked like.
Save one more time. Good rotation. They also have a ward on the high ground, which allows them to play a bit more aggressive. And
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Defensive wards near the big camp tier 2 tower that T1 placed. This is the second time I see them place this. When they play against the Enchantress, they just want to see the rotation early on, possibly collapse on a mid tier 2 tower, wrap around.
Yeah, definitely a good start for VP. 23 Savage is going for the armlet into casual Sange, and we'll see what he turns that into.
Scotty. This is his build on a Lifestealer.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, pretty solid overall. We actually, was it him that bought the shard really early on for the open wounds? He ends up getting kited. He's gonna insta-buy
or Nightfall.
Yeah, I guess that's true. One of the two. The GPK, they're gonna pop out. Infest, no longer. So back to farming we go. He's still doing relatively well.
That was a nice cute play there. He took over the catapult and just ran away with it. Enchantress seen this movie multiple times. When you play against Viper, you can't really do too much magical damage coming out from the hero.
Yeah, what do you think, though, going back to that combo about position 1 Abby and why we don't see it? Do you think it has, like, major weaknesses?
I think we might see if this tournament, for example, went on for another week. It just becomes a meta, and then everyone starts either banning it, because it's also possibly a flex pick, position 5 or position 1. So it's something that teams like start to do. If you remember, I think it was before DPC 1 started. Omni Knight plus Sven. Like Omni Knight, everyone was talking badly about the hero. Suddenly, super popular, one of the best combos.
This was when Sven was good, right?
Yeah, maybe during the Mega League time, I believe. It was a hot thing. And this time around, Lina going straight into BKB one more time. I just love this build compared to Boots of Travel.
Yeah.
Second item after finishing off the ult, because you have 2 defensive tools and you're relying on a timing. I've seen Lina's fall off so many times after getting 5-0, heroes who can get on top of her, and they have many.
And a lot of the games that you're talking about, Nightfall might take some initiation here. Who's in the vicinity with the rest of his team with the smoke. You're seeing the blink dagger into the wall. Yeah, we'll get the Viper strike out, but there's the borrowed time, and that's why you don't initiate on Abaddon.
Not sure what the plan there was. I guess we keep the hero, potentially like TP rotation, 100 gold down the drain.
Yeah, and he has a Sacred Relic.
You cannot kill him. So another 50 seconds without that ulti. We'll continue to farm up, get the Radiance. That's a big timing for them, and this was also a blink reveal.
That is getting scouted. Yeah, Zephyr scouting things out here. We have some TPs going on. Impale only onto 1, so it might be save.
Oh, what a
sacrificing himself, but the torrent into the boat. Not really going to do much here.
That was nicely done by Save. Hits him with the creep, cancels the blink dagger, and then uses ensnare, completely shuts down initiation coming out from Axe. T1, they can't find any openings. They managed to kill Enchantress 2 times, and that's pretty much it.
I mean, back to this build from GPK, because we cast a couple games as well where we see these Boots of Travel really early. And a lot of the time, it was on the team that was losing. So it feels like you're buying this kind of greedy item, and then you just
I've been
even
very
more at that
vocal
point.
about it during the major. During this tournament, I've seen it lose too many times, especially in a game when you're 2, 3, 4k gold behind, and you decide to invest half of your BKB into Boots of Travel. It's just not a thing. But to go back to his skill build, Dragon Slave, it's 4-1-4 build, allows you to farm a lot more, allows you to farm the Ancients with this build. Radiance online.
Not yet. 700 to go. You can see he has the Blade of Alacrity, so 1 single item at a time to get that Manta, I assume. I've never seen that before. That's kind of strange.
The Manta style is good, but you also have a way of dispelling things. I wouldn't mind if it's also S and Y.
Okay.
You want to have status resistance against Axe, especially Jug. He always buys S and Y whenever he plays against the Axe. Just lower the duration of that Berserker's Call, even Nyx Assassin's Stun.
Yeah, because Borrowed Time does not take off Berserker's Call. It's one of the few things that Hard to Spell does not take off at all, right? So status resistance, kind of the only thing you can do.
Yeah, when the boss calls, you have to answer.
Yeah, that's true. Axe is definitely a boss indeed. Is Zephyr scouting things out on DM right here? Another here you can get a pretty easy spike carapace on if you're in the right area because of the Tidebringer.
Radiant
as usual, working on his Aghanim Scepter, but that's a long way away.
Managed to stack it.
Yeah, unfortunate. It's okay, DM. We weren't watching. But yeah, still going for that pipe. And are you Shard? Is there any reason not to go for Shard? Because he just seems to be so god tier with it. The tidal wave usage from him is like none other.
Might just finish off like a casual medallion and then turn that into tidal wave. 20-minute mark. Shard, we've seen what he can do. One of the best Kunkka's performance, as you mentioned, that we've seen in a really long time.
Yeah, Cuckoo is going for the typical. He's basically playing position 1 here, as seen everything. Very nice. But
yeah, do it one more time just to show that he cannot stack with Thorin.
Very sad. Very sad. But Nightfall's Radiance is online. And typically when you are this here, I mean, I guess you could say for a lot, like the Wraith game is similar. You're very tanky, extremely hard to kill, and when you have the Radiance, that's basically go time. Do you think they're waiting for anything else, or is that pretty accurate?
Lina BKB, maybe Abba is a bit too farmed at the moment, so you're not gonna have a BKB on Lina plus a Radiance, but I feel a bit Abba behind you, and like the survivability that the Yule Scepter gives you, I think it's enough. We still have not seen a single rock, right?
Oh, finally, then that is true. Chaotic Offering. Okay, you spoke it into existence, my friend, and it was not a good one. I'm just gonna throw it out. I want to throw it out there.
Instantly, you dropped the rock.
That is perfect timing, but we do get a glimpse into the Static Storm with the kinetic field holding him in, and Zephyr will take a tumble. We're spawning them out here, so now with the Radiance, I think they just bulldoze down lanes, or at least attempt to. He did go for the Blade of Alacrity, by the way, so just keeping you guys on your toes here. I don't know why he did one
blade.
Yeah, he just had it queued up. I don't know why.
He's still thinking. I think he is thinking whether he needs that Manta style to be able to outpush the waves and get rid of some extra spells, so you don't have to use a Photic Shield, or if he wants to get SNY. We'll see what he decides to go for. Picks up a Pupil's Gift. Not the best one. I prefer it on either Intelligence or Agility Hero, so you get some extra strength.
So we do have to mention the T1 side. So Cuckoo obviously going for the Manta style shard build, but it's not really going to come online until the 20-minute mark, but it seems to be close. Actually, no, he's going to be a little bit late on that. It might be like 23 minutes. Whitemon getting caught out here to start things out. Carl, applying the pressure with the break in the Nether Toxin. Really not going to do that much, though. So the Radiance just going to work here. Glimpse back onto Cuckoo now. Going for him alone. Zephyr making some damage from Save in the meantime, but they're going to lose the Disruptor, so it's a 1-for-1 to start this fight. And GPK kind of stuck in the trees here. He's going to get called. Carl, nice heal from the Infest into the chop before the borrow time actually comes through. GPK still at the BKB. Another kill for Cuckoo, so who cares about this shard build as long as you can chop kids down. That went through the borrow time. Very nicely done.
Yeah, also Disruptor didn't get any spells off. Viper just instantly goes on him, forces him to like use a Thunder Strike, which is nothing but does not allow him to use the full combo. GPK was also running a bit low on mana. A great decision making once again from T1. This team just knows how to play from behind.
Yeah, they've definitely shown that from time to time. As Save going into his own triangle, Cuckoo's gonna blink out to safety. That gave him so much gold, by the way. That's basically a full Manta. So I was saying he would get like 22, 23-minute Manta Shard. It's going to be more like a 20 to 21 minute at this stage.
He's super. 4,000 gold on top of Vanguard, full wand, and the Blink Dagger, level 13.
He is a beefy boy who picks up a Van Brace as well. Even beefier now. Very nice. Magic Resist, extra strength. And we can see on the side of T1 still that 23 Savage is still working on that Scotty. Not super close to getting it, but he is still top net worth and farm by a decent margin.
Oh, look at Nightfall. He knows. He sees Nyx Assassin, turns off the Radiant, so there is no counterplay to that. They have a break mechanic, but they don't have any silences to follow it up on a Baton, because this is super deadly combo. Against him, you break him, and then he needs to click with his mouse or a keyboard borrow time. If you silence him, then he cannot use his ulti.
I'm pretty sure he can click R.
Depends. Maybe you forgot. Sometimes
that's right. If it happens once, yeah. The first time is sometimes the time that you can get away with it, right?
Yes.
But then you learn.
Abba's talents are extremely good for a carry. You get 8 strength, you get 65 damage.
Yeah, Zephyr gonna be glimpsed out. Already used the Spike Carapace, so the LSA into the right clicks are more than enough. Yeah, the 8 strength is nice with the Radiance build. A lot of times you see the 15 move speed because you go for this Yasha into something to help amplify that move speed overall, but
8 strength also means 8 damage.
This is true. It is a strength here after all, so is going for the Manta after all. And first Roche, and we didn't really mention this, but I mean, Abaddon as a hero, good against Roche, good against towers.
Very good.
And with GPK on the backline, look how fast he's attacking with the fiery soul stacks.
Keep those stacks coming. Clarity running on him constantly.
Does this surprise you that he gets the Aegis?
Not really. Because last
GPK does
fight,
have BKB now, I guess.
I think the damage that you get from the Radiance is a bit too high, so you want to have Abba in the fight as much as possible, and he will be the front line. That's the big difference.
Yeah, that's true.
Even with ulti, he can still die as is what happened in the previous fight. GPK.
Radiant's middle tower.
I love this. I think he has a great understanding of what he needs to build. I don't think he's going to go for Boots of Travel. I see MKB, which I really like. Just get more damage, wants to be able to pump up some damage. Viper against the Lifestealer, because right now they're very limited on the physical. They have, once again, nothing that goes through spell immunity.
Yeah, this is a right-click carry for the Aegis, for sure. And you're right, because Abaddon's going to be in the front line hitting the towers.
He blocked Boots of Travel.
It's Caster Curse, typical stuff. I mean, it was one of those things where he had the MKB queued up, he has 2k gold, like,
What about Boots of Travel?
We can go Boots of Travel, why not?
Lowering the cooldown of the TPs will deal with the split push, set things up on a side lane.
But either way, he goes this after the other items, which is fine for the most part, right?
It is. I think if they, like, lost the Roche fight, T1 picks up Aegis, he might need to go for damage. This time around, they're staying ahead in terms of, like, what they're doing with the first Aegis. But still, T1 ahead in terms of gold. Cuckoo, level 15, Manta style done.
Gavi now done as well for 23
also on top
Savage.
of Shard. Cuckoo's just getting gold out of nowhere.
Yep, those Manta illusions are quite strong, even without that Shard. Just being able to push it down waves. 3 minutes left on the Aegis for Nightfall, so we'll see if they want to get into a fight here. Oh, GPK is going to find somebody. Oh, but a BK out of offering onto 3 behind him. The Static Storm to follow. Laguna Blade, the Infest to try to heal. Boat is coming in. Gets the Manta off, but the LSA connects again, and Cuckoo will take a tumble. Big kill for VP. And now the glimpse back from 23 Savage. He's already used his rage. But going to get silenced here if he's not careful. A nice big impale there from the Nyx Assassin, but they will be able to clear up 23 Savage. In fact, it's saved to get the kill of all heroes. Kingslayer in the corner. Carl pops the BKB, just going to right-click, contently getting that double kill for himself. So it's a 2 for 2 in the end, as GPK also died. Another Toxin though. Yeah, glimpse back. That wasn't the glimpse, actually, that was the X.
That was the X mark.
So 3 for 2.
Still a very good trade for Virtus.pro. They managed to kill off Axe, as mentioned. 23 Savage just loves to use that Infest. I don't think I've seen him use Infest aggressively. It's more about that save. He tries to use it on Axe, but they already blew him up to half HP with the combo. Both plus Laguna Blade, couple of right clicks. They still get a return kill. Alina dies. When you play ABBA as a carry, you're going to be out of position, so you won't be able to save your teammates because you want to lock onto the target and just go. Have you seen how effective the silence also is against the Lifestealer when there's no rage? 4 right click.
And it keep or so you know, the curse of Avernus back to that point. So rage should, if he goes for that build, he will at the point. This is even.
Yeah, this is gonna make you happy, Suns fan. A bad.
What did we say, huh? Radiance Manta into Echo Saber. Yes! Love it. Nightfall, my new favorite player. So bye.
You know, they've been listening to stream. These guys are smart. You know, we should start paying more attention to professional casting.
I like this guy's Aghanim
why
list.
they're casting and finals, right?
That's true. That's true. It's not because nobody was hired other than me. That was just very convenient to have me in the area. All right, Carl's going to pop the BKB, so that takes off the glimpse. But with that, the smoke on the VP, they're going to feel very comfortable knowing that that magic immunity is going to be down. GPK, like we talked about, is working on MKB now. Has a 7-second BKB online. And Scotty, looks like he will actually finish SNY for 23 Savage. I like the Halberd. Yeah, Halberd would have been pretty good, wouldn't it?
Halberd is nice against Abba, against Lina. Those right click, the miss chance also.
Rage.
They got nothing. He can just TP out.
Yeah. Although he's actually just
or can he?
running around. Okay.
Infest
into Zephyr. Doesn't have his. Oh, he's just gonna pop out. All right, you can die for me, young man. Good effort.
That was nicely done. I mean, he could have just rage TP out. Aegis regeneration kicking in. Abba hit level 18, 40 seconds cooldown on borrowed time.
All right, you want to guess the next items for Abby after that? It's got to be Basher, right?
They need something. Yeah,
you need
they
a BKB.
definitely need something to lock him down. Because with that 2 hits plus Manta style. I mean, Basher doesn't work on Manta, obviously, but double hit, something that the Pango, it's very good at. We're gonna see that one again. A replay. He uses Rage. I thought
TP is up in 1 second.
Oh,
here, so
that's
maybe
why.
it was too close to call. Yeah, I think so. Either way,
ask for an Uber.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the best Uber. You don't go back to base with your friend and nobody, one person dies. Usually Uber rides, that's like a 1-star, I would say. In my experience, at least, is DM is going to get the X mark. Ooh, Cuckoo jumped in. Just a little too quick on the fingers there.
If my Uber driver doesn't say anything, that's 5-star for me
I
straight
agree.
away.
Totally agree. Yes. And apparently, I'm not a 5-star rated customer, apparently. I don't talk at all. I feel like that should be a good thing for Uber drivers.
Maybe it's a different story if you look at it from driver's perspective.
They're just bored?
Yeah, they're bored. You don't talk, that means you're not getting a 5-star rating.
Man, I'm too tired to talk. It's too much to think about. Oh no, he didn't go for the Echo Saber. He changed his mind. I think he went for Basher. Oh, it's because he got the Mindbreaker, maybe. That's actually a really good item to have.
It's a great item. Just instant silence into another silence. Sounds really good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just the initial silence just to get
it lasts long enough.
Silence.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Disruptor, yeah, working on Aghanim. I mean, this is one of the best Ags in the game. The fact that they've actually nerfed it time and time again, but they've kept the muted of the items says, speaking of which, yeah, Kingslayer's dead. BKB TP. All right, Torrent will connect onto Zephyr, though, so they'll at least get a support trade. As you can see, Tidal Wave, I'm not sure how long DM has had that, but I'll keep an eye on it for here, going forward.
He's done some amazing stuff in the game when he played Kunkka. I believe it was... what's it called again? Tidal Wave into Winter's Curse. Like, you could push people who are not attacking the target into forcing it to attack, which is really nice.
It's just one of those, like... it's a cool shard because it fits the lore and the theme of the hero. And at the same time, it feels a bit memey. But in reality, if you're really freaking good, you can make it look really good. And the opposite is true, of course. It's just like a Pudge, right? Why Jenkins plays 117 Pudge. Yeah, exactly.
It just comes back to that 117 every single time. You have to mention it.
Cuckoo is infested right now, so this will be an aggressive infest. Oh, DM might be the target here. They don't have vision, though. Cuckoo. Oh, he's going to find Lena, but the big Yule's just in time, but the Chaotic Arm going to follow to get that Tidal Wave off, but the choppity chop is enough for GPK to find his way to the grave. Does have buyback, will expend it. Nightfall still with that Radiance. His DM is just getting kited from afar. You can see the Static Storm kinetic field just to try to separate this fight a bit.
Wish fulfilled.
I take offense to that. They're banned. Google it. That's true.
Okay, I won't, but thank you. Okay. So what's the, is the mana burn really that big of an issue for Wraith King? I mean, historically speaking, like against Wraith King, it's not that amazing, but is it enough to have to worry about and just go for the shard? He actually delays it here, gets the hyper stun first.
I was gonna say, he's got the BKB. He's sitting on a nice 13-stack wand charge. Not really feeling too bad in any of these fights. Nyx is not having the best game.
Scanning.
You can delay it a little bit.
Okay. But we do have the Aghanim Scepter Burrow, just like every other game on Nyx Assassin. First item, brown boots.
Okay, now you need the shard.
Yeah, we have a 9-man smoke overall. Nightfall, the only one. Of course, he has that second life to work with. Zephyr burrowed up. No vision showing him right now, but double impale. All right, into the Chaotic Offering. Using most of their resources on the save. He's already at half HP, and here comes the Cataclysm. Leshak gets the Yule's off to save himself. The Chronosphere is going to clip too. It's the 2 supports. Very important to kill that Oracle, but both will buy back into the game. Now Carl trying to get out of this, but looks like he's going to fall here, but then that split Earth comes out. Ends up saving him in the end, and VP have to run, despite Zephyr being completely out of mana. Too big. I mean, again, it's on the supports, but the Oracle is by far the most important person to kill, I think, in these fights.
You don't normally see a Nyx Assassin initiating a fight with a long-range 2-man stun like that, but what a setup forcing these buybacks. And then he had another, like, 3-man stun as well as the fight progressed.
Boom.
Yeah, look at that.
Chaotic Offering.
There's not much to follow up is the problem.
Yeah. The Yules ended up saving the Lesh there for sure, and you can see the Chrono clipping both supports, so that ends up being a freebie for 23 Savage. Double kill for him there.
Zephyr hits another double stun.
Yeah, Carl as well. Yeah, nicely played.
A lot of these fights, not much is happening for this high skillness that we're seeing, you know, like there's these crazy double stuns and combos happening, and then it's like, oh, they have no damage. That is too bad. Just the support's dying. It's always the support.
Yep. I mean, it used to be worse. You still get a lot of gold these days. I mean, we're actually seeing supports get more than just a brown boot wand, so just be happy.
Ah, those were the days.
Yeah.
Brown boot stick.
Yeah.
10 centuries. He's living the life on Kingslayer.
So this, we talked about VP being able to take Roche a little bit faster than T1, especially with the alacrity applied to Mr. Wraith King, but with the Nyx Assassin in tow, no Chronosphere though, and no Chaotic Offering. I think this is the biggest reason that VP is feeling very comfortable in going in here. Chakram is going to be helping out as well, but the Spider's going to be used to scout this out a bit. Roche basically at half HP now. Nightfall can just continue to solo this if he really wants.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Of course, there is some capability from T1 side to jump in and try to steal this, as Zephyr's going to be spotted out. There's the dust. Chakram to follow. So much damage reduction. Finger of Death still not enough. He's healing so much right now. Wild Burrow, 23 Savage, trying to focus on GPK, but he's going to get out, it looks like. Zephyr is still alive. Chakram, Spike Carapace. Eventually, nope. Okay, DM running out of mana now. They're doing a great job of protecting Zephyr between the heals that he gets inherently with that Burrow and the Shadow Word.
I don't think I've ever seen somebody be doing literally nothing and still be the MVP of the fight. He's doing nothing.
He's inside his little home there.
He's just there. Look at him.
He's literally 10 polygons right there.
He's literally an anthill.
All right, if we're going to get more Nyx Assassin Ags upcoming for TI, let's get a little bit more polygons added to this thing, all right? That thing looks like
we could use a couple more. It looks like a pile of dung.
Yeah, it's quite bad. 23 Savage now going for Roche, though. You see the spirits coming out. Trying to get some vision here. Yeah, they just don't do it fast enough, but this is looking a lot like game, was it 1? Where we had a little bit of a stall here as we see the side cam onto Zephyr. Very important. Impale is going to connect. All right, the mana burn doing quite a bit. Nightfall going to get purged off. And he's ready to go back in again. Keep an eye on those polygons on the bottom of your screen as Roshan's getting quite low. Cuckoo can go in and out of the pit, no problem. It's another aspect that we don't really talk about. Splitter's going to connect again. This time they're going to go on safe. BKB popped by 23 Savage. That is going to be enough to take out the support, and they know he does not have buyback. And now the pressure being applied to the Wraith King. He's going to go down, but that is the first life. I believe he does have Shard. Chronosphere just to ensure that they get this Roshan. Looks like Savage gets the snatch, so the actual Roshan ended up going to VP, but the Chaotic Offering now used in retreat here as VP attempting to get out. Deafening blast applied there, but Nightfall completely surrounded and will finally be brought down. Didn't even have his Radiance on, by the way. Just trying to dodge that Spike Carapace, but interesting choice there. Either way, T1, very nice play overall.
Yeah, great chrono from 23 Savage.
Great job in the burrow, by the way.
Yeah. Pile of Sand was doing a great job there, sitting in the middle of the fight, pressing his stuns off cooldown. You know, he gets to relax and have a vacation right now for, what a beautiful replay. So good.
Yeah. Oh, he hit a button there. Okay.
I think he did hit a button.
That was Spike Carapace.
I believe that was one of his buttons. God, what beautiful play.
The Ags is crazy, though. You get the damage reduction, you get all this guard. Every single skill is upgraded while you're inside.
It's worth noting that a big reason he's so tanky is, number one, he's a pile of dung. And then number two, Puku has all of these defensive items. He's got these auras. He's got Greaves aura. He's got Pipe aura. He's probably solar cresting the boy. It's not Greaves, okay, but still, the mechanism to work with. Lots of effective HP there, and the Warlock heal, of course.
Yeah, Warlock heal with the Holy Locket, like you said. And, I mean, you get 1.5, I think it was 1.5 HP percentage regeneration and mana while burrowed, so on top of 50% damage reduction. Again, I've always felt that this Ags is crazy. I don't think that last patch that upgraded from 10% from 40 to 50, I know it's pretty big. It's always been this good, though, for the most part, you know? Undervalued at the very least.
I'm with you, and I think when you look at the talents, whenever you talents like this, like stun duration, cooldown reduction, it's always going to be better. And of course, Eon Disc is really strong, so that works really well with the damage reduction. Octarine Core is quite a strong item. That works really well with the Nyx Assassin in the Burrow. So a lot of things going in the favor of Nyx in this patch. Sentry Wards being so small, making Nyx's early game a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, despite that, though, I mean, the game is still technically in VP's favor if you're looking at just the net worth. Obviously, the Aegis is online for the Void. As we can see, Wraith King now, Nightfall. Yeah, the net worth has kind of bounced back and forth here after a pretty good lead for VP.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Wait, what is he going for on Nightfall? His Demon Edge. Queued up with the Hyperstone
fortified
on the Wraith King. Click on it. The Radiance, BKB, Sage, Hyperstone. Okay, switch to Scotty now.
Is he
just
gonna
a casual
Hyperstone? Leave that as a Hyperstone? The madman.
All right, we'll see.
Big damage, I suppose.
Yeah, big boy indeed, VP.
Juicy boy.
Basically even game, though. This is very tense. Again, game 5 of the grand finals between these, I would consider them 2 of the top 4 or 5 teams in the entire world right now. And the fact that we get to see an SEA team play CIS, that's not something. Again, Animajor has been like the only thing, along with the Singapore Major, this entire year. COVID and all that. Very awesome to see these guys clash here.
Yeah, I agree. I think at the end of the Singapore Major, people were looking at SEA and CIS as actually the weaker regions. And these guys are just absolutely proving that wrong. I think the SEA qualifier is probably the hardest qualifier.
Yeah, I think they're only getting 2 teams as well, right? If I'm not mistaken.
One team.
It's going to be T1 plus 1 team.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Which is...
I'm not sure, actually.
I think that's the case. Either way, you're my analyst, by the way. You're supposed to be able to answer that. Just saying.
You know all I watched was NADPC. I was with you.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah, but I'm telling you what I know. Okay, just agree with me.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Okay, thank you.
You're totally right.
Yeah, 23 Savage has his chrono available. You can see, Zephyr gets off the Spike Carapace. And this is Wraith King we're talking about. They're getting taken out really fast. Pops his BKB, though. Yeah, and there's the False Promise. Okay, have we seen False Promise? I have not seen it personally. Has he cast this? Honestly?
I'm sure he's casted that.
Maybe it's just something I missed in the chaos, but... I mean, there has been a couple fights where he dies right away because they focus him, which is what T1 is supposed to do.
The only great False Promise target is Joker. Wraith King's very survivable, Timber very survivable, and usually he's just out of mana, and so he's useless anyway if you save him. Maybe that's why we haven't seen it.
Okay. Alright, fortifications pop from VP as T1 attempting to go high ground, of course, with that Nyx Assassin burrowed, and the Diabolic Edict from Carl makes this a lot easier. Heals applied to 23 Savage as well. And I don't think he has a Shard on the Warlock. No, it doesn't look like it. Zephyr gets off the stun. Double stun, in fact. They're going to be happy with the tier 3 as the Aegis has been claimed by Roshan himself. So things might slow down just a bit here. And again, this is dead even. Jenkins, dead even.
Is under attack.
This is true, but the momentum seems to be swinging in the favor of T1, and it's mostly because their team fighting is just a lot stronger at this point. Invoker hasn't really been a huge factor in these fights for Cataclysm. There's not enough setup stun for it. There's Lion and Wraith King, but the Wraith King's been getting focused and dying, and I mean, Lion can't get in there. He's Lion. The guy's sitting on 1,000 HP.
Yeah, I mean, the more I think about it, even the Oracle, you just talked about it briefly, but what is the point of this Oracle? Is he supposed to be dispelling the Fatal Bonds? Is that the biggest thing? Because the False Promise, like we said, is just... They don't have like a crazy... It's not like a terribly... Like some crazy hero that just synergizes really well.
I think it's mostly
False Promise.
You can save 2 heroes from the Chronosphere. You can use Fate's Edict on either the...
Okay, yeah, if you're outside the Chronosphere for the save.
Yeah,
okay.
You could, it's like you protect from the Leshrac, you can disarm the Void, but at this point, where the Lesh is not the primary concern remotely, to be honest, it's Nyx and Void that feel like the real issues. Then the Oracle feels kind of useless.
Okay, I keep seeing these items. Oh, he's going Scott. He's still on Nightfall.
Yeah, Nightfall has a very weird... This is like the
queuing system
inventory.
He just goes... He queues them up literally one individual item at a time.
Taking little samplers.
That is so weird. There's got to be a reason for it.
Yeah.
As we have a dust here, but it's not going to amount to anything. Two smoked heroes from T1 side as Cuckoo in the trees. See the Forge Spirits here, scouting him out a bit. And yeah, Nightfall now has his Scotty officially, as they do a 4-man smoke here. And yeah, refresher on GPK, so double Cataclysm available. But like you said, not the most set up to actually enable it.
It's not reliable is the issue. If they can get Lion on top of somebody where he doesn't just immediately die, then
yeah,
it's going to be a lot of damage.
Off the Nightfall, and Zephyr not going to be able to hit the Impale there, but you can see the army of spiders are here. And the mana burn, again, not going to really matter too much in terms of the second life for Nightfall because of the shard, but still pretty annoying that he can't stun anybody.
Zephyr's taking literally 0 damage.
It's percentage heal versus percentage damage. Which one's in the end? It's a double! It's not even that much damage, though. Now 23 Savage gets off the Chronosphere. Gonna focus on the Invoker, but there's the False Promise that you talked about. Trying to do the damage through that with the Impale to follow. Nyx is available still, getting those burrows, the stuns constantly as we have the Chakram. Nice Impale again from Zephyr, saving his teammate, but it looks like the Elect will finally be bursted down. Chaotic Offering was never used. They actually took out the Warlock immediately as Save getting right-click now with Cuckoo's ult as well, and Kingslayer in the trees. Double kill for Cuckoo. T1.
Oh, there's a gem too. That's a big deal because that's exactly how they're going to scout the Nyx in these fights, so... Getting that, killing the Invoker makes this entirely worth it, and this is a fight on the side of VP as well. So you win that fight, you potentially get the tower. Although the creep wave is unfortunately
the buyback
pushed out.
Cost the buyback on the save, and I mean they grew their lead from 2 to 6K there in just this last few minutes.
Yeah,
so
mostly the
T1 is in control right now. It's oh man, the Vendetta with 23 Savage applying some right clicks, time dilation, a bash again. DN Timber chains the safety, but Cuckoo's here as well. So it looks like it's gonna be the death of him. He has a flamethrower, annoying to deal with, but not annoying enough. Does have buyback though, as T1 have taken firm control of this game, with Roshan coming online very shortly.
Radiant's point where 20, I was gonna call 21.
21 Savage.
I'm surprised I haven't done that once before. 23 is the real issue. Everybody else, other than Zephyr, who's providing all the lockdown, they're not really needed for damage. It's just 23.
Yeah.
Even without using the Warlock ulti, they win the fight.
Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah, these Cataclysms haven't really amounted to much for VP. And they actually just opened it up with it too. It wasn't like in the middle of a fight where it's already chaotic. It was literally opening. As the Roshan number 2, T1 is going for it. VP not in the vicinity. And we can see, of course, there is a shard available.
I'm fairly certain, by the way, that the reason Cataclysm didn't do that much damage in the previous fight is because of all of the spiders. I think the spiders are soaking up a ton of damage.
Okay.
And Kugu didn't have a web in the position. It was kind of awkwardly placed where the spiders were splitting up, and I don't know if he was doing that intentionally. If he was, that's some god tier, like, big brain stuff.
That's, yeah, that is actually crazy.
It's
just
sick.
soaking up the
Yeah.
damage. Wow. Well, Aegis now onto the Lesh. We have Cheese on Mr. 23 Savage himself, and yeah, was a shard on 23 Savage as well. Yeah, so he gets the reverse time walk, and of course, just by default, his time walk will have 400 extra range. It's always nice.
Classic. Of course, he's going to be playing for the next Roshan, where he can pick up an Ag in himself.
Oh, yeah, of course.
As a greedy carry player, he will never be caught dead buying that himself.
Yeah, of course. Oh, GPK actually pops his refresher. We see the Cataclysm come online. The Meteor is there with a Spike Carapace, and yikers.
It's doing no damage because it's always surrounded by creeps or spiders.
Yeah. Was that a... Did he Cataclysm and then Refresher Cataclysm, or did he just Refresher Cataclysm?
He Cataclysm, then Refresher Cataclysm. That was the double. It's just, once again, it's getting soaked up by creeps. It does significantly less damage when these creeps get hit by it as well.
Well, who knew that
That's so strange.
That is such a random thing. As T1 very close to winning this tournament in this best of 5, game 5. They get that mid racks. Invoker's dead for 45 seconds. So this, I would think, is minimum 2 racks. Of course, the tier 2 still up top. And that bottom line, hero save, takes a tumble, big impale, only connecting out one, maybe not so big after all, but there's the save onto DM. He can go back to base, but now the pressure is onto the Wraith King. That is the first life to come, but 23 Savage wants to go for the support, doesn't get into the fountain though. Completely surrounding Wraith King. 3 dead. T1 look to be winning this in great fashion.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Fortification is popped. They want to play it safe, considering they don't know the buyback situation potentially here. You can see T1 finally not smiling, even though I love it. They're taking this very seriously, Jenkins.
Yeah, for once.
Radiant's
and they're going to take this set of racks on the top, and now they go for Throne potentially because that tier 2 is not available for the taking. Zephyr just setting up his base here inside the VP base. He's going to spike Carapace, which stuns through that EMP. He's just going to focus on the buildings, of course, with this Diabolic Edict. 60 seconds of no Wraith King. He's just going to walk right in. Oh, he gets Hexo. Has to be careful. Chemicals in the fall, but a nice Yule Scepter. Use that Yule Scepter.
Radiant's
actually.
Radiant's
That's a Wind Waker. Are you serious? I was going to say, we finally get to see it. As this tier 4 tower looked to be falling, you see the
Radiant's middle tower.
The time walk reverse from 23 Savage, and it looks like T1 are going to be taking this game before Wraith King can even respawn. T1 looking so good. Another Cataclysm, but that one actually did decent damage. But it is over. T1 are your ESL One Summer 2021 Grand Champions. Jenkins.
Yeah, they're a few $100,000 richer now.
Yeah.
And good lord, good Gaben, did they deserve it?
Good Gaben. Yeah, they get 175,000 just for them, but they looked so freaking good this whole tournament. You got to give a shout out to VP because they're the ones that didn't look good in the major, but they took this to 5 games against a really proven T1 team, but congratulations to them. They played unbelievable. Guys, the fireworks.
There they go. Okay.
Yeah!
Oh my God!
I was not informed that was going to happen.
Shotgun. Anyway, congratulations.
Congratulations! T1 champions. Take it away, gentlemen. Please.
That's right. T1 indeed the champions of ESL One.